The kingdom burned around them. Smoke swallowed the night sky. Ash drifted through the ruined palace like falling snow. Vaelor barely felt the sword buried beneath his ribs. His entire body was focused on the woman bleeding in his arms. "Stay awake." His voice came out rough, desperate. "Look at me." Lyra coughed weakly, crimson staining her lips. The gold embroidery of her gown was soaked dark with blood. Her crown had fallen somewhere during the battle. Strands of hair clung to her damp skin while distant. Screams echoed through the shattered halls. Vaelor pressed his trembling hand harder against the wound in her stomach. It did nothing. No, the word sounded more dangerous than grief should. The palace floor beneath them cracked. Shadows spread across the marble. Every creature bound to him could feel it. Their king was losing control. Lyra lifted her shaking hand slowly, touching the side of his face. "Even dying." She looked at him gently. That destroyed him more than the blood. "You're crying," she whispered. Vaelor closed his eyes for half a second. He had survived wars, massacres, centuries of violence. Nothing had ever made him weak enough to cry. Until her. "I'll kill them," he said quietly. Every word sounded like a promise to the gods themselves. "I'll burn every kingdom they built." A weak smile touched her lips. "You always say that." Another crack split through the palace walls. The shadows around them twisted violently. Somewhere outside, something enormous screamed into the night. Vaelor pulled her closer against his chest like he could force life back into her body, through sheer desperation. "You are not leaving me," because somewhere deep inside him, something already knew. The world would keep trying to take her from him. Lyra's breathing weakened. Her fingers brushed against his jaw slowly. Then she whispered, "Find me." Silence. Vaelor froze. The entire world seemed to stop breathing with him. "Lyra?" No answer. Her hand slipped from his face, and something inside him shattered. The palace exploded with darkness. The bells began ringing before sunrise. Lyra woke to the sound with a sharp breath, her pulse already racing. For a moment, she didn't know why her room felt colder than usual. Then she remembered. The choosing. A sick feeling settled low in her stomach. Outside her window, the kingdom of Vaelor still slept beneath layers of silver fog. The towering temple walls glowed pale in the early morning light, cold and endless around her. Today, one girl would be chosen. One girl would be sent into the forest. And everyone already knew it would be her. A knock sounded against her door. "Lyra," Sister Miriam called softly. "It is time. Time." The word made her chest tighten. Lyra stared at her reflection for a long moment before moving. The white ceremonial dress hanging beside her bed looked beautiful enough to belong to a bride instead of a sacrifice. Gold thread shimmered across the fabric like sunlight. They always dressed the saints beautifully before they died. Her fingers shook slightly as she pulled the gown over her skin. The temple had raised her since childhood, fed her, taught her, prayed beside her. But this morning, the long, marble hallways felt less like home and more like a grave waiting to close around her. People bowed as she passed. Some looked sympathetic. Others looked relieved it wasn't them. The bells continued echoing through the temple as Lyra stepped into the grand sanctuary. Hundreds of candles flickered beneath the towering ceiling. The high priest stood beside the altar dressed in crimson and gold robes, his expression unreadable. And surrounding him, the entire kingdom watched in silence. Lyra's throat tightened. This was real. The stories claimed the creature inside the cursed forest demanded an offering every century. A saint, a pure soul. Without the sacrifice, the monster would wake. At least, that was what everyone believed. The high priest lifted his hands slowly. "Today," he announced, his voice echoing through the sanctuary. We honor the gods through sacred devotion. Lyra almost laughed at the word honor. Fear sat too heavily in her chest for honor. The priest turned toward her, and for the first time since entering the sanctuary, something strange flickered across his face. Not pride, not relief, guilt. It vanished quickly. Lyra Vael, he said. The room went still. You have been chosen. A quiet murmur spread through the crowd. Some people lowered their heads instantly in prayer. Others stared at her with the same expression people reserve for the dead. Lyra forced herself to breathe. This was supposed to be an honor. So why did everyone look afraid to meet her eyes? The temple prepared her for death as if it were a celebration. Women brushed scented oil against her skin. Gold chains were wrapped around her wrists. White flowers were pinned into her hair while prayers echoed softly through the chamber. Lyra sat perfectly still through all of it. Like if she moved too suddenly, the reality of what was happening would finally crush her. You should feel honored, one of the younger priestesses whispered while adjusting the fabric around Lyra's shoulders. Honored. Lyra wondered if girls before her had felt honored too, or if they had simply been terrified and too afraid to say it aloud. The heavy doors opened. Every conversation stopped instantly. The high priest entered slowly. The others lowered their heads and quickly left the room, shutting the doors behind them. Silence settled between them. Lyra looked up carefully. For the first time in her life, the high priest looked old. Not powerful, not holy, just tired. You are afraid, he said quietly. Lyra almost laughed. Should I not be? His gaze lowered for half a second. That strange guilt crossed his expression again. Something cold slid down her spine. You know something, she whispered. The priest stayed silent, which was answer enough. Lyra stood slowly from the chair. What's really in that forest? His jaw tightened. The gods demand sacrifice. That is not what I asked. The candles flickered violently. Outside, thunder rolled across the distant mountains. The high priest stared at her for a long moment before speaking again. When you enter the forest, he said carefully, do not run from him. Lyra's breath caught. Him, not it. Fear curled sharply through her chest. What is he? She whispered. Something almost painful crossed the priest's face. Then he stepped back toward the door. You were never meant to know. And then he left her alone. The bells began ringing before sunrise. The sound dragged Lyra from sleep so suddenly her chest tightened before her eyes even opened. For one disoriented moment, she stared at the dark ceiling above her bed, confused by the panic clawing through her body. Then the bells rang again. Slow, heavy, final, and she remembered. The choosing. A cold feeling settled beneath her ribs. Outside her narrow window, dawn slowly spread across the kingdom of Vaelor in pale shades of silver and blue. Fog curled through the streets below the temple like wandering spirits while distant candlelights flickered against the stone pathways. The entire city was already awake. Waiting. Lyra pushed herself upright slowly, pressing a hand against her chest as if it could quiet the violent pounding of her heart. 19 years. 19 years spent inside these walls. Praying, learning, obeying, preparing for this day. Her gaze drifted toward the ceremonial gown hanging beside the fireplace. White silk, gold embroidery stitched carefully across the sleeves and corset. Beautiful enough for a wedding, not a sacrifice. A sharp knock sounded against her door. Lyra, Sister Miriam called softly from the other side. It is time. Time. Such a small word for something that felt this enormous. Lyra swallowed hard before forcing herself out of bed. The stone floor felt freezing beneath her bare feet. For a few seconds, she simply stood there staring at the dress, trying not to think about what waited beyond tonight. The forest. The monster. Death. Everyone in Vaelor grew up hearing the stories. A creature hidden deep within the cursed woods beyond the kingdom walls. A being powerful enough to destroy entire armies if left unsatisfied. Every 100 years, the kingdom offered a saint, a pure soul, a willing sacrifice. And in return, the creature remained inside the forest. At least, that was what the priests claimed. Lyra reached for the gown with trembling fingers. The fabric felt soft against her skin as she dressed slowly in silence. By the time she finished, another knock sounded. More impatient this time. "Lyra? I'm coming." Her own voice sounded strange. Too calm. Like her body had already started separating itself from fear in order to survive the day. She opened the door. Sister Miriam stood waiting in the hallway, holding a silver candle lantern. The older woman's expression softened the second she saw Lyra fully dressed. For a moment, grief flashed across her face so openly it startled her. Then it disappeared behind practiced composure. "You look beautiful," Miriam whispered. The words made Lyra's stomach twist. Beautiful. They always described saints as beautiful right before sending them to die. The temple hallways stretched endlessly around them as they walked. Massive marble pillars towered toward painted ceilings, covered in gold, scripture and holy artwork. Candles flickered inside iron lanterns mounted against the walls, filling the corridors with warm light and the scent of melted wax. Normally, the temple felt peaceful. Today it felt suffocating. People stopped speaking when Lyra passed. Priests lowered their heads respectfully. Young priestesses stared at her with wide eyes filled with pity. One little girl standing near the staircase looked close to tears. Lyra quickly looked away. She couldn't handle pity right now. The bells continued ringing overhead as they descended, deeper into the sanctuary levels of the temple. Each sound felt like a countdown. "You do not have to be afraid," Sister Miriam said quietly after a while. Lyra almost laughed. Instead, she asked softly, "Did you know it would be me?" Silence. That silence answered everything. Pain pressed sharply against her chest. Everyone knew, Lyra realized. Miriam's grip tightened slightly around the lantern. "You were chosen for a reason. There's always a reason when people want someone else to suffer." "Lyra, am I supposed to thank them for it?" Her voice cracked despite her effort to stay calm. Miriam stopped walking. The older woman turned toward her slowly, eyes filled with something dangerously close to guilt. "You have a good heart," she whispered. "That matters." Lyra stared at her. A strange feeling crept beneath her skin. Not comfort. Not reassurance. Fear, because suddenly it sounded less like they were sending her toward a monster, and more like they were apologizing for it. The grand sanctuary doors opened before them. Warm golden light spilled across the marble floor. Hundreds of candles illuminated the enormous chamber beyond, and every seat inside was filled. Nobles, priests, soldiers, citizens. The entire kingdom had gathered to witness the choosing ceremony. A heavy silence spread through the sanctuary the second Lyra entered. Thousands of eyes turned toward her at once. Her pulse stumbled painfully. No one looked celebratory. No one looked proud. They looked terrified. The high priest stood beside the altar, dressed in crimson robes, embroidered with gold symbols. His expression remained unreadable as Lyra approached him slowly. The massive stained glass windows behind him painted the sanctuary, floor in shades of red and gold. Blood colors. The realization made her stomach turn. The high priest lifted his hands. "Today," he announced, his deep voice echoing through the sanctuary, "we honor the sacred pact that has protected this kingdom for centuries." The crowd lowered their heads immediately. Lyra remained still. "Through devotion," the priest continued, through obedience and through sacrifice. Vaelor survives. The word sacrifice echoed through her chest. The priest turned toward her. For the first time since entering the sanctuary, his expression shifted slightly. And Lyra saw it clearly. Regret. Real regret. Cold dread crawled slowly down her spine. Lyra Vael, he said. The sanctuary became completely silent. You have been chosen. A quiet murmur spread through the crowd. Some people bowed their heads in prayer. Others stared at her like she was already dead. Lyra forced herself to breathe evenly. This was real. Tonight, they would send her into the cursed forest. Tonight, she would meet the monster. And for some reason, the people meant to protect her looked more afraid of him than they did for her. The ceremony lasted hours. Lyra stood beside the altar while prayers echoed endlessly through the sanctuary, her body growing more numb with every passing minute. Incense thickened the air. Candles melted slowly around her. The kingdom prayed for protection while pretending not to watch the girl they were sending to die. Every time Lyra lifted her gaze, she caught someone staring. Some looked sympathetic. Others looked relieved it wasn't them. Neither expression helped. By the time the final prayer ended, night had fully fallen outside the stained glass windows. The sanctuary glowed gold beneath thousands of candles. Beautiful. Funeral beautiful. The high priest approached her again. Up close, the exhaustion on his face looked worse somehow. Like the weight of tonight had been crushing him for years. You may speak now, he said quietly. Lyra frowned slightly. Speak? Before the gates open. It is tradition for the saint to offer final words to the kingdom. Final words. The phrase hollowed something inside her chest. She slowly turned toward the massive crowd filling the sanctuary. Thousands of people stared back at her in complete silence. Waiting. Lyra's throat tightened. What exactly was she supposed to say? Thank you for sacrificing me. She swallowed hard before finally speaking. If the gods truly demand this, she said carefully, then I hope my death is worth something. A painful silence followed. The high priest lowered his gaze instantly. Several people in the crowd looked away. No one looked proud anymore. Only ashamed. Fear twisted harder inside her, because suddenly it felt less like a sacred ritual, and more like a lie everyone had agreed to protect. Later, they brought her to a smaller chamber beneath the temple. Only candlelight illuminated the circular stone room. Gold symbols covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Ancient prayers. Protection marks. Or maybe warnings. Lyra sat silently while two priestesses brushed scented oil along her arms and braided pieces of gold ribbon into her hair. Neither woman spoke. The silence felt heavier than conversation. Finally, one of them whispered softly, "I'm sorry." The other priestess immediately looked terrified she had said it aloud. Lyra stared at them both. That same fear again. That same guilt. Her pulse quickened. "What aren't you telling me?" she asked quietly. Neither answered. A sharp knock interrupted the room before she could push further. The priestesses quickly stepped back as the high priest entered. His eyes settled on Lyra for a long moment. Then he dismissed the others. The second the chamber doors shut behind them, silence swallowed the room. Lyra stood slowly. "You know something," she said immediately. The priest didn't deny it. Cold dread slid through her stomach. What's really in the forest? For the first time all night, uncertainty crossed his face. Not fear for himself. Fear for her. "The creature beyond the gates is dangerous," he said carefully. "That is not an answer." His jaw tightened slightly. "The less you know, the safer you are." Lyra laughed bitterly. "You were sending me there to die." Pain flickered across his expression. "No," he whispered. The word startled her. "No?" Before she could speak again, the priest stepped closer. And very quietly he said, When you see him, Lyra's breathing slowed. Do not run. Him, not it. Not beast. Not monster. Him. Fear crawled violently beneath Lyra's skin. What is he? She whispered. The high priest stared at her for a long moment. Something almost haunted moved through his expression. Then he looked away. You were never meant to know. A cold silence filled the chamber. Lyra's pulse pounded painfully in her ears. What does that mean? The priest didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his robes and pulled out a silver chain holding a small black stone. He placed it carefully into her hand. The stone felt strangely warm against her skin. If anything happens, he said quietly, do not let anyone take this from you. Lyra stared down at it in confusion. What is it? His gaze lifted back to hers. And for the first time since she'd known him, the high priest looked afraid. A mistake, he whispered. Then the chamber doors opened behind him. Cold wind rushed suddenly through the room. The gates were opening. Lyra's heartbeat stumbled hard inside her chest. It was time. The high priest stepped aside slowly. But before she walked past him, his voice stopped her one final time. Lyra. She turned. His expression looked older than she had ever seen it, filled with exhaustion, regret, and grief. I truly am sorry. The entire kingdom gathered to watch her disappear. By the time Lyra stepped into the temple courtyard, night had covered Vaelor completely. Moonlight spilled across the stone pathways. Thousands of candles flickered against the massive walls surrounding the sanctuary while cold wind moved through the crowd like a warning. People filled every corner of the courtyard. Nobles wrapped in fur-lined cloaks. Soldiers standing motionless beside iron gates. Families holding frightened children close to their sides. And all of them stared at her. The saint, the sacrifice. Lyra forced herself to keep walking. The white gown brushed softly against the stone beneath her feet, while the black stone necklace rested heavily against her chest beneath the fabric. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about the high priest's face. Do not run. The words repeated endlessly in her mind. The deeper she moved through the crowd, the quieter everything became. No one whispered anymore. No one prayed. Even the bells had stopped ringing. Fear pressed tightly against her ribs. At the end of the courtyard stood the gates. Enormous black iron doors towering nearly 3 times higher than the temple walls themselves. Beyond them, the cursed forest. The trees stretched endlessly into darkness beneath the moonlight, twisted branches tangling together so thickly they almost blocked out the sky. The forest looked wrong. Too still. Too silent. Like the entire thing was alive and waiting. Lyra slowed without meaning to. Every instinct in her body screamed at her to turn around. To run. To survive. But hundreds of eyes watched from behind her, waiting to see their saint walk willingly toward death. The high priest stepped beside her one final time. His crimson robes shifted quietly in the cold wind. You must continue alone from here, he said softly. Lyra stared at the gates ahead. That's it. The words came out sharper than she intended. The priest remained silent for a moment. Then he said quietly, The kingdom will remember your sacrifice. Something bitter twisted inside her chest. That isn't comforting. Pain flickered briefly across his face. For a second, he looked like he wanted to say something else. Something important. Instead, he stepped closer. So quietly only she could hear him, he whispered, I am sorry. The words hit harder this time. Because people did not apologize before honoring someone. They apologized before betraying them. Cold fear slid down her spine. Before she could speak again, the gates began opening. A deep groan echoed through the courtyard, as iron scraped violently against stone. The sound seemed to shake the entire kingdom. Cold air poured from the darkness beyond the gates. Not normal cold. This felt older somehow. Sharper. The crowd immediately lowered their heads. Not in respect. In fear. Lyra stared into the forest. Darkness stretched endlessly between the trees. The moonlight barely touched the ground beyond the gates. Everything inside looked swallowed by shadow. Her pulse pounded painfully against her ribs. This was real. There would be no miracle. No last-minute rescue. No mercy. The kingdom was truly sending her inside. Alone, a soldier stepped forward silently and held out a lantern toward her. Lyra took it with slightly trembling fingers. The warm glow barely pushed back the darkness ahead. "You may begin," the high priest announced quietly behind her. Begin, as if this was some holy journey instead of an execution. Fear climbed higher into her throat. For one horrible second, Lyra considered running. She imagined turning around, dropping the lantern, forcing her way through the crowd and never looking back. But then what? The kingdom would hunt her. And deep down, she already knew they feared whatever waited in the forest more than they valued her life. So she stepped forward. The second she crossed the gates, cold wrapped around her skin like invisible hands. The air changed instantly. Heavy, watching, alive. Behind her, the iron gates slammed shut. The sound echoed through the forest like a final warning. And suddenly, Lyra was completely alone. The forest swallowed sound. Lyra stood frozen for several seconds after the gates closed behind her, lantern shaking slightly in her hand. Silence pressed from every direction. No wind. No insects. No distant animals. Nothing. Even the kingdom beyond the gates had disappeared completely, as if the forest itself had erased the world behind her. Fear crawled slowly beneath her skin. The lanterns, weak glows stretched across twisted roots and black earth, while enormous trees towered, endlessly overhead, their branches tangling together so thickly they blocked most of the moonlight. The deeper shadows looked almost alive. Watching, Lyra tightened her grip on the lantern and forced herself to move. One step, then another. The gown dragged softly behind her through damp leaves and tangled roots. Every story she had ever heard about this place returned all at once. The creatures sleeping beneath the mountain. The beast that destroyed armies. The monster who once drowned kingdoms in blood. Children in Vaelor grew up hearing those stories as warnings. Obey the temple. Pray to the gods. Or the monster in the forest will come for you. Her breathing became uneven. The silence made everything worse. At least screams would have sounded human. This felt unnatural. Like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. A branch cracked somewhere behind her. Lyra spun instantly. The lantern light shook violently across the trees. Nothing. Only darkness. Her heartbeat slammed painfully against her ribs. "You're imagining things," she whispered. The words sounded small, weak. The forest swallowed them immediately. She kept walking. The cold deepened the farther she moved between the trees. Strange silver fog curled across the ground around her feet while shadows stretched endlessly through the woods. Then, another sound. Closer this time. Not branches. Footsteps. Heavy ones. Lyra stopped breathing. Something large moved somewhere beyond the trees to her left. The branches shifted slowly, like something massive had brushed against them. Fear locked her body in place. The lantern trembled harder in her hand. "Who's there?" She called before she could stop herself. Silence answered. Then, a low growl echoed through the darkness. Not animal. Something worse. Something almost human beneath the sound. Lyra stumbled backward instantly. The lantern light flashed wildly across the trees. And for one horrible second, she saw eyes. Black, watching her from the darkness. Lyra's breath caught painfully in her throat. The eyes vanished. Fear exploded through her chest. She turned quickly, trying to move faster through the trees, but the long gown tangled around her legs. The lantern light shook violently. Another sound echoed behind her. Closer now. The heavy sound of footsteps circling slowly through the forest. Something was following her. Panic clawed violently through her body. Run. Every instinct screamed it at once. Lyra grabbed the sides of her gown and hurried deeper between the trees. Branches scraped against her arms. Cold air burned in her lungs. The footsteps behind her never rushed. That somehow terrified her more. Whatever followed her knew she couldn't escape. A sharp root caught beneath her foot suddenly. Lyra cried out as she fell hard against the forest floor. The lantern rolled from her hand. Light spun wildly across the trees before stopping several feet away. Darkness closed around her instantly. Pain shot through her palms as she pushed herself up quickly. And then, silence. Complete silence. Even the footsteps had stopped. Fear slowed her breathing. Slowly, Lyra lifted her head. A figure stood between the trees ahead of her. Tall, motionless, watching. The moonlight barely touched him, but she could still make out broad shoulders, wrapped in black fabric and something terrifyingly inhuman in the way he stood completely still, not hiding, waiting. Her pulse stumbled violently. The figure stepped forward, and Lyra realized with horror. The darkness itself seemed to move around him. Lyra couldn't breathe. The figure moved closer between the trees with slow, deliberate steps. Not hurried, not cautious. Like he already knew she couldn't escape him. Moonlight slipped briefly across his face. Dark hair, sharp features, beautiful in a way that felt deeply wrong. And those eyes, completely black. No white. No color, only darkness staring directly into her. Lyra's body locked in place. Every story she had ever heard suddenly felt far too real. Monster. The word echoed violently inside her head. The creature stopped several feet away from her. Close enough now that she could see the details of him clearly. Tall enough to tower over her even from where she sat on the ground. Black clothing wrapped around broad shoulders and strong arms like something from another century. Silver rings glinted against his fingers while shadows curled softly around his boots as though the forest itself bent toward him. But it was his expression that unsettled her most. He wasn't looking at her hungrily or angrily. He looked stunned, like seeing her had shaken something inside him. Neither of them moved. Cold air drifted between the trees while Lyra's pulse thundered painfully through her chest. The creature's gaze moved slowly across her face, almost carefully, then lower, toward the white ceremonial gown, toward the gold ribbons braided into her hair. Something dark flickered across his expression. Not satisfaction. Rage. A terrifying kind of rage. The shadows around him twisted violently for half a second. The entire forest seemed to react with him. Branches creaked overhead. The ground beneath Lyra trembled slightly. Fear finally snapped her body back to life. She pushed herself backward desperately against the cold earth. The creature immediately froze, like her fear physically hurt him. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. The black-eyed creature stared at her silently for several long seconds. Then very slowly, he lowered himself to one knee. The movement stunned her so completely she forgot to breathe. What? The forest remained deathly quiet around them. Even the shadows seemed still now. The creature kept his gaze lowered for a moment, before finally looking back at her. His expression had changed again. The rage was gone. Now he looked almost devastated. When he finally spoke, his voice came low and rough enough to send chills down her spine. "My queen." Lyra stared at him in silence. Her pulse hammered painfully against her ribs. Nothing about this made sense. Monsters were not supposed to kneel. They were not supposed to look at someone with grief in their eyes. And they definitely were not supposed to call her queen. The creature rose slowly back to his feet. Every movement felt careful, controlled, like he was forcing himself not to frighten her further. Too late for that. Lyra pushed herself up from the forest floor as quickly as she could, keeping distance between them. The black-eyed man watched her closely, but made no move toward her. Cold wind drifted through the trees around them. The lantern still glowed weakly several feet away, casting trembling light across the forest. "You need to leave," Lyra whispered. The words sounded ridiculous the second they left her mouth. Leave? This was his forest. Something dark flickered across his expression again. Not anger. Pain. "I searched for you," he said quietly. His voice sounded rougher now, like the words themselves hurt. For a very long time, fear twisted tighter inside her chest. "I don't know you." Silence followed. The creature's gaze lowered briefly, like he was trying to steady himself. Then he looked back at her. "You did once." The shadows around the trees shifted softly behind him, almost restless, watching him the same way Lyra was. The realization sent another wave of fear through her body. The forest obeyed him, or belonged to him. Lyra forced herself to breathe evenly. "You're the monster," she whispered. The words hung heavily between them. For the first time, something almost amused flickered briefly across his face. Not cruel amusement. Something tired. "That is what they call me now." Now, the word caught her attention immediately. Before she could ask what he meant, a distant howl echoed somewhere deep within the forest. Low, violent. The creature's expression darkened instantly. The entire atmosphere around him changed. The shadows twisting near his feet sharpened suddenly. Danger rolled off him so fast it stole the air from her lungs. He turned his head slightly toward the sound in the distance, listening. Then his black eyes snapped back to hers. "We need to move." Fear spiked instantly. "No." The answer came too fast, too desperate. The creature took one careful step toward her. Lyra stumbled backward immediately. His jaw tightened. "I will not hurt you. You expect me to believe that?" Another distant growl echoed through the trees. Closer this time. The creature's expression turned lethal. Not toward her. Toward whatever was out there. "You are not safe here alone," he said quietly. The cold certainty in his voice terrified her. Because for the first time since entering the forest, she realized he might not be the only thing hiding inside it. The growl came again. Closer. This time, Lyra heard movement between the trees behind her. Heavy movement. Branches cracking. Something large was approaching. Fear shot violently through her chest. The black-eyed creature stepped in front of her instantly. The movement happened so fast she barely saw it. 1 second he stood several feet away. The next his body blocked hers completely. Shadows curled sharply around him. The forest suddenly felt colder. "What is that?" Lyra whispered. The creature didn't look away from the darkness ahead. "Hungry." The word settled horribly in her stomach. Another growl echoed through the trees. Then another. Not one creature. Several. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. Shapes moved between the shadows ahead. Large. Fast. Watching. The black-eyed man slowly flexed his fingers at his sides. Silver rings glinted in the moonlight. "Stay behind me," he said quietly. The command should have angered her. Instead, fear forced her body to obey immediately. The creatures in the darkness moved closer. And suddenly Lyra understood something terrifying. Whatever these things were, they feared him too. A massive creature emerged from the trees. Lyra nearly stopped breathing. It looked almost wolf-like, but far too large to be natural. Black fur covered its body while glowing silver eyes locked directly onto her. Sharp teeth flashed beneath curled lips. Then another step from the shadows beside it. And another. 3 creatures circled slowly through the trees, low growls vibrating through the forest floor beneath Lyra's feet. Fear rooted her in place. The black-eyed man remained perfectly still in front of her. Calm, deadly calm. One of the creatures took another step toward Lyra. The forest instantly darkened. Shadows exploded violently outward from the man standing before her. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Every growl stopped. Complete silence slammed through the forest. The creatures immediately lowered themselves toward the ground. Not attacking. Submitting. Lyra stared in shock. The black-eyed creatures. Voice came low and lethal enough to send chills down her spine. "Look at her again," he said softly. "And I will tear your hearts out myself." The wolves immediately backed away. Fear crawled violently through Lyra's chest. Not because of the creatures anymore. Because of him. The wolves disappeared back into the trees almost instantly. 1 second they stood there. The next, darkness swallowed them whole. Silence returned to the forest. Heavy, unnatural. Lyra couldn't stop staring at the man in front of her. The shadows around him slowly settled again, curling back toward his feet like living smoke. He had not raised his voice, had not moved. And somehow that made everything worse. The black-eyed creature turned toward her carefully, as if he already knew she was terrified. "You should not have been left alone out here," he said quietly. Lyra almost laughed from disbelief. "You are the reason people are afraid of this forest." Something unreadable crossed his expression. "Am I?" The question unsettled her more than anger would have. He stepped toward the lantern lying several feet away, and picked it up slowly, before offering it back to her. Lyra hesitated. For one irrational second, she feared touching his hand. Not because he looked filthy or monstrous, because he looked too human, too beautiful, and somehow that felt more dangerous. Finally, she reached for the lantern carefully. The second her fingers brushed his skin, something slammed violently through her chest. A sharp flash exploded across her mind. Gold walls, fire, a hand covered in blood reaching for hers. And his voice. "Find me." Lyra gasped sharply and stumbled backward. The lantern nearly slipped from her hands. The black-eyed creature froze instantly. For the first time since meeting him, real fear crossed his face. Lyra pressed a trembling hand against her chest. Her pulse spiraled out of control. What was that? The image had felt real. Too real. Not imagination. Not a dream. A memory. The creature stared at her, like he already knew exactly what she had seen. Hope flickered dangerously across his expression. "Lyra!" Hearing her name in his voice did something strange to her chest. Too intimate. Too familiar. Fear pushed violently through her confusion. "Stay away from me." The words came out uneven. The black-eyed man immediately stopped moving. Pain crossed his face again. That same unbearable grief she kept seeing every time he looked at her. "I would never hurt you," he said quietly. "You keep saying that." Her voice shook harder now. "But you know things you shouldn't." Cold wind moved through the trees around them. The forest seemed restless, watching the conversation unfold. The creature inhaled slowly before finally speaking again. "My name is Vaelor." The name wrapped strangely around her thoughts, like she had heard it before. Somewhere distant, somewhere buried deep enough to hurt. Lyra hated that feeling instantly. "You need to take me back," she whispered. Vaelor's expression darkened slightly. "There is nothing for you back there." The certainty in his voice made fear tighten painfully inside her chest. "You don't know anything about my life." His black eyes held hers steadily. I know they lied to you. Lyra stared at him in shock. Cold fear curled sharply through her stomach. What? Vaelor remained completely still. The shadows around him drifted softly between the trees while moonlight caught against the silver rings on his fingers. The temple told you I am a monster, he said quietly. You killed people. The words left her too fast. Because everyone knew that part of the stories. Entire armies disappearing near the forest. Villages abandoned overnight. Bodies never found. Vaelor's expression didn't change. Yes, the honesty startled her. No excuses. No denial. Just truth. Fear pressed tighter against her ribs. Then why would they lie? For the first time, something dangerous moved behind his eyes. Not directed at her. At the kingdom beyond the forest. Because fear is easier to control than truth, the words settled heavily in the silence between them. Lyra tightened her grip on the lantern. You expect me to trust you after 5 minutes? No, the answer came immediately. I expect you to survive long enough to remember. A chill ran violently down her spine. Remember. That word again. As if there were pieces of her life missing. As if he knew parts of her she had never known herself. The forest suddenly trembled around them. A low sound echoed somewhere deep beneath the ground. Vaelor's head lifted instantly. His expression sharpened. What was that? Lyra whispered. The shadows around him darkened immediately. We need to leave. Before Lyra could respond, the ground shook again. Harder this time. Branches rattled violently overhead. The lantern light flickered. Fear shot through her chest. Something was moving through the forest. Something enormous. Vaelor stepped closer instantly, his entire body tense now. For the first time since meeting him, he looked genuinely worried. Stay close to me. The command came lower this time. More dangerous. Lyra's pulse hammered painfully. What is happening? Vaelor's black eyes scanned the darkness surrounding them. You were never supposed to enter the forest tonight. The words stunned her. What? Another violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Somewhere in the distance, trees cracked loudly, like something massive was forcing its way through the woods. Fear crawled up Lyra's spine. Vaelor cursed softly under his breath. The shadows around his body twisted sharply. Then his gaze snapped back to hers. Can you run? Lyra stared at him. The question alone terrified her. What is out there? For the first time, Vaelor hesitated. And that hesitation scared her more than anything else tonight. Another crash echoed through the forest. Closer now. Trees groaned violently somewhere beyond the darkness. Lyra's heartbeat stumbled hard inside her chest. Vaelor grabbed her wrist. The touch should have terrified her. Instead, heat rushed sharply beneath her skin, the second his fingers closed around her. Another flash tore through her mind. A ballroom glowing gold beneath candlelight. His hand against the small of her back. Her laughter. The image vanished instantly. Lyra gasped softly. Vaelor's grip loosened immediately. His black eyes searched her face with dangerous intensity. What did you see? Fear twisted violently through her chest. I don't know. The answer sounded too weak. Too uncertain. The ground trembled again. This time, a roar exploded through the forest. Not wolf-like. Not human. Something ancient and enormous. Branches shattered in the distance. Vaelor's entire expression darkened. We are leaving, now. Before Lyra could protest, shadows surged violently around them. The darkness itself wrapped across the forest floor like smoke. And suddenly, Vaelor pulled her against his chest. Lyra barely had time to inhale before the world moved. The forest blurred around them. Cold air slammed against her skin as shadows twisted violently through the trees. Vaelor moved impossibly fast. one arm wrapped securely around her waist while darkness swallowed the ground beneath his feet. The lantern light disappeared completely behind them. Lyra gripped the front of his black coat instinctively. Fear and confusion tangled violently inside her chest. The scent of smoke and winter surrounded him. Not blood. Not death. Him. Another deafening roar echoed somewhere behind them. Closer than before. Vaelor's jaw tightened. The shadows around his body darkened instantly. "What is chasing us?" Lyra shouted over the wind. For several seconds he didn't answer. Then quietly, "A mistake," the same word the high priest had used. Cold dread slid through her stomach. Before she could ask anything else, the trees suddenly opened around them. Lyra's breath caught sharply. A massive castle rose from the darkness ahead. Moonlight spilled across towering black stone walls wrapped in silver vines. Massive Gothic towers stretched into the night sky while glowing. Windows flickered behind iron balconies, high above the forest. The castle looked impossible. Ancient, beautiful, terrifying, and somehow completely hidden within the cursed woods. Vaelor slowed as they approached the enormous gates. The iron doors opened instantly. Not by servants. By shadows. Darkness curled across the stone like living hands, pulling the gates apart without a sound. Lyra's pulse spiraled harder. Everything here obeyed him. The forest. The creatures. Even the shadows. Vaelor finally released her slowly once they stepped inside the castle walls. The second his arm left her waist, cold rushed back across her skin. Something about that unsettled her immediately. The courtyard around them remained silent beneath the moonlight. Black roses climbed the stone walls. Silver fountains reflected pale light across the dark marble pathways. Not abandoned. Not ruined. Lived in. Vaelor turned toward her carefully. "You are safe here." Fear rose instantly inside her chest. Because somehow, that felt less comforting than it should have. Lyra stared up at the castle in silence. Nothing about this place matched the stories. She had expected bones, blood, rotting ruins hidden beneath the forest. Not silver fountains and black roses climbing towering stone walls. The courtyard looked untouched by time, beautiful in a way that made her uneasy. Cold wind drifted softly through the iron arches above them while shadows moved lazily across the marble floor like living things. Watching, always watching. Vaelor studied her carefully, as if he could already feel the fear building beneath her skin. "You should rest," he said quietly. Lyra almost laughed. "Rest? Inside a monster's castle? You brought me here against my will." The words echoed sharply through the courtyard. Vaelor didn't react angrily. That somehow made it worse. "If I had left you in the forest," he said calmly, "you would be dead already." Fear twisted tighter in her stomach. What was chasing us? Something unreadable flickered across his face. "Not something you need to worry about tonight." That is not an answer. For the first time, irritation darkened his expression slightly. "You ask questions as if you are prepared for the answers." The coldness in his voice startled her. Silence stretched between them. Then his gaze shifted slowly across her face again. Softer this time. Almost painful. "You're exhausted." The concern in his voice unsettled her more than anger would have. Lyra took a careful step backward. Distance. She needed distance from him. From this place. From the strange memories clawing through her head every time he touched her. Vaelor noticed the movement immediately. His expression darkened. Not angry. Hurt. The realization made Lyra's chest tighten strangely. Why would he care if she feared him? He was the monster from the stories. The creature kingdom sacrificed girls to. And yet every time she looked at him, he stared back at her like she was the one capable of destroying him. The thought unsettled her deeply. I want to leave, she whispered. The courtyard fell silent. Vaelor's black eyes held hers steadily. No, the word came quietly. Certain. Fear flared instantly. You don't get to decide that. Something dangerous flickered beneath his calm expression. If you walk beyond these walls tonight, you will die. Then take me back to the kingdom. At that, real anger finally crossed his face. The shadows around the courtyard sharpened instantly. They sent you here to die. His voice dropped lower, colder. And you still think that place is safer than this castle? Lyra opened her mouth, then stopped. Because deep down, part of her knew he was right. The realization terrified her. Vaelor exhaled slowly, forcing the anger from his expression. When he spoke again, his voice sounded quieter. 12 guards watch the gates tonight. Lyra frowned slightly. What? They usually send 40. Confusion twisted through her fear. What does that mean? Vaelor's gaze darkened. It means they expected something else to kill you before morning. Cold silence settled heavily between them. Lyra struggled to process his words. Expected something else. Not him. Something worse. A distant memory surfaced suddenly. The roar in the forest. The ground shaking beneath her feet. Fear curled sharply through her chest again. Vaelor watched her expression carefully. You finally understand why I brought you here. Lyra looked away from him quickly. Because she hated that part of her did understand. And she hated even more that she felt safer standing beside him than she had inside the temple. The realization felt wrong. Dangerously wrong. A large wooden door behind Vaelor slowly opened. Lyra startled immediately. An older woman stepped into the courtyard dressed in elegant black clothing trimmed with silver embroidery. Her dark hair was streaked with grey, and sharp eyes instantly landed on Lyra. For one long second, the woman froze completely. Shock crossed her face. Then emotion hit so hard it almost looked like grief. My gods, she whispered softly. Vaelor's expression tightened slightly. She remembers nothing. The woman looked back toward him slowly. Sadness moved across her face instantly. Of course she doesn't. Lyra's pulse quickened. Again with the cryptic answers. Again with people acting like they already knew her. The woman stepped closer carefully. Unlike Vaelor, she looked at Lyra gently. Like someone approaching an injured animal. My name is Eveline, she said softly. And you must be freezing. Lyra stared at her suspiciously. You know who I am too. Eveline's expression faltered. Then quietly, yes. Fear tightened sharply in Lyra's chest. Neither of them looked surprised to see her. Not truly. Shocked. Yes. Emotional. But not confused. As if they had been expecting her all along. What do you think I am? Lyra whispered. Silence followed instantly. Vaelor looked away first. That terrified her more than any answer could have. Eveline stepped forward carefully. You should eat before we speak about any of this. I'm not hungry. That was not a suggestion. The sharpness in the older woman's voice startled Lyra. Then softer. You're shaking. Only then did Lyra realize how cold she actually felt. Her entire body ached from tension. Exhaustion dragged heavily beneath her skin. Everything happening tonight felt impossible. The forest. The creatures. The memories. Vaelor. None of it felt real. Eveline gestured toward the open doors behind her. Come inside. Lyra hesitated. Vaelor noticed immediately. His expression hardened slightly. You are safer with me than anywhere else in this kingdom. The certainty in his voice sent another chill down her spine. Not arrogance. Fact. That somehow felt worse. Slowly, Lyra stepped toward the castle entrance. The second she passed Vaelor, awareness rushed sharply through her body again. Heat. Electricity. Something deeply familiar pulling violently beneath her skin. Vaelor felt it too. She saw it in the way his breathing slowed, in the way his black eyes darkened instantly. Fear climbed painfully into her throat, because some part of her body recognized him, even when her mind didn't. The castle interior looked even more impossible than the outside. Massive chandeliers glowed above black, marble floors polished enough to reflect candlelight across the walls. Silver detailing wrapped around, towering staircases, while dark paintings filled the long corridors stretching deeper into the castle. Nothing here looked abandoned or monstrous. It looked royal. The realization unsettled Lyra immediately. Soft music echoed faintly somewhere in the distance. A piano. The sound drifted through the castle slowly enough to feel haunting. Eveline led her through several enormous hallways while servants quietly lowered their heads as they passed. Servants. Actual servants. Lyra's pulse quickened again. Who exactly was Vaelor? The stories had described a beast, a creature living alone inside cursed ruins. Not this. Never this. As they reached the top of a staircase, Lyra noticed something hanging along the far wall. Portraits. Dozens of them. Large oil paintings framed in gold. Every single one showed the same woman. Her. Lyra stopped walking instantly. Fear slammed violently into her chest. No, that wasn't possible. The women in the paintings wore crowns and elaborate gowns from another time period. But the faces, they all had her face. Some smiled softly. Others looked serious. One stood beside a dark-haired man with black eyes. Vaelor. Cold panic flooded her body. What is this? Her voice came out barely above a whisper. Eveline slowly turned toward her. Sadness crossed her expression immediately. Vaelor remained silent behind them. And somehow, that silence felt like confirmation. Lyra stared at the portraits in horror. There were too many. Different dresses. Different centuries. Different versions of her. But always the same face. Her face. No, she whispered immediately. Her breathing turned uneven. This isn't funny. Vaelor stepped closer carefully. It is not a joke. The calmness in his voice terrified her. Lyra backed away from the paintings. From him. You expect me to believe this? One of the portraits showed her standing beside a throne wrapped in black roses. Another showed Vaelor kneeling beside her with blood staining his hands. Fear spiraled violently inside her chest. I don't know who you people think I am. You are Lyra. Vaelor's voice cut through hers quietly. Certain. But you were someone else first. The words shattered through the hallway silence. Something sharp flashed behind Lyra's eyes instantly. A crown. Fire. A pair of black eyes staring at her through smoke. Pain exploded suddenly through her head. Lyra gasped and grabbed the wall beside her. Vaelor reached for her immediately. The second his hand touched her arm, another memory slammed violently into her mind. His voice against her ear, his hands pulling her closer. A whisper, "You are mine in every lifetime." The memory vanished instantly. Lyra ripped away from him in panic. Fear crashed violently through her chest. Because for one horrible second, she had wanted to stay in his arms. Vaelor froze the second she pulled away from him. The shadows around the hallway darkened sharply. Not enough to frighten her. Enough to show he was losing control. Lyra pressed herself harder against the wall, breathing unevenly. What are you doing to me? Fear cracked through her voice. Vaelor's expression shifted instantly. Pain replaced the darkness in his eyes. I would never force memories onto you. Then why does this keep happening? Silence. That terrible silence again. As if there were answers he refused to give her. Eveline stepped forward carefully. Your soul remembers him, she said softly. The words made Lyra's stomach twist violently. No, it's true. No. Her voice rose harder this time, because hearing it spoken aloud made everything feel more real, more dangerous. Vaelor's black eyes remained fixed on her face. "You knew me before this life." The calm certainty in his voice terrified her more than shouting ever could. Lyra shook her head instantly. "That's impossible, is it?" Another flash struck her suddenly. Warm hands against her waist. Black roses scattered across silk sheets. His voice low beside her ear. "Look at me." Heat rushed sharply beneath her skin before the memory disappeared. Lyra sucked in a shaky breath. Vaelor noticed immediately. His expression darkened with something dangerously close to hunger. Not for her fear, for the memory itself. As if even fragments of her remembering mattered to him. Lyra hated the way her body reacted around him. Every glance, every touch, every deep sound of his voice seemed to pull at something buried painfully deep inside her. And worst of all, part of her wanted to understand why. Fear curled tighter around her ribs. "I want answers." Vaelor studied her silently for several seconds. Then finally, "You were not born inside the temple." The words stunned her instantly. "What?" Eveline lowered her gaze sadly. "The priests found you when you were very young." Lyra stared at them both. No, the temple had raised her, protected her. That was the only life she remembered. Vaelor stepped closer carefully. "They erased your past." "Stop lying." His jaw tightened slightly. "I never lied to you." The certainty in his voice hit harder than anger would have. Lyra shook her head again, panic rising violently now. "This is insane. You were a queen." The hallway fell completely silent. Lyra stared at him. "A queen." The word sounded absurd. Impossible. Vaelor's gaze never left hers. "And you died in my arms." Something inside Lyra's chest snapped painfully. Another memory crashed through her mind. Fire consuming enormous palace walls. Blood across marble floors. Vaelor screaming her name. The force of it nearly dropped her to her knees. She grabbed the edge of a nearby table hard enough to steady herself. "No." The whisper barely left her lips. Vaelor moved instantly. Strong hands caught her before she could fall. Heat rushed violently through her body the second he touched her. This memory hit harder than the others. His forehead pressed against hers. His voice rough with desperation. "Stay with me." A sob tore through her chest before the memory vanished. Lyra jerked away from him immediately. Terror flooded her entire body. Because the grief in that memory had felt real. Real enough to break her. Vaelor looked just as destroyed. Like watching her remember physically hurt him. "I don't understand," Lyra whispered. And for the first time since entering the castle, her fear no longer came only from him. It came from the possibility that he was telling the truth. Eveline insisted Lyra eat something before any more questions were asked. Lyra barely tasted the food placed in front of her. The dining hall alone felt overwhelming. Massive chandeliers glowed above a table long enough to seat dozens of people. Black candles flickered against silver walls while storm winds rattled softly against towering windows overlooking the forest. Nothing about this castle felt empty. It felt lived in, loved, and somehow that unsettled her more than ruins would have. Vaelor sat across from her in silence, watching, not in the way men inside Vaelor watched women. Not hunger, not possession. Something worse. Devotion. The realization made her chest tighten strangely. Every servant entering the room avoided looking directly at him. Not because they feared punishment. Because they respected him. Feared him. Worshipped him. Lyra noticed it immediately. And apparently Vaelor noticed her noticing. "You are staring," he said quietly. Heat rushed unexpectedly into her face. "I'm trying to understand what you are." The room fell silent. Eveline stopped moving near the fireplace. Several servants lowered their eyes instantly. Vaelor leaned back slowly in his chair. Shadows curled lazily against the floor beneath him. Then calmly, I am whatever your kingdom feared enough to lie about for centuries. Lyra swallowed hard. That is not an answer. No, Vaelor agreed softly. But it is the truth. Rain began hitting the windows outside. Heavy, violent. The storm had finally reached the castle. Lightning flashed briefly across the dining hall, illuminating Vaelor's black eyes for half a second. Beautiful, inhuman, dangerous, and somehow impossible to look away from. Lyra hated that. She looked down quickly at the untouched food in front of her. If the kingdom lied, she whispered, then what are you really? For the first time since meeting him, Vaelor hesitated. Not because he feared her reaction, because he seemed to choose his words carefully around her. Finally, he spoke. Long before your kingdom existed, there were beings created to guard the balance between worlds. Cold unease curled through her stomach. Worlds. The human world, he said quietly. And everything beneath it. The storm outside intensified. Lightning cracked violently through the sky. Shadows flickered across the walls around him. We were worshipped once, Vaelor continued. Then feared. Then hunted. Lyra stared at him in silence. We? A dark expression crossed his face. There are not many left now. Something about the way he said it made loneliness ache beneath the words. For one strange second, Lyra pitied him. The realization startled her immediately. You still haven't explained what I have to do with any of this, Lyra said quietly. Vaelor's gaze lifted back to hers instantly. Everything in the room seemed to sharpen around them. The servants moved more carefully. Even the storm outside suddenly felt distant. You were the only human capable of binding our world to yours, without destroying either one. The words made absolutely no sense. Lyra frowned. What does that even mean? It means, Eveline said softly from beside the fireplace, that kingdoms rose and fell because of you. Fear slid slowly through Lyra's chest. No, you ruled beside him, Eveline continued carefully. And people feared what the two of you could become together. Vaelor remained completely silent. That silence somehow confirmed everything more than words. Lyra pushed back slightly from the table. This is insane. Your kingdom murdered you, Vaelor said quietly. The calmness in his voice made the words hit harder. They poisoned you during the peace celebration. Another flash tore through Lyra's mind instantly. Golden goblets. Music, Vaelor smiling at her from across a ballroom. Then pain. Burning pain. Her body collapsing. The memory vanished violently. Lyra gripped the edge of the table as nausea twisted through her stomach. Vaelor stood immediately. Concern darkened his face. Enough! The command was directed at Eveline. Not her. But Lyra barely noticed. Because suddenly, the taste of poison felt horrifyingly familiar. Lyra pushed herself away from the table suddenly. The chair scraped sharply across the marble floor. I need air. Her breathing felt wrong. Too fast. Too shallow. The memories crashing through her mind no longer felt distant. They felt real. Too real. Vaelor moved immediately. I'll take you. No. The word came out harder than she intended. Silence filled the dining hall instantly. Vaelor stopped moving. The shadows around him stilled completely. Lyra hated the flash of hurt that crossed his face. Why did he keep looking at her like that? Like every word she spoke could ruin him. Her voice weakened slightly. I need a minute. Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then finally he nodded once. There is a balcony at the end of the west corridor. Lyra didn't wait for anything else. She turned quickly and left the dining hall before anyone could stop her. The castle hallways felt colder now. Storm winds rattled against the windows while lightning flashed. outside in violent bursts of silver and white. Her pulse still hadn't slowed. A queen. Poison. Past lives. None of this could possibly be real. And yet, the memories felt too vivid to dismiss completely. The pain. The warmth of his hands. The sound of his voice. Every fragment felt like something buried beneath her skin trying to claw its way free. Lyra finally reached the balcony doors and pushed them open. Cold rain-scented air hit her instantly. The storm stretched endlessly above the forest beyond the castle walls. Lightning illuminated the black trees below, while thunder rolled through the mountains in deep, violent waves. For the first time tonight, she felt small. Not because of the castle, not because of Vaelor, because the world suddenly seemed much larger than she had ever believed. Lyra stepped toward the stone railing slowly. Rain mist cooled her overheated skin. She closed her eyes for 1 second, then froze. Someone stood behind her. Fear shot through her body instantly. Lyra turned sharply. Vaelor remained near the doorway, keeping distance between them. Stormlight flashed across his face. "I said I needed to be alone." "You are." The calm answer irritated her immediately. Lightning illuminated his black eyes again. "Beautiful." "Wrong." "Dangerous." Her chest tightened painfully. "I don't understand why you keep looking at me like that." The question slipped out before she could stop it. Vaelor went still. Completely still. For several seconds, the storm became the only sound between them. Then quietly, "Because I spent centuries believing I would never see you again." The words wrapped around her chest painfully. Too soft. Too honest. Lyra looked away from him first. Because something dangerous moved beneath her ribs every time he spoke like that. "You don't even know me." Vaelor stepped slightly closer. "I know every version of you." Fear and heat tangled violently inside her stomach. "That doesn't make sense." "No," he agreed quietly. "Not yet." Rain drifted softly across the balcony between them. Neither moved. Neither looked away. And suddenly the distance separating them felt far too small. Vaelor's gaze lowered slowly toward her mouth. The movement lasted barely a second. But Lyra noticed. And judging by the darkness suddenly flickering behind his eyes, he knew she noticed too. The realization sent heat rushing sharply beneath her skin. Dangerous. This was dangerous. Because for one horrible moment, she wanted him to touch her again. A loud crash of thunder shattered the silence. Lyra stepped backward immediately. The spell between them broke instantly. Vaelor's expression darkened. Not angry at her. Angry at himself. "We should continue this tomorrow," he said quietly. Lyra frowned slightly. "Continue what?" His black eyes held hers steadily. "Your memories." Lyra barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, memories chased her through the darkness. Fire spreading across gold walls. Black shadows swallowing entire rooms. Vaelor's voice calling her name like prayer and grief tangled together. She woke some time before dawn, with her pulse racing violently. Cold sweat clung to her skin. The massive bedroom around her remained silent beneath pale morning light spilling through enormous windows. For several long seconds, she forgot where she was. Then she saw the black roses arranged beside the fireplace. The castle. Vaelor. Everything came crashing back instantly. Lyra sat up slowly, pressing trembling fingers against her temples. The room itself looked beautiful enough to belong to royalty. Dark silver curtains framed, towering windows overlooking the forest, while candles still flickered, softly beside a massive bed covered in black silk sheets. Nothing here looked cruel. Nothing looked monstrous. That unsettled her more than blood ever could have. A soft knock sounded against the bedroom door. Lyra froze immediately. "Come in," she called carefully. The door opened. Eveline entered carrying a silver tray filled with tea and fresh bread. Unlike the servants, she looked directly at Lyra without fear. Only sadness. "You should eat," Eveline said gently. Lyra almost laughed. Apparently everyone in this castle believed food solved emotional collapse. Eveline placed the tray carefully near the fireplace before turning back toward her. "You slept longer than expected." Lyra frowned slightly. "What time is it?" "Nearly noon." Shock crossed her face instantly. "Noon?" Eveline nodded once. "Your body is exhausted. Recovering memories takes strength." The reminder made Lyra's stomach tighten. She still didn't know if she believed any of this completely, but denying it felt harder after every flash, every touch, every strange reaction her body had around Vaelor. Eveline studied her expression quietly. "You are frightened." "That's an understatement." A faint smile touched Eveline's lips for the first time. It disappeared quickly. "You don't remember me either, do you?" Lyra hesitated before slowly shaking her head. Pain flickered across Eveline's face. "I helped raise you in your first life." The words settled heavily in the room. "You were always stubborn," Eveline continued softly. "Even as a child." Something strange tightened in Lyra's chest. Not memory. Longing. Like hearing about a life she should somehow miss. Eveline walked toward one of the windows slowly. "The first time Vaelor saw you," she said quietly, "he nearly started a war over it." Lyra stared at her. "What?" A small laugh escaped Eveline. "Real amusement this time. You were 16. A prince from another kingdom touched your hand during a celebration." Lyra frowned in confusion. "And?" Eveline looked back toward her. Vaelor threatened to remove the prince's arm. Lyra blinked in disbelief. "That is not romantic." Eveline laughed softly again. "No, it was terrifying." Despite herself, heat rushed unexpectedly into Lyra's face. She hated that reaction immediately, especially because she could somehow imagine it. Vaelor standing perfectly calm while threatening someone's life. Cold, controlled, deadly. The image should have frightened her. Instead, something warm curled low inside her stomach. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Eveline noticed her expression instantly. A knowing look crossed her face. "You feel it already." Fear rose sharply inside Lyra's chest. "Feel what?" "The bond." The word hit strangely hard. Lyra looked away quickly. "There is no bond." Eveline stayed quiet for a moment. Then softly, "Last night you reached for him in your sleep." Heat flooded Lyra's entire body. "No, I didn't." "You said his name." Mortification slammed through her instantly. "Oh my gods." Eveline's smile softened slightly. "You loved him very much once." Silence filled the room. Lyra stared down at the black silk sheets tangled around her legs. Because somehow, that possibility frightened her more than the monster himself. Lyra spent the next hour trying not to think about what Eveline had said. It failed completely. "You said his name." The memory alone made heat crawl up her neck again. She hated it. Hated the way her body reacted whenever Vaelor was involved. Nothing about this situation should feel familiar. And yet, every hallway inside the castle pulled strangely at her chest, like she had walked through them before. Like some part of her already knew where everything was. Lyra finally left the bedroom sometime in the afternoon. The castle remained unusually quiet. Soft candlelight glowed along the hallways while distant rain continued tapping against the tall windows outside. She wandered slowly through the corridors, trying to clear her head. But everywhere she looked, pieces of him existed. Black roses arranged beside silver vases. Dark coats draped across chairs. Books stacked carelessly across tables. This was not the home of a mindless creature. It was the home of a man. A very dangerous one. Lyra turned another corner and stopped instantly. Vaelor stood near one of the enormous windows at the end of the hallway. His back faced her. Dark fabric stretched across broad shoulders, while stormlight spilled silver across the black strands of his hair. He held a glass of dark wine loosely in one hand. Even from across the hallway, power rolled off him. As if sensing her instantly, Vaelor turned. Those black eyes landed directly on her, and everything inside Lyra's chest tightened painfully. Silence stretched between them. Neither moved. The storm outside crackled softly beyond the windows. Vaelor lowered the glass slowly onto a nearby table. "You slept." The low sound of his voice sent warmth unexpectedly through her stomach. "Annoying." "I was tired." A faint shadow of amusement crossed his expression. "You fought sleep for hours." Lyra frowned slightly. "How would you know that?" Vaelor stayed silent for half a second too long. Realization hit instantly. "You were outside my room?" The shadows around him shifted softly. "I was making sure you were safe." "That is incredibly unsettling." For the first time, Vaelor almost smiled. Not fully. Just enough to transform his entire face into something dangerously beautiful. Lyra's breath caught before she could stop it. The amusement disappeared from his expression immediately. Not because he was angry, because he noticed. Every reaction, every shift in her breathing, every moment her body betrayed her. The realization made heat rush through her chest again. "You stare at me strangely," she whispered before thinking better of it. Vaelor's gaze darkened slowly. "And how do I stare at you? Like I already belong to you." The answer nearly escaped her mouth. Lyra looked away first, because suddenly the hallway felt too warm, too small, too dangerous. Vaelor stepped closer slowly. Not enough to touch her. Enough that she could smell smoke and winter on his clothes again. "You are afraid of me," he said quietly. The honesty in his voice unsettled her. Yes, something painful flickered behind his black eyes. "You were not afraid before." The words wrapped tightly around her chest. Before. That word again. Like there had once been a version of her who looked at him differently. A version who touched him willingly. Wanted him willingly. Heat rushed sharply beneath her skin. Dangerous thoughts. Very dangerous thoughts. Vaelor noticed the shift instantly. The shadows around him darkened slightly. Not violent. Hungry. And suddenly Lyra became painfully aware of how close he stood. One more step, and a scream echoed somewhere deep inside the castle. Both of them froze instantly. Vaelor's entire expression darkened. The warmth vanished from the hallway immediately. Danger replaced it. The scream came again, this time closer, and Lyra realized with horror. It sounded human. Vaelor reached the servant before the second scream ended. The young guard collapsed against the hallway wall, trembling violently while blood ran from deep claw marks across his shoulder. Fear filled the corridor. Servants backed away instantly the moment Vaelor appeared. Not because they feared him, because they feared what had entered the castle. Vaelor crouched beside the injured guard. What happened? The man struggled to breathe. It got inside. Cold rage slid violently beneath Vaelor's skin. Impossible. Nothing should have crossed the forest barrier. Not anymore. Another distant crash echoed somewhere below the castle. The shadows along the walls sharpened instantly around him. Alive, waiting for command. Vaelor rose slowly to his feet. Every instinct inside him screamed the same thing. Protect her. Nothing else mattered. Not the castle. Not the servants. Not the creature hunting through the halls below. Only her. Because after centuries of searching, Lyra was finally here, and he would destroy anyone foolish enough to touch her again. The bond pulled sharply through his chest the second fear hit her. Vaelor felt it instantly, even from several floors away. Lyra was frightened. The realization nearly shattered what little control he still had. He moved through the castle corridors with unnatural speed, shadows swallowing the distance beneath his feet. Memories clawed violently at him as he walked. Another palace. Another lifetime. Blood-soaking gold marble while she died in his arms. The scent of poison. Her heartbeat slowing beneath his hands. Centuries later, the memory still destroyed him. And now something had entered his castle while she slept beneath his roof. Rage darkened violently through the bond. The chandeliers above flickered. Windows cracked softly along the hallway walls. Servants immediately lowered their heads as he passed. No one spoke. Everyone could feel it. Their king was losing control again. Vaelor barely noticed, because all he could think about was Lyra screaming. Lyra stood frozen in the hallway. The scream echoed again somewhere deeper inside the castle. Fear slammed violently through her chest. Vaelor's entire body had changed beside her. The warmth from moments ago disappeared completely. Now he looked dangerous again. Not beautiful. Not gentle. Terrifying. Shadows twisted sharply around his feet while his black eyes darkened into something almost inhuman. Another crash thundered below them. Vaelor looked toward the staircase instantly, then back at her. "Go to your room." The command came cold and immediate. Lyra's fear flared instantly. "What is happening?" "I said go." The sharpness in his voice startled both of them. Vaelor's expression tightened immediately after, like he hated speaking to her that way. But before either of them could move, a deep roar exploded somewhere beneath the castle. The entire floor trembled violently, and Lyra realized the sound was exactly the same one she had heard in the forest before Vaelor brought her here. The roar shook the castle again. Dust drifted softly from the ceiling above them, while distant screams echoed through the lower halls. Lyra's pulse spiraled violently. Vaelor stepped in front of her instantly. Protective. Automatic. As if his body moved for her before thought even reached him. "Stay behind me." The command came lower now. More dangerous. Shadows spread slowly across the marble floor around his feet. Not wild this time. Controlled. Ready. Lyra hated how safe she suddenly felt standing behind him. Another violent crash echoed below. Then heavy footsteps. Something enormous was moving through the castle. Closer. Vaelor's jaw tightened. It should not be here. Fear crawled colder beneath Lyra's skin. "What is it?" For 1 second, Vaelor hesitated. Then quietly, "One of mine." The words hit harder than the roar itself. Lyra stared at him in horror. "One of yours?" Pain flickered briefly across his expression. It was supposed to be asleep. Another roar exploded closer this time. The hallway windows shattered instantly. Glass rained violently across the marble floor. A massive creature slammed into the far end of the corridor. Lyra stumbled backward in shock. The thing looked monstrous. Large enough to nearly scrape the ceiling with black armored limbs and glowing silver eyes. Its body twisted unnaturally between wolf and something far worse. Dark saliva dripped from rows of sharp teeth, while shadows leaked from beneath, its claws like smoke. The creature froze the second it saw Vaelor. A low growl vibrated through the hallway. Vaelor stepped forward slowly. The atmosphere around him turned lethal instantly. "Leave," he said quietly. The creature's silver eyes shifted toward Lyra. Everything changed. The growl deepened. Hungry. Vaelor moved so fast Lyra barely saw him. Darkness exploded through the corridor. The creature slammed violently into the wall, hard enough to crack stone. Every candle in the hallway went out instantly. Fear locked Lyra in place. Vaelor stood between her and the creature again. Completely calm. Completely deadly. But this time, his black eyes glowed. The creature struggled against invisible force, crushing it into the wall. Stone cracked beneath its body. Vaelor didn't even touch it. One hand remained, loosely at his side, while shadows wrapped violently around the creature's throat. The entire hallway trembled. Lyra couldn't breathe. This was power beyond anything she had ever imagined. Not human. Not even close. The creature let out another violent snarl. Then suddenly, it spoke. "She smells like her." Cold silence slammed through the hallway. Vaelor's expression turned murderous instantly. The shadows tightened harder around the creature's throat. "You will not speak to her." The creature's silver eyes remained fixed on Lyra, confused, hungry, almost curious. Why is she alive? Something dangerous cracked through Vaelor's control. The chandeliers above exploded violently. Glass shattered across the floor. "Enough!" The single word shook the entire corridor. The creature immediately lowered its head, submitting. Fear crawled sharply through Lyra's chest again. Not because of the monster pinned against the wall, because of the one protecting her. The creature slowly lowered itself closer to the floor. Not willingly. Fear forced it there. Vaelor stood perfectly still in the center of the shattered hallway, while shadows curled violently around his body like living smoke. Every servant nearby had disappeared. The castle had gone completely silent. Lyra realized no one was coming to help. No guards. No soldiers. Nothing in this castle could stop Vaelor if he lost control. The realization hit hard enough to make her stomach twist. The creature kept its silver eyes lowered now, submissive. But Vaelor's expression remained lethal. "You crossed the barrier," he said quietly. Each word sounded dangerously calm. "How?" The creature let out a low sound almost like pain. The seal weakened. Fear flickered briefly through Vaelor's black eyes. Only for a second. But Lyra saw it. "What seal?" she whispered. Neither of them answered immediately. The creature finally looked toward her again. This time not hungry. Almost disbelieving. She truly returned. Vaelor's shadows slammed harder around its throat instantly. The monster choked violently. "I warned you." The darkness in Vaelor's voice sent chills across Lyra's skin. Because suddenly, he sounded exactly like the monster from the stories. Vaelor. Lyra barely realized she spoke his name aloud. But the second the word left her mouth, everything stopped. The shadows. The tension. Even the creature pinned against the wall froze completely. Vaelor turned toward her slowly, and Lyra's breath caught painfully in her throat. The rage in his face disappeared instantly. Not faded. Gone. Like hearing her say his name alone had pulled him back from something violent. The realization unsettled her deeply. Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then quietly, "You should not be seeing this." The softness in his voice contrasted horribly against the destruction around them. Broken glass covered the floor. Stone walls cracked beneath shadow marks. And somehow he still sounded more concerned about frightening her than destroying half the hallway. Lyra's pulse refused to slow. "What is happening to this castle?" Vaelor looked away first. Toward the creature. Toward the darkness beyond the shattered windows. The barrier protecting the forest is failing. Cold fear slid through her chest. And what happens if it breaks completely? Silence followed. The creature answered first. Everything beneath the mountain wakes up. A cold silence spread through the hallway. Everything beneath the mountain. The word settled heavily in Lyra's chest. She looked between the creature and Vaelor slowly. "What does that mean?" The creature let out a low sound almost resembling laughter. "Unpleasant. Broken. It means your kingdom dies first." Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. "Enough." The creature lowered its head again immediately. Fear flickered through its silver eyes now. Real fear. Lyra struggled to process any of this. There are more creatures like you, she whispered. The monster's gaze shifted toward Vaelor carefully. Not like him. Something about the answer unsettled her immediately. Vaelor finally released the shadows around the creature's throat. Darkness slid slowly back across the floor. The creature collapsed heavily onto the marble, breathing hard. But it still refused to look directly at Vaelor, like survival depended on it. Vaelor's voice came quiet and deadly. You will return below the mountain. The creature stiffened instantly. The seal weakens because she returned. Lyra's pulse stumbled hard. She? The creature finally looked toward her fully. Not hungry this time. Almost reverent. The dead queen walks again. Fear curled violently through Lyra's stomach. Stop calling me that. The words came out sharper than Lyra intended. The creature tilted its head slowly. Confused. That you are. No. Her pulse hammered painfully against her ribs. I'm not anyone's queen. Silence followed. Then quietly, you were his. Heat rushed unexpectedly through her chest. Fear followed immediately after. Vaelor's black eyes snapped toward the creature. A warning darkened his expression instantly. The creature lowered its gaze again. But the damage was already done. Because Lyra felt something shift violently inside her chest at those words. You were his. Another memory slammed into her mind without warning. Black silk sheets tangled around bare skin. Vaelor's hand sliding slowly along her throat. His voice low against her mouth. My queen. Heat exploded beneath her skin. The memory vanished instantly. Lyra staggered backward in shock. Vaelor moved toward her immediately. Lyra. His voice sounded softer now. Worried. That somehow made everything worse. Because her body still remembered the feeling of his hands on her skin. And part of her, a terrifying part, wanted to feel it again. Lyra couldn't look at him. Not after that memory. Heat still burned beneath her skin while panic twisted violently through her chest. None of this felt normal anymore. The flashes were becoming too vivid, too intimate. And Vaelor kept looking at her, like he remembered every single moment she couldn't. The hallway remained silent except for distant thunder outside the castle. The creature still knelt near the shattered wall, carefully avoiding Vaelor's gaze. Vaelor stepped closer slowly. Look at me. The low command wrapped instantly around her spine. Lyra hated that her body reacted before her mind did. She looked up. Big mistake. Vaelor's expression softened the second their eyes met. Not relief. Something worse. Need. You are overwhelmed, he said quietly. You think? A faint shadow of guilt crossed his face. The sight startled her. Vaelor looked genuinely miserable seeing her frightened. And somehow that frightened her more. You should rest. Lyra let out a sharp laugh. You keep saying that every time my entire reality collapses. The creature near the wall suddenly spoke again. She remembers faster when he touches her. Silence slammed through the hallway instantly. Vaelor's expression turned murderous. The shadows exploded violently across the floor. The creature immediately lowered itself closer to the ground. Fear rolled through the hallway again. You speak too much, Vaelor said softly. Softly. That was the terrifying part. Not shouting. Not rage. Calm violence. The creature stayed silent after that. Vaelor finally turned back toward Lyra. His expression shifted again instantly. Gentler. Controlled. Like he was trying to hide the monster she had just witnessed. Too late. Lyra stared at him carefully. Would you really kill it? Vaelor didn't hesitate. Yes. The immediate answer sent chills across her skin. For talking? For frightening you. The words wrapped painfully around her chest. Too intense. Too honest. Too much. Lyra looked away first. Because she suddenly understood something dangerous. Vaelor would absolutely become violent for her. Not maybe. Not eventually. Already. And judging by the fear in everyone else around him, this was him controlled. Vaelor noticed the fear flickering across her face. Pain crossed his expression instantly. That strange grief again. Like every frightened look from her physically hurt him. I am trying, he said quietly. Lyra frowned slightly. Trying what? To not become the thing your kingdom believes I am. The honesty in his voice caught her off guard. The hallway fell silent again. Rain hammered violently against the broken windows nearby while cold wind drifted through the shattered corridor. Vaelor slowly stepped closer, carefully, giving her enough time to move away if she wanted. You remember pieces of me, he said softly. Lyra's pulse quickened. That doesn't mean I trust you. No, his black eyes held hers steadily. But it means some part of your soul still knows mine. The words should have sounded ridiculous. Instead, they settled somewhere dangerously deep inside her chest. The creature near the wall finally rose slowly to its feet. Your Majesty, it said carefully toward Vaelor. The seal below the mountain weakens faster every night. Vaelor's expression darkened immediately. And for the first time since entering the castle, real fear touched his eyes. The creature's words settled heavily in the hallway. Every night. Not eventually. Not someday. Now, Lyra watched Vaelor carefully. The fear in his expression vanished almost instantly. Too fast. Like he had trained himself centuries ago, never to show weakness in front of others. But she had seen it, and somehow that unsettled her more than his anger. What happens if the seal breaks? She asked quietly. Silence followed. The creature answered first. The things buried beneath the mountain wake hungry. Cold dread slid through her stomach. What things? Vaelor's jaw tightened. Creatures that should never reach the human world again. The hallway suddenly felt colder. The storm outside darkened violently. Lightning flashed silver through the shattered windows behind them. Lyra stared between them slowly. And this is happening because of me. Vaelor's black eyes locked onto hers instantly. No, the answer came sharp. Protective. Like he refused to let her carry that blame. But the creature lowered its head uneasily. The barrier was tied to her death. Silence. Absolute silence. Fear curled violently through Lyra's chest. Her death? Vaelor looked ready to rip the creature apart again. What does that mean? Lyra whispered. No one answered immediately. The creature looked toward Vaelor carefully. Waiting. Permission. Vaelor's shadows twisted violently across the cracked marble floor. Then finally, when you died, he said quietly, the worlds sealed themselves apart. The words sent chills across her skin. You keep talking about worlds, because there are two, Vaelor replied softly. Yours and mine. Lightning illuminated the hallway again. For half a second, the shadows behind Vaelor almost looked alive enough to take shape. Lyra's pulse quickened harder. And what are you in your world? The creature near the wall let out a low sound. Almost amused. Vaelor didn't look away from her when he answered. Something your gods learned to fear. Fear and fascination tangled painfully inside her chest. Because part of her wanted to step backward. And another part, a much more dangerous part, wanted to move closer. A distant bell suddenly echoed through the castle. Deep, urgent. The creature stiffened instantly. Vaelor's expression darkened. What is that? Lyra asked. Movement near the southern barrier, the creature answered quietly. The atmosphere in the hallway shifted immediately. Urgency replaced tension. Vaelor turned toward Lyra. You need to stay inside your rooms tonight. The command irritated her instantly. You keep ordering me around. Yes. The calm answer caught her off guard. Vaelor stepped closer slowly. His voice lowered. Because if the barrier breaks while you are outside these walls. He stopped. Something dangerous flickered behind his black eyes. Lyra's pulse stumbled. What? Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then quietly, "They will smell your blood." Cold fear wrapped violently around her spine. The creature lowered its gaze instantly, almost respectfully, like even hearing those words aloud carried danger. Vaelor's expression hardened again. "I will deal with the southern barrier myself." Before Lyra could respond, shadows surged violently around him. Darkness swallowed the hallway, and Vaelor disappeared. The hallway fell silent the second Vaelor vanished. Only the storm remained. Rain hammered against shattered windows while cold wind drifted through the corridor, carrying the scent of wet stone and smoke. Lyra stared at the empty space where he had stood moments ago. Gone. Just like that. The creature slowly rose from the floor once the shadows disappeared. It still avoided looking directly at her, which somehow felt worse now. "Does he always do that?" Lyra asked quietly. The creature tilted its head slightly. "Disappear?" "Yes." A low sound rumbled in its chest. "Only when he is worried." The answer unsettled her immediately, because Vaelor had looked calm before leaving. Controlled. But apparently even that had been worry. Lyra wrapped her arms tighter around herself. "What exactly is he?" The creature finally looked at her fully. Silver eyes glowed faintly in the dark hallway. "He was born before human kingdoms existed." Fear slid slowly beneath her ribs. "That is not possible." "It is for him." Lightning flashed outside again. The creature studied her silently for several seconds. Then quietly, "He was much worse after you died." Lyra's chest tightened painfully. "What do you mean?" The creature lowered itself slowly onto its haunches near the broken wall. Not threatening now. Almost cautious. "He destroyed 3 kingdoms in one night." Cold silence filled the corridor. Lyra stared at it in disbelief. "No. He burned cities until the rivers turned black with ash." The words wrapped horribly around her chest. Fear, grief, and strangely, underneath both, understanding. Because she remembered his face in those final flashes. The devastation in his eyes while she died. The creature watched her carefully. He stopped speaking for decades afterward. Something sharp twisted inside her chest. Lyra hated it immediately. Hated the sympathy rising beneath her fear. "He loved you before humans learned to fear him," the creature said quietly. The words hit harder than they should have. Too intimate. Too personal. Lyra looked away quickly. "This is insane." "Yes," the creature agreed softly. "It usually is with him." Despite herself, a weak breath of laughter nearly escaped her. The realization startled her instantly. The creature noticed immediately. Its silver eyes narrowed slightly. "You laugh differently now." Lyra frowned. "What does that mean?" "In your first life, you laughed at him constantly." Heat rushed unexpectedly into her face. "That doesn't sound believable." Another low rumble echoed from the creature. Amusement this time. "He hated everyone except you." The statement felt far too easy to imagine. Dangerously easy. Lyra glanced toward the shattered windows. Storm clouds swallowed the forest, beyond the castle walls while distant lightning flashed silver across the mountains. Somewhere out there, Vaelor stood between the barrier and whatever waited beneath it. Alone, the thought unsettled her immediately. Because she realized something horrifying. She did not want him hurt. The feeling hit hard enough to frighten her. Why? Why did her chest ache every time she imagined him suffering? Another memory flickered suddenly behind her eyes. Vaelor kneeling before her throne. His forehead pressed against her hand. A whisper against her skin. "My life belongs to you." The memory vanished instantly. Lyra's breath caught painfully. And somewhere deep inside her chest, something began remembering him back. Lyra couldn't stop thinking about him. Which was a problem. A serious one. She stood near the shattered hallway windows. long after the creature disappeared into the lower levels of the castle. Storm winds drifted through the corridor, cold against her overheated skin. And still, her mind kept replaying the way Vaelor had looked at her before leaving. Like protecting her mattered more than breathing. It made no sense. None of this made sense. You should rest, Lyra startled violently. Eveline stood near the staircase entrance, holding a dark wool blanket in her arms. Apparently everyone in this castle moved silently. I'm beginning to think that's your favorite sentence, Lyra muttered. A faint smile crossed Eveline's lips. You look overwhelmed. That's because every hour here somehow gets worse. Eveline walked closer carefully before draping the blanket gently around Lyra's shoulders. Warmth immediately settled against her cold skin. The small kindness almost hurt, because no one inside the temple had looked at her the way these people did. Not with fear, not with obligation, with care. The realization unsettled her deeply. Eveline followed her gaze toward the storm outside. He will return before dawn. The certainty in her voice caught Lyra's attention immediately. You sound very sure. Eveline almost laughed. Vaelor would tear apart the entire mountain before failing to return to you. Heat rushed annoyingly into Lyra's face again. That's dramatic. No, Eveline said softly. That's history. Silence settled between them. Rain continued pouring across the castle windows while thunder rolled violently through the mountains, beyond the forest. Lyra tightened the blanket slightly around herself. Was he always like this? Eveline looked thoughtful for a moment. With you? Lyra instantly regretted asking. Still, she nodded. A softer expression crossed Eveline's face. He worshipped you. The words wrapped tightly around Lyra's chest. That sounds unhealthy. Eveline laughed quietly this time. It absolutely was. Despite herself, Lyra smiled faintly. And for one dangerous second, the castle almost felt safe. The feeling disappeared the moment another memory hit her. Vaelor's hands gripping her waist. Black silk tangled beneath her fingers. His voice rough against her throat. Tell me to stop. Heat crashed violently through her body. Lyra inhaled sharply and gripped the windowsill hard enough to steady herself. Eveline noticed immediately. Another memory? Mortification flooded through Lyra instantly. I hate this place. Eveline's expression shifted toward amusement. That bad? Lyra covered her face briefly with one hand. They're getting worse. A knowing silence followed. Then softly, more intimate. Heat climbed all the way into Lyra's ears. Oh my gods. Eveline fully laughed this time. The sound echoed warmly through the cold hallway. You were very in love with him. Lyra looked away immediately. Because somehow, the memories were beginning to prove it. Lyra eventually returned to her room sometime after midnight. The storm outside had weakened slightly, but thunder still rolled across the mountains in distant waves. The castle remained strangely quiet, almost waiting. Candles flickered softly beside the fireplace while moonlight spilled silver across the massive bedroom, windows overlooking the forest. Sleep felt impossible. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw him. Black eyes, dark shadows. The look on his face whenever she remembered pieces of him. Like every memory she regained gave him another reason to breathe again. The thought unsettled her deeply. Lyra walked slowly toward one of the tall windows. The forest below stretched endlessly beneath the moonlight. Beautiful. Terrifying. And somewhere out there, Vaelor fought whatever waited beyond the barrier. Alone, her chest tightened painfully again. Annoying. Very annoying. A soft knock suddenly sounded against the bedroom door. Lyra froze instantly. At this hour, fear crawled automatically through her body. Who is it? She called carefully. Silence. Then, my queen. Cold fear slammed violently through her chest. That voice did not belong to Vaelor. It sounded deeper. Wrong somehow. Lyra stepped backward slowly from the door. The room suddenly felt much colder. "My queen," the voice repeated softly from the other side. "Open the door." Every instinct inside her screamed not to move. The shadows near the fireplace shifted uneasily. Watching. Then the bedroom handle slowly turned. Lyra's pulse spiraled violently. The door creaked open slightly. A tall figure stood in the darkness beyond the hallway. Not human. Silver eyes glowed faintly beneath the shadows. The creature from earlier. But different somehow. Less controlled. Its expression twisted strangely as it stared directly at her. "You smell like him now," it whispered. Fear rooted Lyra in place. The creature stepped into the room slowly. "He finally found you again." The shadows in the room sharpened instantly. Not toward Lyra, toward the creature. Warning it. The creature ignored the warning completely. Silver eyes remained locked onto Lyra while it moved farther into the bedroom. "You should not be alone tonight," it said softly. Fear climbed painfully higher into Lyra's throat. "Vaelor told me to stay here." At his name, something dark flickered across the creature's expression. "Vaelor fears what happens when you remember too quickly." Cold unease curled through her stomach. "What does that mean?" The creature tilted its head slowly. "In your last life, your memories destroyed you." The room fell silent. "Destroyed?" Before Lyra could ask another question, darkness exploded violently across the bedroom. Shadows slammed the creature hard against the wall. The entire room shook, and Vaelor's voice filled the space like something deadly. "Get away from her!" The creature slammed violently against the wall. Stone cracked beneath the force of Vaelor's shadows wrapping around its throat. The bedroom windows shook. Candles flickered wildly. Vaelor stood near the doorway, breathing hard, darkness twisting around him like a living storm. His black eyes locked instantly onto Lyra, checking, making sure she was unharmed. Only after confirming she was, safe did his attention return to the creature pinned against the wall. "What did I say about entering her rooms?" His voice came dangerously calm. The creature struggled against the shadows. "She deserves the truth. She deserves peace." The shadows tightened harder. The creature choked violently. Fear rolled through the room again. Lyra stared at Vaelor carefully. Not because he frightened her now, because part of her suddenly understood him. The creature had terrified her, and Vaelor reacted instantly. Protective. Possessive. Terrifyingly protective. "Vaelor," Lyra whispered softly. The effect was immediate. The shadows paused, not disappearing completely, but loosening. Vaelor's breathing slowed slightly as his gaze shifted back toward her. Every violent piece of him softened the second he looked at her. The realization unsettled her deeply. The creature dropped hard onto the floor once the shadows released it. It stayed lowered immediately. Submissive. Vaelor stepped farther into the room slowly, still watching Lyra carefully. "Did it touch you?" The question came low and sharp. Lyra shook her head once. "No." Something dark inside his expression eased slightly. The relief looked almost painful. The creature rose slowly near the wall. "You cannot keep hiding things from her forever." Vaelor's black eyes snapped toward it instantly. "I am trying to keep her alive, and that failed last time too." Silence shattered through the room. Cold, violent silence. Lyra saw the exact second the words hit Vaelor. Pain flashed openly across his face before disappearing behind cold control again. The creature immediately looked away, like even it regretted speaking. Fear twisted strangely through Lyra's chest. Not fear for herself. For him. Vaelor remained motionless for several long seconds. Then quietly, "Leave." This time the creature obeyed instantly. Darkness swallowed it the second it crossed the doorway. leaving Lyra alone with Vaelor again. The room felt much smaller now. Vaelor stood near the doorway, while stormlight flashed, silver across the shadows around him. Neither spoke immediately. Lyra's pulse still hadn't calmed. Not from fear anymore. From him. From the way he looked at her like she was the only thing keeping him together. Vaelor finally broke the silence first. You should not listen to creatures like that. Lyra frowned slightly. It sounded worried. A bitter expression crossed his face. It feeds on fear. So do you. The words escaped before she could stop them. Silence filled the room instantly. Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then quietly, "No." The answer sounded almost offended. "I feed on nothing from you." Something about the way he said it sent heat sharply beneath her skin again. Dangerous. Everything about him felt dangerous now. Vaelor stepped closer slowly. Close enough that shadows brushed softly around the floor near her bare feet. "If I wanted to control you," he said quietly, "you would already belong to me again." Her heartbeat stumbled violently. Again, the word wrapped tightly around her chest. Because some part of her feared he might be right. Lyra's pulse refused to slow. The room felt too warm, too quiet. Vaelor stood close enough, now that she could see tiny silver scars along his hands beneath her, shadows curling around his fingers. Scars. The realization startled her immediately. Something powerful enough to terrify kingdoms had still been heard before. Vaelor noticed where she was looking. His gaze lowered briefly toward his hands, then back to her. "You should sleep." Lyra almost laughed. There it is again. A faint shadow of amusement touched his face. The expression disappeared, quickly once another crash echoed, somewhere beyond the castle walls. Vaelor's attention shifted instantly toward the storm outside. Danger darkened his features again. The change happened so fast it barely looked human. Lyra watched him carefully. "You're worried?" "No." The answer came too quickly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You're a terrible liar." For one brief second, Vaelor actually smiled. Small, real, and devastatingly beautiful. The sight hit Lyra hard enough to steal her breath, because suddenly it became very easy to understand how another version of her could have loved him. Vaelor noticed her staring. Of course he did. His black eyes darkened slowly. "Careful." The low warning wrapped around her spine instantly. Lyra swallowed hard. "With what?" "With looking at me like that." Heat rushed violently into her face. "I'm not looking at you anyway." A dangerous kind of amusement flickered across his expression. "Liar." The words settled heavily between them. Too intimate. Too soft. Stormlight flashed silver through the windows again while shadows shifted lazily along the walls around him. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. This was bad. Very bad. Because she no longer knew if the dangerous part of him frightened her most, or attracted her most. Vaelor stepped closer. One slow step, then another, until barely any space remained between them. Lyra should have moved away. She didn't. The shadows near her feet curled softly around the hem of her nightgown. Not threatening. Almost possessive. Vaelor's gaze lowered slowly toward her mouth again. And this time, neither of them pretended not to notice. The air between them changed. Heavier. Warmer. Lyra's pulse hammered violently beneath her skin while Vaelor stared at her like he was fighting something dangerous inside himself. Not hunger. Restraint. The realization sent another wave of heat through her chest. Vaelor lifted one hand slowly, giving her enough time to stop him. To move. Lyra stayed completely still. His fingers brushed softly against a strand of hair near her face. The touch felt impossibly gentle and horrifyingly familiar. Another memory flashed instantly behind her eyes. Vaelor pinning her gently against a palace wall. his mouth against her throat. A whisper against her skin. "You drive me insane." Heat crashed violently through her body. Lyra inhaled sharply. Vaelor froze immediately. The shadows around the room darkened. "What did you see?" he asked quietly. His voice sounded rough now. Dangerously rough. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. The memory still burned beneath her skin. Vaelor studied her face carefully. Then his expression changed. Because suddenly, he knew exactly which memory had returned. Heat flooded Vaelor's expression instantly. Not embarrassment. Memory. Raw memory. The shadows around the room darkened, sharply before settling again, beneath his control. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. "You know what I saw?" The words came out quieter than she intended. Vaelor remained completely still. Then softly, "Yes." The answer sent another wave of heat beneath her skin. Dangerous. Everything about this felt dangerous now. Lyra looked away first, trying desperately to steady her breathing. But Vaelor stepped closer again. Slowly, carefully, like approaching something fragile. "You used to look at me like that often," he said quietly. Her pulse stumbled violently. "Like what?" His black eyes held hers steadily. "Like you wanted to ruin me." The words wrapped around her spine like fire. Another memory slammed through her instantly. Vaelor sitting on the edge of a massive black throne while she stood between his knees, his hands gripping her hips, his voice low and rough. "You enjoy this too much." The memory vanished violently. Lyra grabbed the edge of the nearby table hard enough to steady herself. "Oh my gods." Vaelor moved instantly. Strong hands steadied her waist before she could stumble. The second he touched her, another wave of heat crashed through her body. Not memory this time. Awareness. His grip tightened slightly. Not enough to trap her. Enough to feel protective. Possessive. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. His black eyes darkened into something dangerously soft while his thumbs brushed slowly against the fabric, covering her waist. "You should stop touching me," Lyra whispered. The words sounded weak, because neither of them moved apart. Vaelor lowered his head slightly. "If I could," he said quietly, "I would have centuries ago." The confession shattered something fragile inside her chest. Centuries. He kept saying things like that so naturally. Like loving her for lifetimes was the simplest truth in the world. Fear tangled painfully with heat beneath her ribs, because some part of her body already believed him. Vaelor's gaze dropped slowly toward her mouth again. The room felt unbearably quiet. Even the storm outside seemed distant now. Lyra's pulse hammered violently beneath his hands while shadows curled softly around the floor near them. Waiting. Watching. Vaelor looked like he was losing a battle with himself. And somehow, that affected her more than confidence would have. "You should sleep," he said again quietly. Lyra almost laughed from disbelief. "You keep saying that while looking at me like that." A dangerous expression flickered across his face instantly. "Lyra." The warning in his voice sent heat sharply through her stomach. Before either of them could move, a violent roar exploded somewhere beneath the castle. The floor trembled hard enough to shake the room. Vaelor's entire body tensed instantly. The warmth vanished from his expression. Danger replaced it again. Another roar echoed through the mountain beneath them. Closer this time. Vaelor slowly released her waist, but his black eyes never left her face. And for the first time, Lyra realized he looked afraid to leave her alone. The roar shook the castle again. This time, part of the bedroom wall cracked. Dust drifted softly through the air while distant screams echoed. Somewhere below the mountain, Vaelor turned toward the door instantly. Every protective instinct inside him sharpened visibly. Lyra felt it. like the entire room shifted around his need to keep her safe. Another violent tremor rolled beneath the castle floors. The shadows around Vaelor darkened immediately. They breached the lower seal. The words came low and dangerous. Lyra's pulse quickened. Who did? Vaelor looked toward her again. And for the first time tonight, she saw genuine conflict in his expression. Like he physically hated leaving her here. You need to stay inside this room. There you go, ordering me around again. Normally, the comment would have earned at least a flicker of amusement. Not this time. Vaelor stepped closer quickly. Both hands gripped her waist again before she could react. Listen to me carefully. The intensity in his voice stole the breath from her lungs. If anything enters this room that is not me. Another roar shook the castle violently. Vaelor's shadows exploded across the walls. His grip tightened instinctively around her waist. You do not open the door. Lyra stared up at him. Too close. Way too close. The storm outside flashed silver through the windows while Vaelor looked down at her like he was trying to memorize every detail of her face before walking into war. The realization twisted painfully through her chest. You think something bad is going to happen. Vaelor stayed silent, which answered everything. Fear crawled sharply beneath her ribs. Vaelor, his hand lifted slowly against her cheek before she could finish. The touch felt devastatingly gentle and horrifyingly intimate. You remember more every time I touch you, he said quietly. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. Yes, his thumb brushed softly beneath her jaw. Another memory flickered instantly behind her eyes. His mouth against hers. Slow, dangerous, addictive. The memory vanished before she could fully hold on to it. But heat still rushed violently beneath her skin. Vaelor noticed immediately. His black eyes darkened. Do not think about that right now. The roughness in his voice made her pulse stumble harder, because it sounded less like a command, and more like he was trying desperately to control himself too. Another deafening roar exploded beneath the castle. Closer. The floor trembled violently. Vaelor cursed softly under his breath. The shadows around the room sharpened instantly. Danger rolled off him hard enough to steal the air from her lungs. But even now, his hand remained gentle against her face. That contrast terrified her. Monster. Protector. Both existed inside him at once. Vaelor lowered his forehead briefly against hers. The movement stunned her completely. For one quiet second, everything else disappeared. The storm. The roars. The fear. Only him remained. You came back to me, he whispered softly. The words wrapped painfully around her chest. Like relief. Like worship. Like something broken finally finding air again. Another crash shattered the moment instantly. Vaelor pulled away. The loss of warmth felt immediate. Wrong. His black eyes locked onto hers one final time. Lock the door after me. Then shadows swallowed him whole. And Lyra was alone again. The silence after Vaelor disappeared felt unbearable. Lyra stood frozen in the center of the room while shadows slowly settled back against the walls. Her pulse still raced violently beneath her skin. You came back to me. The words repeated endlessly inside her chest. No one had ever looked at her the way Vaelor did. Not like something sacred. Something desperately loved. Another violent tremor shook the castle. Lyra stumbled slightly against the nearby table. A roar echoed somewhere far below the mountain. Closer than before. Fear twisted sharply through her stomach. She should lock the door. Vaelor had told her to. Instead, Lyra moved toward the window. The storm outside had turned vicious now. Lightning split across the sky, above the forest while darkness swallowed most of the mountains, beyond the castle walls. Then she saw it. Movement beneath the mountain. Massive shadows crawling slowly across the cliffs below. Too large. Too many. Cold dread slid violently through her chest. Whatever the barrier had been hiding, it was waking up. A sudden scream echoed somewhere inside the castle. Human! Close! Lyra spun instantly toward the bedroom door. Fear climbed sharply into her throat. Another scream followed. Then silence. Her pulse spiraled harder. Vaelor had ordered her not to leave this room. But someone inside the castle was hurt. The realization clawed painfully through her chest. Another crash thundered below the mountain. The candles flickered violently. Shadows twisted uneasily along the walls. Watching her. Waiting. Lyra grabbed the silver lantern sitting beside the fireplace with trembling fingers. Just one look. That was all. She would check the hallway and immediately come back. The second she unlocked the bedroom door, cold air rushed into the room. The castle hallway beyond remained dark and silent beneath flickering candlelight. Too silent. Fear crawled slowly beneath her skin. Hello? No answer. Lyra stepped carefully into the corridor. The lantern shook slightly, in her hand while storm shadows stretched across the marble floor around her bare feet. Another sound echoed nearby. Not screaming this time. Footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps. Coming closer. Lyra's pulse hammered painfully against her ribs. The hallway ahead remained, swallowed in darkness except for scattered candlelight flickering against silver walls. Another step echoed. Then another. Something moved around the far corner slowly. Too tall. Fear locked her body in place. Vaelor's warning repeated instantly inside her head. You do not open the door. Too late now. The figure stepped into view. A man. At least, he looked human. Dark clothing covered broad shoulders while silver eyes glowed faintly, beneath black hair falling across his face. Not black eyes like Vaelor. Silver. Predatory. The stranger froze the second he saw her. Shock crossed his face instantly. Then something darker. Recognition. Well, he murmured softly. The low sound of his voice sent chills sharply down her spine. This explains why he's losing his mind again. Lyra tightened her grip on the lantern instantly. The stranger leaned casually against the hallway wall like he wasn't standing inside a castle currently, shaking apart. Everything about him felt wrong. Not violent like the creatures from before. Worse, controlled. Dangerous in a quieter way. Silver eyes studied her carefully from head to toe. Then slowly, amusement crossed his face. You really don't remember anything. Fear curled sharply beneath Lyra's ribs. Who are you? The stranger stepped closer. Not enough to touch her. Enough to make shadows shift uneasily around the hallway. That depends, he said softly. Are we using my real name or the one your little kingdom turned into bedtime horror stories? The comment unsettled her immediately. Another creature like Vaelor. Another thing the temple lied about. Lyra forced herself not to step backward. You know him. The stranger laughed quietly. Know him? Something dark flickered through his silver eyes. I watched him burn half the continent after you died. Cold silence slammed through the hallway. Her chest tightened painfully. Another person saying the same thing. Another confirmation. The stranger studied her expression carefully. Oh, he murmured. That part is new to you. Fear and confusion tangled violently inside Lyra's chest. The stranger noticed immediately. Silver eyes softened slightly. Not kindness. Recognition. You look exactly the same, he said quietly. The words sent chills through her body. You keep talking like you knew me. I did. The answer came instantly. Before she could respond, another violent tremor shook the castle. The stranger's expression darkened immediately. He looked toward the mountain below. Annoyance crossed his face. He really let the barrier weaken this badly. Lyra frowned. You say that like it's his fault. The stranger slowly looked back at her. Something unreadable moved behind his silver eyes. It always becomes his fault eventually. The hallway fell silent again. Then, a deep roar exploded beneath the castle. Closer than before. The stranger cursed softly. That's not good. Fear climbed sharply into Lyra's throat. What is happening? The stranger stared at her for one long second. Then quietly, the things beneath the mountain can feel you waking up. Cold dread slid violently through Lyra's stomach. What does that mean? The stranger stepped closer quickly this time. All amusement vanished from his expression. It means your memories are returning too fast. Fear wrapped painfully around her ribs. Why is that dangerous? The silver-eyed man stared at her like he was, deciding how much truth she could survive tonight. Then quietly, because the last time you fully remembered who you were. Another tremor shook the castle. The lantern light flickered wildly. The stranger's gaze darkened. You chose him over your kingdom. The words hit like a blade through her chest. Another memory exploded instantly behind her eyes. Vaelor kneeling before her throne. His hand covered in blood. Her fingers tangled in his dark hair while she whispered, I would choose you every time. The memory vanished violently. Lyra gasped sharply. The stranger caught her arm before she could stumble. Silver eyes widened slightly. Oh, that's definitely not good. Fear spiraled harder inside her chest. What's happening to me? The stranger looked toward the storm outside briefly, then back at her. Your soul is remembering who it belongs to. Lyra ripped her arm away from him instantly. Fear crashed violently through her chest. Belongs to. The words wrapped painfully around her spine. I don't belong to anyone. The stranger studied her carefully. For one strange second, he almost looked sympathetic. That's what you said the first time too. Another memory flickered sharply behind Lyra's eyes. Vaelor standing in front of a burning throne room. His black eyes fixed entirely on her, while chaos erupted around them. Then his voice, you were never mine to control. Only mine to love. The memory vanished instantly. Heat and grief twisted violently together inside her chest. The stranger noticed her expression immediately. Oh gods! Fear sharpened through Lyra's stomach. What? His silver eyes darkened slightly. He's already touching you too much. Heat rushed instantly into her face. That is absolutely not your business. A faint shadow of amusement crossed his expression again. There she is. The comment unsettled her immediately. Like, he recognized pieces of someone she still couldn't remember being. Another roar thundered beneath the castle. Closer. The hallway trembled violently. This time even the silver-eyed stranger looked concerned. Where is Vaelor? Lyra asked quickly. The stranger glanced toward the mountain below, trying very hard not to kill everything. That answer somehow did not comfort her. The stranger exhaled slowly before finally holding out his hand toward her. Come with me. Fear curled instantly through her chest. No. If you stay standing in this hallway, something worse than me will find you first. The calm honesty in his voice made the fear worse. Lyra tightened her grip on the lantern. Who are you? The stranger tilted his head slightly. Then finally, Cashan. The name wrapped strangely through her thoughts. Not familiar, but important somehow. Cashan watched her carefully. You trusted me once. The statement hit almost as hard as the memories. Because some dangerous part of her wanted to believe him. Another violent tremor shook the castle. The candles along the hallway went out instantly. Darkness swallowed everything except the lantern in her trembling hand. Cashan's expression hardened. That's very bad. Something moved in the darkness behind them. Fast, Cashan reacted instantly. Silver light exploded through the hallway as shadows twisted violently across the ceiling. A creature lunged from the darkness. all claws and black teeth. Lyra barely had time to scream before Cashin slammed it into the wall hard enough to crack stone. The creature snarled violently beneath his grip. Its silver eyes locked directly onto Lyra, hungry, obsessed. Fear rooted her in place. Cashin's voice dropped lower instantly. "You should run now." The creature suddenly smiled. Actually smiled. The queen wakes. Cold horror slid violently down Lyra's spine. Cashin's expression darkened. "Oh, I really hate when they start talking like that." Another roar exploded beneath the mountain. The entire castle shook violently. Then, everything stopped. Every creature, every shadow, every sound. Silence slammed through the hallway so hard it hurt. Cashin froze instantly. Fear crossed his face for the first time. Real fear. And then, a voice echoed through the castle. Low, ancient, furious. "Who touched her?" The voice shook the entire castle. Not loud. Worse, controlled. Every creature in the hallway immediately dropped lower to the ground. Terrified, Cashin closed his eyes briefly. "Oh, perfect," he muttered. Fear climbed violently through Lyra's chest, because she recognized that voice. Vaelor, but not fully. This sounded older somehow, less human. The creature pinned against the wall began trembling violently beneath Cashin's grip. "I didn't touch her," it rasped instantly. The castle darkened. Not metaphorically. Actual darkness spread across the ceiling and walls like living night swallowing. The corridor hall. Lyra's pulse stumbled painfully. Then shadows moved. Not around the hallway. Toward it. Rushing violently from every direction at once. And suddenly, Vaelor appeared. The entire atmosphere changed the second he arrived. Power slammed through the hallway hard enough to steal the air from Lyra's lungs. Cashin immediately released the creature. Not from mercy, from survival instinct. Vaelor stood motionless in the center of the corridor while shadows curled violently around him, like a storm, barely being controlled. His black eyes glowed. Not slightly. Fully, ancient darkness flickered beneath his skin, while silver cracks spread slowly along his hands like fractured light. For one terrifying second, he did not look human at all. The creature collapsed fully onto the floor. Terrified, Cashin lifted both hands slightly. "I was helping." Vaelor didn't even look at him. His entire focus locked onto Lyra instantly. Checking. Searching for injury. Fear. Pain. The second he realized she was unharmed, the hallway shook violently. Rage exploded through the shadows around him. "You left your room." The words came low enough to vibrate through the floor. Lyra swallowed hard. Because somehow, being the center of all that terrifying power felt dangerously intoxicating. Cashin lipped between them carefully. Then slowly, a smile appeared on his face. "Oh, this is worse than I thought." Vaelor's black eyes snapped toward him instantly. The shadows along the hallway walls sharpened violently. "Leave." The single word cracked through the corridor like thunder. Cashin raised both hands again. "I'm leaving." But before disappearing into the darkness, he lipped toward Lyra one final time. Silver eyes softened slightly. "Try not to remember everything at once," he said quietly. "Last time it nearly destroyed both of you." Then shadows swallowed him completely, leaving Lyra alone with Vaelor again. The silence between them felt heavy now. Dangerous. Vaelor slowly stepped toward her. Not angry anymore. Something worse. Terrified. "You should not have left the room," he said quietly. The roughness in his voice unsettled her immediately, because it sounded less like anger and more like fear of losing her. Lyra stared at him silently. Vaelor looked terrifying like this, black eyes glowing beneath shadows twisting violently around his body. Silver cracks still spread faintly beneath, the skin of his hands like light, trapped beneath glass. Not human. Definitely not human. And yet, the only emotion she could clearly see in his face was panic. Fear for her. You were gone, Lyra whispered before thinking better of it. Something in Vaelor's expression shifted instantly. The rage weakened slightly. The shadows calmed. You should have stayed where I left you. The quiet intensity in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. I heard screaming, and you still left the room. His gaze lowered briefly toward the lantern still trembling in her hand. Then back to her face. You could have died. The words sounded too personal, too emotional, like the possibility alone physically hurt him. Lyra's pulse stumbled painfully, because suddenly she understood why he had been afraid to leave her alone. Vaelor stepped closer slowly, the creature still trembling. Near the wall immediately lowered itself, farther toward the floor. Terrified. Not of Lyra, of him. Vaelor barely acknowledged it. His entire focus remained fixed on her. You smell like fear. The words came lower now. Softer. Lyra swallowed hard. Well, tonight has been horrible. For one brief second, something dangerously close to amusement flickered across his face. Then it vanished. Vaelor lifted one hand slowly toward her. Careful. Always careful with her. His fingers brushed gently beneath her jaw. The second he touched her, another memory exploded through her mind. Vaelor standing waist-deep in dark water beneath moonlight. Blood covering his hands. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, while he buried his face against her throat like losing her would destroy him. The emotion behind the memory hit harder than the image itself. Devotion. Obsession. Love so deep it felt painful. Lyra gasped softly. Vaelor's black eyes darkened instantly. What did you see? Lyra's breathing turned uneven. The memory still burned beneath her skin. You looked. She struggled for words. Destroyed. Something sharp flickered across Vaelor's expression. Because he remembered that moment too. I was. The honesty in his voice shattered something fragile inside her chest. Vaelor's hand remained against her face. Warm, gentle, completely wrong for someone capable of terrifying entire kingdoms. You died in my arms, he said quietly. The hallway fell completely silent. Even the storm outside seemed distant now. Lyra stared up at him. Pain moved through his black eyes so openly it almost hurt to look at. Centuries. He had carried that grief for centuries. Another memory flickered sharply behind her eyes. His voice breaking while he held her against him. Please don't leave me. The memory vanished instantly. But the grief stayed. And suddenly, Lyra realized she had begged him not to cry. The hallway suddenly felt too small. Too quiet. Vaelor's hand remained gently against her face while memories and emotions tangled violently inside Lyra's chest. Please don't leave me. The desperation in his voice still echoed painfully through her mind. Vaelor watched her carefully, like he could see every fractured memory moving behind her eyes. You remember the night you died? He said softly. Lyra swallowed hard. Pieces. Pain crossed his expression immediately, as if even fragments of that night wounded him. Another tremor shook the castle beneath them. Neither moved. Neither looked away. And somehow, the danger outside the hallway felt less terrifying than the way Vaelor looked at her right now. Like she was the only thing keeping him alive. Lyra's pulse stumbled painfully again. Because some part of her understood that feeling. Vaelor slowly lowered his hand from her face. The loss of warmth felt immediate. Wrong. His shadows shifted uneasily around the hallway floor. Restless. Like they reacted to every emotion he tried hiding from her. You should hate me, The words left Vaelor quietly enough to almost disappear beneath the storm outside. Lyra frowned instantly. What? A bitter expression crossed his face. Your kingdom burned because of me. The hallway fell silent. Not defensive. Not angry. Just truth. Vaelor looked exhausted suddenly, like centuries finally weighed visibly against his shoulders. They poisoned you, he continued softly, and I destroyed everything afterward. Another memory struck her instantly. Fire swallowing gold towers. Screaming. Vaelor standing in the center of chaos while shadows consumed entire armies around him. The memory vanished violently. Lyra inhaled sharply. Fear curled beneath her ribs, but not toward him. Toward the grief inside those memories. You loved them once, Vaelor whispered. Your people. The sadness in his voice hurt worse than anger would have. And I took you away from them. Lyra stared at him. Because suddenly, she realized he truly blamed himself for everything. Another roar exploded beneath the mountain. Closer. The castle trembled violently around them. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. The moment between them shattered. Danger returned to his face so fast it almost looked unnatural. The creature near the wall whimpered softly. Fear rolled through the hallway again. Vaelor turned toward the darkness below the castle, listening. Then his black eyes snapped back toward Lyra. You need to stay with Eveline. The command came immediate. Protective. Lyra grabbed his wrist before he could disappear again. The movement shocked both of them. Heat rushed violently through her chest. The second her fingers touched his skin, Vaelor froze completely. Black eyes lowering slowly toward her hand wrapped around him. The hallway fell silent. Lyra's pulse hammered painfully. Because without thinking, she had stopped him from leaving. And the look on Vaelor's face suddenly made it feel like the most dangerous thing she had done all night. Vaelor stared at her hand around his wrist like he couldn't breathe. The shadows surrounding the hallway stilled completely. Even the storm outside seemed quieter for one impossible second. Lyra realized too late what she had done. She should let go. Instead, her fingers tightened slightly around him. Heat rushed sharply beneath Vaelor's skin where she touched him. His black eyes darkened instantly. Lyra, the way he said her name nearly destroyed her. Low, rough, like restraint barely held together inside him. Another tremor shook the castle violently beneath them. Neither moved. Neither looked away. Vaelor slowly turned his hand beneath hers until their palms touched fully. The contact sent another memory crashing through her mind. Moonlight spilling across black sheets. Vaelor pulling her into his lap while she laughed softly against his mouth. His voice low beside her ear. You are going to ruin me. The memory vanished violently. Heat exploded through Lyra's entire body. She let go of him instantly. Vaelor's breathing turned uneven. The reaction startled her immediately. Because for someone so powerful, he looked dangerously affected by her too. The shadows around him twisted harder along the hallway floor. Hungry. Restless. Lyra stepped backward quickly. This keeps happening every time you touch me. Vaelor watched her carefully. His voice came quieter now. Not every memory hurts. The statement wrapped strangely around her chest. Another roar thundered beneath the mountain. Closer. The creature near the wall looked terrified now. Your Majesty, it whispered urgently. The lower gates are failing. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. Duty replaced everything else on his face. But before he disappeared again, his black eyes locked onto Lyra one final time. And softly, almost painfully softly, do not follow me this time. Then shadows swallowed him whole. Gone. The hallway instantly felt colder without him there. Lyra hated how quickly she noticed that. The creature near the broken wall slowly rose again once Vaelor disappeared. Still nervous. Still avoiding direct eye contact with her now. Interesting. You fear him, Lyra whispered. The creature let out a low sound almost resembling disbelief. Everything fears him. The answer settled heavily in the hallway silence. Lyra glanced toward the darkness below the castle where distant roars still echoed through the mountain. But not you. The creature's silver eyes lifted carefully toward her. He created us. Cold unease slid beneath her ribs. Created. Not controlled. Created. Another piece of the puzzle. Another terrifying thing nobody explained properly. The creature studied her expression silently. Then quietly, he was different before you died. Something painful twisted inside her chest again. How? The creature looked toward the storm outside briefly. Less violent. The answer came simple. Honest. And after? Silver eyes shifted back toward her slowly. He stopped caring what happened to the world. The words wrapped tightly around Lyra's chest. She remembered the fire, the destruction, the grief. And suddenly, she understood something horrible. Vaelor had not destroyed kingdoms because he wanted power. He destroyed them because losing her broke something inside him. The realization frightened her deeply, because part of her could feel how real his love had been. Still was. Another tremor shook the hallway violently. The creature's attention snapped instantly toward the lower floors. Fear crossed its face again. They're getting closer. Lyra tightened her grip on the lantern. What exactly is beneath this mountain? The creature hesitated. Then quietly, the things your gods locked away. Fear curled sharply through her stomach. Why would gods need Vaelor to guard them? The creature stared at her for several long seconds. Then softly, because they feared him almost as much, a cold silence settled between them. The storm outside darkened violently while distant. Screams echoed somewhere below the castle again. Lyra's pulse quickened. This entire world felt bigger and more dangerous with every answer she received. And somehow, every answer led back to Vaelor. The creature slowly stepped closer. Careful. Almost respectful now. You truly remember nothing. Lyra shook her head slowly. Only fragments. The creature studied her face quietly. Then softly, you used to calm him. Fear and curiosity tangled sharply inside her chest. What does that mean? The creature looked toward the shadows where Vaelor disappeared moments ago. When his power became unstable, it hesitated briefly. You were the only thing capable of stopping him. Another memory flashed behind Lyra's eyes instantly. Vaelor kneeling before her while darkness consumed an entire throne room around them. Her hands against his face. His eyes closing the second she touched him. Peace. The memory vanished. But the feeling remained. And suddenly, Lyra understood why everyone looked terrified whenever Vaelor lost control. Another roar exploded beneath the castle. This one sounded different. Closer. Angrier. The creature immediately stiffened. Fear crossed its silver eyes. That should not be possible. Lyra's chest tightened. What? Before the creature could answer, every candle in the hallway went out. Darkness swallowed the corridor instantly. Cold rushed violently through the air. Not normal cold. Something deeper. Older. Hungry. The creature stepped in front of Lyra automatically. Protective. Its silver eyes scanned the darkness sharply. Then, a voice whispered through the hallway. Soft, female. Lyra. Fear slammed violently through her chest. She recognized that voice. Impossible. Sister Miriam? The hallway turned ice cold. Lyra's pulse stopped for one horrifying second. No, that wasn't possible. Sister Miriam? She whispered again. Darkness shifted slowly near the far end of the corridor. A figure stepped forward beneath, faint silver light spilling through the storm windows. White robes. Dark braided hair. Soft eyes filled with sadness. Sister Miriam. exactly as Lyra remembered her. Fear and relief crashed violently together inside her chest. "What are you doing here?" The creature standing protectively in front of Lyra let out a low growl. Uneasy. Suspicious. Miriam ignored it completely. Her gaze remained fixed only on Lyra. "You should not be in this castle," she said softly. The familiar warmth in her voice almost hurt. Lyra took one small step forward automatically. "Miriam." The older woman's expression softened instantly, just like it used to inside the temple. "Come with me," she whispered gently. "Before he finds you again." The creature immediately stepped farther in front of Lyra. Its silver eyes narrowed dangerously. "That is not her." Cold fear slid sharply through Lyra's stomach. Miriam's expression didn't change. "You always were suspicious creatures." The creature's growl deepened. The hallway shadows shifted violently around them. Something felt wrong. Not visibly. Emotionally. Like the woman standing there wore Miriam's face, but not her presence. Lyra's pulse hammered painfully. "Miriam?" she whispered carefully. The woman smiled softly. And suddenly, Lyra realized the smile was wrong. Too still. Too practiced. The fear inside her chest sharpened instantly. "You died before dawn." The creature snarled quietly beside her. Silence. The woman's expression slowly changed. Not angry. Worse, disappointed. Such clever little monsters. Cold dread wrapped violently around Lyra's spine. The fake Miriam tilted her head slowly, then smiled wider. Too wide. "Oh," she whispered softly toward Lyra. "He really has surrounded you with creatures." Fear rooted Lyra in place. The hallway darkened sharply. The creature beside her lowered itself slightly, ready to attack. "What are you?" Lyra whispered. The woman wearing Miriam's face looked directly at her, and for one horrifying second, her eyes turned completely black. Not like Vaelor's. Empty. Dead. "You should have stayed asleep," she said quietly. The creature lunged instantly. Everything exploded into chaos. Darkness slammed violently through the hallway while the false Miriam disappeared into shadows with unnatural speed. Lyra stumbled backward hard against the wall. A scream echoed through the corridor. Not human. Something much worse. The storm outside shattered the windows at the end of the hallway. And suddenly, every shadow inside the castle started moving. The castle descended into madness. Shadows twisted violently across the walls and ceilings like living creatures tearing through the corridors. The silver-eyed creature slammed hard into the false Miriam near the shattered windows. Except she no longer looked human. Darkness peeled away from her body like smoke, revealing something tall and wrong beneath the stolen skin. Too many limbs. Too many eyes opening beneath black flesh. Lyra's stomach twisted violently. The creature protecting her snarled low beside the monster. "You should not have crossed the barrier." The thing wearing Miriam's face laughed softly. The sound scraped horribly through the hallway. "The queen wakes." Fear crawled sharply beneath Lyra's skin again. Another violent tremor shook the castle. Then suddenly, all the shadows in the hallway froze. Every creature stopped moving instantly. The false Miriam slowly lifted her head. Fear flashed across her twisted face for the first time. And then Vaelor appeared. Darkness exploded through the corridor. Not shadows. Something deeper. The hallway walls cracked violently as power slammed through the castle, hard enough to steal the air from Lyra's lungs. Vaelor stood motionless in the center of the destruction. His black eyes glowed completely now. Silver light spread beneath his skin like fractures while darkness curled around him like a living storm. Every creature in the hallway immediately lowered itself toward the floor. Terrified. Even the false Miriam stepped backward. Fear twisted visibly across her monstrous face. Vaelor looked at Lyra first. Always her first. Checking. Searching. The second he saw she was unharmed, rage rolled violently through the castle. The chandeliers above exploded. Glass rained across the marble floor. "You entered my castle," Vaelor said softly. The monster froze completely. "And you touched what belongs to me." The word slammed through Lyra's chest. What belongs to me? Heat and fear tangled violently beneath her ribs. The false Miriam snarled low. "She is not yours anymore." The entire hallway darkened instantly. Vaelor smiled. The expression terrified every creature in the corridor, because there was nothing human inside it. Only violence. Only rage. Only possession. "She never stopped being mine." The monster lunged toward Lyra instantly. Vaelor moved faster. Darkness tore through the hallway like a weapon. The creature screamed violently as shadows wrapped around its body midair. Then everything stopped. The monster hung frozen above the marble floor while black shadows slowly crushed its body. Tighter and tighter. Bones cracked. The sound echoed horribly through the hallway. Lyra couldn't breathe. Vaelor didn't even look at the creature while destroying it. His entire attention remained locked on her. And somehow, that frightened her more than the violence itself. The creature screamed again. The sound barely resembled anything human now. Darkness crushed tighter around its body while black blood splattered across the marble floor beneath it. Vaelor remained completely motionless, terrifyingly calm. Lyra stared at him in shock. Because this was the monster kingdom's feared. Not the man who touched her gently. Not the man who looked at her like prayer. This power capable of ripping creatures apart without effort. The false Miriam struggled violently against the shadows crushing her bones. "She will remember," it hissed desperately. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. "She already is." Fear twisted sharply through Lyra's chest. Another memory exploded behind her eyes. Vaelor kneeling before her throne while blood covered the floor around them. His head bowed beneath her hand. Her voice whispering softly, "They will never separate us again." The memory vanished violently. Lyra gasped. Vaelor's black eyes snapped toward her immediately. Concern replaced rage so fast it made her dizzy. "Lyra." The monster laughed weakly through broken teeth. She remembers him already. The hallway shook violently. Not from the mountain this time. From Vaelor. The shadows around him exploded harder across the walls. The creature immediately stopped laughing. Fear flooded its twisted face again. Vaelor stepped toward it slowly. Every movement looked controlled. Deliberate. More terrifying than rage. "You entered my castle," he said quietly. The creature trembled violently beneath the shadows crushing its body. "You frightened her." The words sounded almost soft. That somehow made them worse. Vaelor tilted his head slightly while studying the creature. Then calmly, "You should have killed me when you had the chance centuries ago." Cold silence slammed through the hallway. Even the other creature protecting Lyra froze completely. Fear crawled sharply through her stomach. Centuries ago. What exactly happened back then? Before she could think further, the creature suddenly smiled again through blood. "She will leave you again." Everything stopped. The shadows. The movement. Even the storm outside felt silent for one horrifying second. Vaelor's expression emptied completely. Lyra felt the exact moment something dangerous snapped inside him. The castle darkened instantly. Every candle exploded. The floor beneath them cracked violently. The creature realized its mistake too late. Fear flashed across its face. Vaelor. The name left Lyra before she could stop herself. And immediately, he froze. The shadows stopped moving. The violence paused. Vaelor slowly turned toward her. His black eyes still glowed with terrifying darkness. But the second he looked at her, control returned. Not fully. Barely. Still enough. The realization hit Lyra hard enough to steal her breath. She stopped him. Again, Vaelor stared at her silently for several long seconds. Then very quietly, "Please stop looking at me like you're afraid." The softness in his voice nearly hurt more than the rage had. The hallway fell completely silent. Vaelor stood surrounded by darkness and destruction, while shattered glass glittered across the marble floor, around him like frozen stars. And somehow, the saddest thing Lyra had seen tonight was the look in his eyes. "Please stop looking at me like you're afraid." The words wrapped painfully around her chest, because he sounded serious. Not angry, not offended. Hurt. The realization unsettled her deeply. The creature still hanging, trapped within the shadows, looked between them carefully. Then slowly, understanding crossed its twisted face. "Oh," it whispered weakly. "That's why you're dangerous." Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. The shadows tightened violently again. Bones cracked loudly through the hallway. The creature screamed. Lyra flinched automatically. Vaelor noticed immediately. And just like that, the shadows loosened again. The monster collapsed hard onto the marble floor, barely breathing. Everything inside the corridor suddenly revolved around one terrifying truth. Vaelor would stop destroying the world for her. But only for her. The realization hit Lyra harder than any memory so far. Because she finally understood why everyone feared them together. Not just him. Them. Another memory flashed violently behind her eyes. A throne room drowned in shadows. Kings kneeling. Entire armies lowering their weapons the second she touched Vaelor's hand. Power, not hers alone. Theirs. The memory vanished instantly. Lyra grabbed the wall beside her to steady herself. Vaelor moved toward her immediately. Always immediately. "Lyra." His voice softened the second he reached her. Warm hands steadied her waist before she could fall. The contact sent heat rushing sharply beneath her skin again. Fear and familiarity tangled violently inside her chest. Vaelor's black eyes searched her face carefully. "What did you see?" The creature near the floor laughed weakly through blood. "She remembers the throne." Vaelor's entire body went still. The hallway darkened sharply again. The creature immediately regretted speaking. Fear flooded its twisted face. But Lyra barely noticed, because another memory crashed violently through her mind. A black throne beside hers. Vaelor sitting carelessly across it while she stood between his knees, his hands resting against her hips. Her crown tilted slightly while he smiled up at her and whispered, "You were born to rule beside me." Heat and grief slammed together inside her chest. The memory disappeared. Lyra inhaled sharply. Vaelor's hands tightened instinctively around her waist. "Easy." The low sound of his voice sent another wave of warmth through her body. Dangerous. Everything about him felt dangerously addictive now. The creature slowly pushed itself backward across the broken marble floor, trying to escape. Vaelor didn't even look at it. His entire attention remained fixed on Lyra, like nothing else in the world mattered more than whether she was breathing. Lyra could barely breathe. The memories were no longer random flashes. They felt connected now. Real. A life. Her life. Vaelor watched her, carefully while storm shadows twisted around the ruined hallway. "Look at me." The low command wrapped instantly around her spine. Lyra lifted her gaze slowly. Big mistake. He looked devastating like this. Darkness curling around broad shoulders. Black eyes glowing beneath shattered silver light. Terrifying enough to destroy kingdoms. And still looking at her like she was something precious. Something sacred. The contradiction nearly broke her. "You loved me," she whispered before she could stop herself. Silence filled the hallway instantly. The creature near the floor slowly lowered its head again. Even it seemed to understand the importance of the question. Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then softly, "I still do." The confession hit harder than any memory. Not because of the words, because of the certainty behind them. No hesitation. No shame. Just truth. Centuries of truth. Lyra's pulse spiraled violently. Another memory flickered behind her eyes. Vaelor kneeling before her in complete darkness while she touched his face gently and whispered, "You love too intensely." Then his answer, "Only you survive it." The memory vanished instantly. Heat rushed sharply through her body. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. His black eyes darkened slowly. "What did you remember?" Lyra swallowed hard. "You said I was the only one who survived your love." Something dangerous flickered behind his expression. Not anger. Need. The shadows around the hallway shifted restlessly. Like even they reacted whenever she remembered him. The creature suddenly laughed weakly again from the floor. "You are both completely doomed." Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. "Careful." The single word silenced the creature immediately. Lyra stared between them carefully. Because despite all the fear and chaos, something else was becoming impossible to ignore. Vaelor never denied loving her. Not once. Not even when it clearly destroyed him. Another violent tremor shook the castle beneath them. This time the floor cracked harder. The mountain below roared. Vaelor's attention snapped instantly toward the darkness beneath the castle. His expression sharpened. Fear touched his face again. Real fear. The creature near the floor whispered quietly, "The lower seal is breaking." The castle trembled violently again. This time the roar, beneath the mountain, sounded close, enough to shake the air from Lyra's lungs. Dust drifted from the ceiling above them. Somewhere deeper inside the castle, people screamed. Vaelor's shadows darkened instantly. The hallway temperature dropped hard enough to sting her skin. The creature near the floor slowly backed farther away. Terrified now. Not of what was beneath the mountain. Of Vaelor losing control. "You need to leave the upper halls," the creature whispered urgently toward Lyra. Vaelor's black eyes snapped toward it instantly. "And go where?" The creature hesitated. Fear flashed across its face. The throne chamber. Cold silence slammed through the hallway. Vaelor went completely still. Lyra frowned slightly. "What's in the throne chamber?" Neither answered immediately. That alone terrified her. Another violent crack echoed beneath the castle. The floor split slightly near the far wall. Black shadows leaked upward through the stone like smoke. The creature whispered softly, "They cannot enter where she ruled." Lyra's pulse stumbled painfully. Ruled. Again with that word. Vaelor finally looked back toward her slowly. His expression had changed. Not fear anymore. Memory. Like he could already see her standing inside that room again. "You should not see it yet," he said quietly. The words immediately irritated her. "You keep deciding what I should and shouldn't know." The shadows around him shifted restlessly. Because every memory returning too quickly hurts you, and hiding things doesn't. Silence. Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then softly, "You were never this stubborn before." The comment startled a weak laugh out of her before she could stop it. Vaelor froze instantly. The sound clearly affected him. A dangerous softness entered his black eyes. And suddenly, another memory slammed violently into Lyra's mind. Vaelor laughing against her mouth while she pushed him backward onto a throne, covered in black roses. The warmth, the intimacy, the way he looked at her like worship. The memory vanished. Heat exploded through her chest. "Oh my gods." Vaelor stepped closer immediately. Concern darkened his expression. "What did you see?" Lyra covered her face briefly with one hand. "You were genuinely ruining my life." The creature near the floor made a choking sound that suspiciously resembled laughter. Vaelor looked confused for exactly 1 second. Then realization crossed his face. Slowly, dangerously, his black eyes darkened into something that made Lyra's pulse spiral completely out of control. Ah! The low sound of his voice nearly destroyed her. Heat rushed violently into her face. This is horrible. A faint smile pulled at the corner of Vaelor's mouth. Real amusement this time. Not cruel. Not cold. Beautiful. And somehow, that smile frightened her more than the monster version of him ever had. Because it made it painfully easy to understand why she fell in love with him before. Another violent tremor rolled beneath the castle. The moment between them shattered instantly. Vaelor's amusement disappeared as darkness twisted sharply across the hallway floor again. The creature near the wall rose quickly. Fear flooded its silver eyes. They're moving faster now. A distant roar echoed through the mountain beneath them. Closer. Hungrier. Lyra's chest tightened. The castle no longer felt safe. Not even with Vaelor standing beside her. And somehow, that realization made her move closer to him instead of away. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. His black eyes lowered briefly toward the small distance she closed between them. Something softer flickered across his expression. Dangerously soft. You should not trust me this easily, he said quietly. Lyra looked up at him. I don't. The faintest shadow of a smile touched his mouth again. Liar. Heat rushed sharply into Lyra's chest. Annoying. Very annoying. Another crack split through the floor beneath the castle. This time black smoke curled upward from the stone itself. The creature immediately stepped backward. Terrified. Vaelor's expression hardened instantly. The seal is collapsing. Fear wrapped tightly around Lyra's ribs. What happens if it breaks completely? Silence followed. Not good silence. Vaelor looked toward the darkness leaking through the cracked floor. Then finally, the world changes. The calmness in his voice made the answer worse. The creature swallowed hard. They will hunt her first. Vaelor's shadows exploded violently around the hallway. The creature immediately lowered its gaze again. Watch your words. The warning came low enough to vibrate through the cracked walls. Lyra frowned. Why would they hunt me? Neither answered quickly enough. And suddenly, she already knew the answer would terrify her. Vaelor slowly looked back toward her. Conflict moved visibly across his face now. Like he was deciding how much truth she could survive tonight. You are connected to the barrier. Lyra's pulse quickened. How? Another roar shook the castle violently. Vaelor stepped closer instinctively the second the floor trembled beneath her feet. Protective again. Always protective. The barrier was created using your soul and mind together, he said quietly. Cold silence wrapped around the hallway. Lyra stared at him. That doesn't make any sense. No, Vaelor agreed softly. It doesn't. The creature near the wall whispered carefully. When the queen died, the bond sealed both worlds apart. Another memory struck Lyra instantly. Blood. Vaelor screaming her name while shadows consumed an entire throne room around them. And her own voice whispering weakly, promise me they can never reach this world again. The memory vanished. But this time, the grief stayed. The hallway suddenly felt difficult to breathe in. Promise me they can never reach this world again. The memory echoed painfully inside Lyra's chest. Vaelor watched her carefully. Not speaking. Not pushing. Just waiting for her to steady herself. The patience in him felt strange for someone capable of terrifying entire kingdoms. Lyra pressed trembling fingers against her temple. I said that. The realization sounded fragile. Almost disbelieving. Vaelor stepped closer slowly. Yes. His voice softened dangerously on the word. Another tremor rolled beneath the castle. This time the roar below sounded almost triumphant. The creature near the wall looked terrified. They know she remembers. Cold fear wrapped sharply around Lyra's ribs. Who? The creature hesitated. Vaelor answered first. The things trapped beneath the mountain. The hallway darkened slightly around him. They remember you too. Another memory flashed suddenly behind Lyra's eyes. A massive black gate beneath the mountain. Chains covered in glowing silver symbols. Vaelor standing beside her, while darkness screamed behind the gates. His hand gripping hers tightly. Then her own voice. If I die, promise me you'll seal it. The memory vanished violently. Lyra inhaled sharply. Vaelor's expression changed instantly. Pain crossed his face so openly it almost hurt to look at him. You promised me, she whispered. The shadows around him slowed. Everything inside the hallway seemed to still with him. Yes, the single word carried centuries of grief. The creature quietly lowered its gaze. Almost respectfully, Lyra stared at Vaelor. And suddenly, she understood something horrible. He kept the promise. Even after losing her. Even when it destroyed him. The castle shook violently again. This time part of the ceiling cracked. Stone crashed somewhere deeper in the corridor. The moment shattered instantly. Vaelor turned toward the mountain below with deadly focus returning to his expression. We are out of time. Fear climbed sharply into Lyra's throat. What do we do? Vaelor looked back at her slowly. His black eyes softened again the second they met hers. The same thing I have done for centuries. The shadows around him darkened. Protective. Lethal. I keep them away from you. The confession wrapped tightly around her chest. Because suddenly, Lyra realized Vaelor had not been guarding the world all this time. He had been guarding her. Another explosion thundered beneath the castle. The floor cracked violently under their feet. This time screams echoed everywhere. Not just below them. Inside the castle, Vaelor's expression changed instantly. Cold, deadly. The creature near the wall looked panicked now. They're inside. Fear slammed through Lyra's chest. Before she could react, Vaelor grabbed her hand. Shadows exploded around them. The hallway disappeared instantly. Cold wind crashed against her skin as darkness carried them violently through the castle corridors. Everything blurred. Roars, screams, broken walls, creatures crawling through shattered stone. Then suddenly, they stopped. Lyra stumbled hard against Vaelor's chest. Strong arms wrapped around her waist automatically to steady her. The throne room stretched before them. The room looked enormous. Black marble floors reflected, silver fire burning inside, towering braziers while dark pillars stretched endlessly toward a ceiling, painted with stars. And at the center, 2 thrones. One black, one silver. Lyra froze instantly. A sharp pain flashed through her chest. Memory crashed violently into her mind. Vaelor pulling her into his lap on the black throne while she laughed softly against his mouth, his hands gripping her thighs. His voice rough beside her ear. You distract me from ruling. The memory vanished. Heat exploded through her body. Vaelor noticed immediately. His black eyes darkened. But before either of them could speak, the massive throne room doors slammed shut behind them. A roar shook the entire castle. Closer now. Vaelor's attention snapped instantly toward the doors. Danger flooded the room again. The silver flames around the throne room suddenly rose higher. Symbols carved into the floor began glowing beneath Lyra's feet. The second she stepped closer to the silver throne, the entire room reacted. Power surged violently through the walls. The shadows around Vaelor froze. His black eyes snapped toward her instantly. And for the first time since meeting him, he looked shocked. Not controlled shock. Real shock. Lyra's pulse stumbled. What? The glowing symbols beneath her feet spread wider across the floor. Silver light wrapped slowly around her body. warm, familiar. Another memory slammed through her. Her sitting beside Vaelor while kings bowed before them both. His hand resting possessively against her thigh beneath the throne. Her fingers tangled in his dark hair while he whispered, "My queen." The memory vanished. But this time, something stayed. Power, deep beneath her skin. Waiting. Vaelor stared at her like the world had stopped turning. The silver light beneath Lyra's feet spread farther across the throne room floor, glowing symbols wrapping around the black marble like living fire. And somehow, the room felt awake now. The silver throne pulsed softly behind her. Waiting. Recognizing her. Fear mixed violently with something else inside Lyra's chest. Belonging. Vaelor stepped toward her slowly. Almost carefully. Like he was afraid sudden movement would break the moment. "You remember this place?" It wasn't a question. Lyra swallowed hard. Pieces. His black eyes lowered briefly toward the glowing floor around her. Something dangerously emotional crossed his face. "You used to sit beside me while the entire world feared us." Heat rushed sharply through her body. Another memory struck instantly. Vaelor sprawled carelessly across the black throne while she sat sideways in his lap. Kings arguing somewhere below them. His mouth against her throat while he murmured, "Ignore them." The memory vanished. Lyra inhaled sharply. Vaelor's gaze darkened immediately. And this time, he stepped directly in front of her. The throne room doors exploded inward. The sound shattered the moment instantly. Creatures poured into the room from the darkness beyond. Massive bodies. Silver eyes. Black claws scraping violently across marble floors. Lyra stumbled backward in shock. Vaelor moved faster. Darkness exploded through the throne room like a storm. The creatures slammed violently into the walls before they could reach her. The entire castle shook. Roars echoed everywhere. Vaelor stood between, Lyra and the monsters with shadows twisting around him like living weapons. Terrifying. Beautiful. Deadly. One creature lunged again. Vaelor lifted one hand. The monster's body ripped apart instantly. Blood splattered across the black marble floor. Lyra stopped breathing. This wasn't a fight. It was slaughter. More creatures flooded through the broken doors. Too many. Even Vaelor noticed. His shadows tore violently through the throne room while silver fire exploded across the walls around them. The creatures weren't trying to kill him. They kept looking at Lyra, hungry, obsessed. She remembers. One of them hissed. Fear crawled sharply beneath Lyra's skin. Vaelor's rage detonated instantly. The entire throne room darkened. Every creature froze. Then, Vaelor looked back at her. And for one terrifying second, his control slipped. Power cracked violently through the room. The black throne behind him split down the center. The creatures screamed. Not from pain. Fear. Real fear. Vaelor's black eyes locked onto Lyra while shadows swallowed the throne room whole. And softly, like a confession dragged out of him, "Don't make me lose you again." The words shattered something inside her chest. "Don't make me lose you again." Another memory exploded violently behind Lyra's eyes. Vaelor kneeling on a battlefield covered in blood, while he held her lifeless body against him. Screaming. Not human screaming. Something darker. Something broken. The grief hit her so hard she physically staggered. Vaelor, a creature lunged toward her from the shadows. Vaelor reacted instantly. Darkness ripped through the throne room with enough force to shake the mountain itself. The creature disintegrated mid-air. Gone. Nothing left. The remaining monsters immediately backed away. Terrified. Lyra stared at Vaelor in shock. His breathing had turned uneven now. The shadows around him no longer looked controlled. They looked hungry. Wild. And somehow, the throne room itself seemed to react to his emotions. Silver fire climbed higher along the walls. The glowing symbols beneath Lyra's feet spread wider. Power surged violently through the floor. One creature whispered fearfully, "The bond is waking." Another roar exploded beneath the castle. Then the mountain cracked. The entire throne room shook violently. Part of the ceiling collapsed near the broken doors while creatures scattered in panic. Vaelor turned instantly toward the darkness beyond the throne room. For the first time, real panic crossed his face. No, the single word came rough, almost desperate. The shadows around him exploded harder across the room. Something enormous moved beneath the castle. Lyra could feel it now. A heartbeat. Massive, ancient, hungry. Fear wrapped violently around her spine. What is that? Vaelor slowly looked back at her. His black eyes darkened with something dangerously close to guilt. The thing we failed to kill. Cold silence slammed through the throne room. Another memory crashed through Lyra instantly. Her standing beside, Vaelor beneath, a black sky while something monstrous screamed beneath the mountain. Blood covered both their hands. Then Vaelor's voice. If it wakes again, the world ends. The memory vanished violently. And suddenly, Lyra understood why everyone was terrified of them together. The mountain split open beneath the castle. A deafening crack thundered through the throne room while black stone shattered below them. Every creature in the room immediately dropped lower to the floor. Terrified. Even the monsters feared whatever was waking beneath the mountain. Lyra's pulse spiraled violently. The heartbeat below the castle grew louder. Slower. Massive. Like something sleeping for centuries had finally opened its eyes. Vaelor's shadows exploded harder around the throne room. The creatures backed away instantly. Not from Lyra, from him. Because for the first time since she met him, Vaelor looked afraid. Real fear. Not for himself. For her. Another violent roar shook the castle. The silver throne behind Lyra suddenly blazed with light. Symbols spread across the floor beneath her feet faster now. Awakening. The creatures began whispering desperately. The queen returns. The seal breaks. She remembers. Enough! Vaelor's voice cracked violently through the throne room. The entire castle shook. Every creature immediately fell silent. Darkness wrapped around him like a living storm while silver fractures spread farther beneath his skin. Power leaked from him uncontrollably now. Dangerous. Beautiful. Terrifying. Lyra stared at him breathlessly. Because despite all the chaos, he still kept positioning himself between her and every threat inside the room. Always between danger and her. Another part of the mountain collapsed beneath the castle. This time black smoke burst upward through the cracks in the throne room floor. And something moved inside it. Huge. A massive claw slammed against the broken stone beneath the castle. Creatures screamed in panic. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. It woke too early. Fear wrapped violently around Lyra's chest. What woke? The answer came from beneath the mountain. A voice. Deep enough to shake the throne room itself. Little king. Cold horror crawled violently down Lyra's spine. The creatures immediately fled toward the broken doors. Even they wanted distance from whatever was below them. Vaelor didn't move, but the shadows around him turned lethal instantly. Another claw slammed against the stone beneath the castle. Larger than a human body. Black, covered in silver cracks glowing beneath the skin. Lyra stepped backward instinctively. The silver throne behind her pulsed again. And suddenly, the entire room reacted to her fear. Silver light exploded across the throne room floor. The shadows stopped moving. The heartbeat below the castle paused. Everything froze. Vaelor slowly turned toward her. Shock crossed his face again. Not fear. Recognition. Because somehow, she had stopped it. The throne room remained frozen in complete silence. Even the thing beneath the mountain stopped moving. Vaelor stared at Lyra like he had forgotten how to breathe. Silver light still wrapped around her feet, while the symbols across the floor pulsed softly beneath the throne. Power hummed through the room. Alive, waiting for her. Lyra's pulse hammered painfully. I did that? Her voice sounded small against the chaos surrounding them. Vaelor stepped toward her slowly, carefully, like she was something both dangerous and fragile at the same time. Yes, the word came almost reverently. Another deep laugh echoed from beneath the mountain. The sound shook the castle walls. Interesting. Cold dread slid violently through Lyra's chest. The massive claw beneath the broken floor moved again. Closer this time. Vaelor instantly stepped in front of her. Protective. Automatic. Shadows exploded around him again. You will not touch her. The thing beneath the mountain laughed harder. You sound afraid, little king. The throne room darkened violently. Vaelor's control snapped dangerously for one brief second. The black throne behind him shattered completely. Creatures screamed somewhere deeper inside the castle. Lyra felt the rage rolling off him like fire. Not normal anger. Protective fury. Because the creature beneath the mountain was looking at her. Interested. Hungry. Vaelor slowly lifted one hand. Darkness swallowed half the throne room instantly. Say another word about her, he said softly, and I will tear this mountain apart with you buried inside it. The threat shook the castle itself. Silence followed. Then the voice beneath the mountain laughed again. Lower now. Amused. There he is. Fear wrapped tightly around Lyra's chest. Because somehow, the thing below sounded excited by Vaelor's rage. Another memory crashed violently through Lyra's mind. Vaelor standing before a broken battlefield while shadows destroyed entire armies around him. His black eyes glowing exactly like this. Out of control. And her own hands gripping his face while she whispered, Come back to me. The memory vanished instantly. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. Vaelor heard it immediately. Of course he did. The shadows around the throne room slowed slightly. His attention snapped back toward her. Concern replacing rage so fast it almost looked painful. Lyra, the thing beneath the mountain, went silent. Watching. Listening. And suddenly, Lyra realized something horrifying. She was the only reason Vaelor hadn't destroyed everything already. The realization terrified her. Not because Vaelor was dangerous. Because she suddenly understood how dangerous he became without her. The throne room trembled again. The massive claw beneath the broken floor dragged slowly upward through shattered stone. Black scales. Silver fractures glowing beneath them. Huge. Far too huge. Lyra stepped backward instinctively. The silver throne behind her blazed brighter immediately. The creature beneath the mountain paused again. Interested. Vaelor noticed instantly. His expression darkened. No. The command came sharp enough to crack the marble beneath his feet. The thing below laughed softly. She remembers her power. Another memory exploded through Lyra's mind. Silver light pouring from her, hands while chains wrapped around something enormous beneath the mountain. Vaelor behind her. Bleeding. One arm wrapped tightly around her waist while shadows held the creature down long enough for her to seal it. The memory vanished violently. Pain shot through her chest. Vaelor moved toward her instantly. Strong hands caught her before she could fall. The second Vaelor touched her. The silver light around the throne room calmed slightly. His black eyes searched her face frantically. Not for weakness. For pain. You're remembering too fast. The roughness in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. Lyra grabbed his arm hard enough to steady herself. We sealed it together. Silence. The thing beneath the mountain stopped moving again. Vaelor stared at her. Shock. Relief. and something dangerously emotional crossing his face all at once. Yes, the word sounded broken. Another memory flashed instantly. Vaelor kneeling before her after the seal closed, blood covering both of them. His forehead pressed against her stomach while he whispered, "You saved me again." Heat and grief slammed together violently inside her chest. The memory vanished. But this time, she remembered the feeling of loving him. The throne room suddenly darkened. Not from Vaelor, from beneath the mountain. The massive creature moved again. Faster now. The broken floor cracked wider as black smoke poured upward into the room. The voice below sounded amused. "You finally remember him." Vaelor's shadows exploded violently around them. Silence. The thing beneath the mountain laughed again. "And now you fear losing her." The entire castle shook. Vaelor's controls slipped, hard enough to send cracks through every wall in the throne room. Lyra grabbed his face instantly without thinking. The second her hands touched him, everything stopped. The shadows froze. The throne room went silent. Vaelor's eyes closed briefly beneath her touch like relief physically hurt him. Another memory struck her instantly. Her sitting beside him in darkness while he rested with his head in her lap. Her fingers running through his dark hair while he whispered, "You are the only peace I have ever known." The memory vanished. But this time, Lyra didn't pull away from him. Vaelor slowly opened his eyes beneath her touch. The throne room remained completely still around them. No shadows moving. No creatures screaming. Even the thing beneath the mountain had gone silent. Watching. Waiting. Lyra's hands still framed Vaelor's face while his black eyes stared at her like she had just brought him back from death itself. And maybe she had. The realization hit hard enough to steal her breath. Another memory flickered softly behind her eyes. Vaelor standing alone in darkness for years. Centuries. Waiting. Searching. Grieving. The loneliness inside the memory nearly destroyed her. Vaelor lifted one hand slowly over hers. Careful. Almost afraid she would disappear if he moved too quickly. "You remember me." The words came quiet. Disbelieving. Lyra swallowed hard. "Pieces." His eyes closed briefly again. Relief crossed his face so openly it hurt to look at him. The voice beneath the mountain laughed softly again. How touching. The moment shattered instantly. Vaelor's expression darkened. The shadows around the throne room stirred violently once more. Lyra slowly lowered her hands from his face. The loss of contact felt immediate. Wrong. Vaelor noticed. Of course he noticed. His black eyes followed every movement like instinct. Another crack split through the throne room floor. The creature beneath the mountain pushed farther upward through the broken stone. Lyra finally saw part of its face, and instantly wished she hadn't. Too many eyes. Too many teeth. Something massive and twisted beneath black scales glowing with silver fractures. Fear crawled violently down her spine. Vaelor stepped directly in front of her again. Protective. Always. "You will not look at her." The creature smiled. "A horrible thing. You sound jealous." Vaelor's shadows exploded violently across the throne room. The creature beneath the mountain laughed harder. Lyra stared at Vaelor in disbelief. Because somehow, the monster trying to destroy the world had just called him jealous. And judging by Vaelor's expression, it wasn't entirely wrong. Another memory slammed into her instantly. Vaelor pinning someone against a palace wall while growling, "Stop flirting with her before I remove your tongue." The memory vanished. Heat rushed sharply through her body. Oh, Vaelor had absolutely always been jealous. The realization nearly made her laugh. Terrible timing. Especially because Vaelor suddenly looked at her like he knew exactly what memory returned this time. His black eyes darkened dangerously. "Don't." The low warning wrapped around her spine immediately. Lyra pressed her lips together hard, trying not to smile. The thing beneath the mountain looked delighted. This is going to be fun. Another violent crack split through the throne room. The mountain beneath them roared, loud enough to shake the silver flames along the walls. The massive creature pushed farther upward through the broken floor. More black scales. More glowing silver fractures. Too large. Far too large. Vaelor stepped slightly in front of Lyra again instinctively. His shadows spread across the throne room like living darkness ready to tear everything apart. The creature beneath the mountain watched them carefully. Then slowly, its many eyes settled on Lyra. She loves you already. The statement slammed through the room. Vaelor's expression turned lethal instantly. Enough. The creature laughed again. Low, satisfied. But she does. Heat rushed violently into Lyra's face. Fear followed immediately after. Because some dangerous part of her knew the creature wasn't entirely wrong. Another memory crashed through Lyra's mind before she could stop it. Vaelor dragging her into a dark hallway during some royal celebration. His mouth against hers before the doors even shut. Her laughing breathlessly while his hands pinned her against the wall. Then his voice low beside her ear. You flirt with people just to torture me. The memory vanished instantly. Heat exploded through her body. Vaelor froze completely. His black eyes locked onto hers slowly. Dangerously slowly. The throne room suddenly felt too warm. Too quiet. The thing beneath the mountain sounded deeply amused now. Oh, she remembers the fun parts. Lyra wanted the floor to swallow her whole. Vaelor looked like he was losing a very serious battle with self-control. His shadows twisted violently across the cracked marble floor. Hungry. Restless. And somehow, focused entirely on her. Another roar exploded beneath the castle. The moment shattered instantly. The massive creature slammed harder against the broken seal beneath the throne room. Stone cracked violently in every direction. The silver throne behind Lyra blazed brighter. Symbols spread rapidly across the floor now. Awakening completely. The creature's many eyes narrowed. She remembers too quickly. Fear crawled sharply through Lyra's chest. Vaelor turned toward the broken floor immediately. The warmth vanished from his expression again. Only danger remained. We are ending this tonight. The thing beneath the mountain laughed softly. You failed before. Vaelor's black eyes darkened into something terrifying. Yes, he said quietly. Because last time she died. Silence slammed through the throne room. And suddenly, Lyra realized something horrible. He would rather destroy the world than lose her again. The throne room shook again. Stone cracked violently beneath the massive creature forcing itself upward through the broken seal. But this time, Vaelor didn't move toward it immediately. His attention remained fixed on Lyra, like he physically could not stop checking she was still there. Still breathing. Still his. The realization sent dangerous warmth through her chest again. Another roar exploded beneath them. The moment shattered. Vaelor exhaled slowly before stepping closer to her. Very close. Close enough that shadows brushed softly around her ankles. You need to trust me for the next few minutes. The low sound of his voice wrapped around her spine instantly. Lyra looked up at him. That depends how insane your plan is. For one brief second, actual amusement crossed his face. Beautiful. Distracting. Extremely. That absolutely did not comfort her. Another violent crack split the floor beneath the throne room. The creature below pushed higher. Silver eyes opened through the darkness beneath the broken stone. Watching them. Waiting. Vaelor ignored it completely. Instead, he lifted one hand slowly toward Lyra. Careful. Always careful with her. Come here. The words came quiet. Intimate enough to make her pulse stumble. Lyra stepped closer before she could stop herself. Vaelor's hand slid gently against her waist, pulling her directly against his chest. Heat exploded through her body instantly. The thing beneath the mountain laughed softly. Oh, this is new. Vaelor's shadows snapped violently toward the broken floor. Silence. The creature laughed harder, but Lyra barely heard it anymore, because Vaelor's forehead rested briefly against hers, and suddenly the chaos around them felt distant. You need to remember how to use your power, he whispered softly. Lyra's breathing turned uneven. How? Vaelor's thumb brushed slowly against her waist beneath, the silver light wrapping around them. The touch felt devastatingly familiar. Another memory flashed instantly. Vaelor behind her while silver power poured from her hands into glowing chains. Beneath the mountain, his mouth against her neck while he whispered, "Focus on me." The memory vanished. Heat rushed sharply through her chest. Vaelor noticed immediately. A dangerous softness entered his black eyes. "Good," he murmured quietly. The throne room darkened again. The creature beneath the mountain pushed higher through the broken floor. Time was running out. Vaelor slowly lifted her hand against his chest, right above his heartbeat. Strong. Steady. Feel that? Lyra swallowed hard. Yes, his gaze locked onto hers completely. That is what pulls your power awake. The moment her palm rested over Vaelor's heartbeat, power exploded through the throne room. Silver light burst violently beneath Lyra's feet while shadows surged around. Vaelor like a storm answering her touch. The creature beneath the mountain roared. Not triumphant. Angry. The entire castle shook. Lyra gasped sharply as something deep beneath her skin awakened fully for the first time. Warmth rushed violently through her veins. Not painful. Powerful. Another memory slammed into her instantly. Vaelor kneeling before her, while she pressed both hands against his chest exactly like this. Silver light surrounding them. His black eyes fixed entirely on her while he whispered, "There you are." The memory vanished, but the feeling stayed. Recognition. Like some lost piece of herself had finally returned. Vaelor felt it too. Lyra saw the exact second it hit him. Relief crashed visibly across his face. The shadows around the throne room calmed slightly beneath the silver, light pouring from her hands. The creature below snarled violently. No. Vaelor slowly looked toward the broken floor beneath the throne room and smiled. Not cruel this time. Victorious. She remembers us. The creature slammed harder against the seal beneath the castle. Stone exploded upward. Huge black claws tore through the broken floor while silver eyes glowed through the darkness below. Lyra instinctively pressed closer against Vaelor's chest. His arm wrapped around her waist immediately. Protective. Possessive. Automatic. And this time, she didn't pull away. The thing beneath the mountain finally forced part of its body through the broken seal. Massive. Covered in black scales split by glowing silver fractures. Too many eyes opened across its face, watching Lyra hungrily. The sight should have terrified her completely. Instead, rage flared unexpectedly inside her chest. Another memory struck instantly. This creature killing thousands while the world burned around them. Vaelor bleeding beside her. Her own voice screaming, "Get away from him!" The memory vanished violently. Silver light exploded from Lyra's hands. The creature beneath the mountain roared in pain. Vaelor's black eyes widened slightly. Shock, pride, something dangerously emotional all at once. And softly, like he couldn't stop himself, "There's my queen." The words slammed straight through Lyra's chest. My queen. Another memory exploded violently behind her eyes. Vaelor dragging her into his lap in front of an entire throne room, full of horrified nobles. His hand resting possessively against her waist, while she laughed breathlessly against his mouth. Someone protesting below them. Then Vaelor's cold voice. What's your tone when speaking to your queen? The memory vanished instantly. Heat crashed through her body. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. A dangerous smile touched his mouth for half a second. The massive creature beneath the throne room snarled violently. I hate when you two do that. Lyra blinked. What? The creature's many eyes narrowed. Forget the world exists whenever you look at each other. The comment somehow broke the tension for one ridiculous second. Lyra almost laughed. Vaelor looked deeply offended. The massive creature beneath the throne room sounded disgusted. You were unbearable before she died. Vaelor's shadows snapped violently across the broken floor. Careful, the creature growled low. You nearly destroyed reality because she stopped breathing. Silence slammed through the throne room. Lyra slowly looked up at Vaelor. Because suddenly, that sounded horrifyingly believable. Vaelor avoided her eyes for exactly 1 second. Oh, he absolutely did. Heat and disbelief tangled violently inside her chest. You destroyed reality, she whispered. Vaelor looked genuinely annoyed now. It was mostly the northern half. The throne room went silent. Then somewhere in the middle of the apocalypse, Lyra laughed. The sound stunned everyone. Even the creature beneath the mountain froze. Vaelor stared at her like she had just handed him the stars. Because suddenly, she remembered this too. Laughing with him. Teasing him. Being the only person in existence completely unafraid to mock him. Another memory flashed instantly. Vaelor standing covered in blood while she fixed his collar and said, You are terrifying. But unfortunately you're also dramatic. Then his low answer, You adore me. The memory vanished. But this time, Lyra smiled. Real. Warm. Vaelor stopped breathing for one impossible second. And suddenly the terrifying king standing before her no longer looked broken. He looked hopeful. The throne room shook violently again. But somehow, everything felt different now. The silver light surrounding Lyra no longer felt foreign. It answered her. The symbols glowing across the marble floor pulsed beneath her, heartbeat like they recognized her completely. And Vaelor looked at her like the world had finally started breathing again. The massive creature beneath the throne room snarled low. You remember him too quickly. Lyra slowly turned toward it. This time fear didn't hit first. Anger did. Another memory crashed into her instantly. This creature tearing through burning cities while she and Vaelor fought to hold the seal together. People screaming. The world breaking apart. Rage surged violently through her chest. Silver light exploded brighter around her body. The creature recoiled instantly. Interesting. Vaelor noticed too. A dangerous smile touched his mouth again. There she is. The massive creature slammed harder against the broken seal. The entire throne room trembled. You cannot stop me twice. Vaelor stepped slightly in front of Lyra again. Protective instinct. Automatic. But this time, Lyra grabbed his arm before he could fully move away from her. The contact made shadows ripple violently across the room. Vaelor looked down at her instantly. Black eyes softening. Always softening for her. We stop it together, Lyra said quietly. Silence filled the throne room. The creature beneath the mountain froze. Vaelor stared at her like the words physically hurt him. Because he remembered. Another memory flashed through Lyra's mind. Her standing beside him beneath the mountain while both of them bled. His arm wrapped tightly around her waist. As she whispered, Together. Always. The memory vanished. But this time, she remembered how tightly he held her afterward. Vaelor slowly lifted his hand against her face. Careful. Almost reverent. You remember that promise. The roughness in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. Pieces of it. His thumb brushed gently beneath her jaw. Another memory flickered instantly. Vaelor lying beside her in darkness while she traced silver scars across his chest. Her whispering softly, "You never let anyone see you like this." Then his answer, "Only you were ever allowed." Heat rushed sharply beneath her skin. Vaelor noticed immediately. A faint shadow of amusement crossed his face. Dangerous. Because suddenly, the terrifying king looked very aware of what she remembered this time. The creature beneath the mountain made a disgusted sound. "You are both impossible." The throne room cracked violently again. The massive creature beneath the mountain forced itself higher through the broken seal. Silver fractures glowed brighter across its enormous body now. The thing was adapting. Learning. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. "We're running out of time." Another roar shook the castle hard, enough to send pieces of stone crashing from the ceiling. Lyra looked toward the silver throne behind her. And suddenly, another memory exploded through her mind. Her standing before the throne while silver light wrapped around the entire room. Vaelor kneeling beside her. Not forced. Choosing it. Then her own voice. "If the seal weakens again, the throne will awaken first." The memory vanished. Lyra inhaled sharply. The throne. Vaelor's attention snapped back toward her immediately. "You remember something. Not pushing. Just listening." Lyra turned toward the glowing silver throne. "I used it before." The creature beneath the mountain snarled violently. "No." Fear crossed its many eyes for the first time. Real fear. "Interesting." Vaelor slowly followed Lyra's gaze toward the throne. Understanding hit his face instantly. "Lyra." The rough warning in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. Another memory flickered. Her sitting on the silver throne while power flooded through the castle beneath the mountain. Vaelor beside her with one hand, gripping the armrest tightly while shadows obeyed every word she spoke. Control. Balance. Them together. The memory vanished. But this time, Lyra remembered the feeling of command. The creature beneath the mountain slammed harder against the broken floor. "You sealed me once because he begged you to." Cold silence filled the throne room. Lyra slowly turned toward Vaelor. Shock crossed his face immediately. "Oh, so that part was true too." The massive creature laughed darkly beneath the throne room. "He would have burned the world for you." Vaelor's shadows exploded violently. "And you would have let him," the creature continued. Another memory slammed through Lyra instantly. Vaelor standing in flames while the world collapsed around them, his hand reaching desperately toward her. Then her own voice breaking. "If I let you destroy everything, there will be nothing left of you." The memory vanished. Pain twisted sharply through her chest. Vaelor stared at her silently, like he knew exactly which memory returned now. And for the first time, Lyra understood the real horror of their love. Not that Vaelor would destroy the world for her, that she almost would have let him. The realization hit Lyra harder than fear, because suddenly she understood why kingdoms feared them together. Not just Vaelor's power. Her choice. Another violent tremor shook the throne room. The creature beneath the mountain pushed higher through the broken seal while silver fractures spread across its massive body. Horrifying, isn't it? It purred. Vaelor stepped closer to Lyra instantly. Protective. Always. His shadows curled sharply around her like they wanted to hide her from the world itself. "You never feared me before," he said quietly. The roughness in his voice wrapped painfully around her chest. Another memory flickered. Her pulling Vaelor closer by the front of his dark coat while fire burned outside. Palace windows. Her whispering softly against his mouth. "If the world fears you, let it." The memory vanished. Heat and grief tangled violently together inside her ribs. Because some part of her still agreed. The creature beneath the mountain laughed again. She remembers. Vaelor's black eyes darkened instantly. "Keep speaking and I'll silence you permanently." The threat shook the throne room itself. But the creature only smiled wider. Do you know what she said before she died, little king? Everything stopped. The shadows, the movement, even the silver flames along the walls seemed to still. Vaelor's expression emptied completely. Fear crawled sharply through Lyra's chest. Because suddenly, he looked terrified. Not angry. Terrified. The creature's many eyes shifted toward her slowly. She begged him not to follow her. Another memory exploded violently through Lyra's mind. Blood everywhere. Vaelor holding her against him while shadows destroyed the throne room around them. His face broken. Destroyed. And her own trembling hands gripping his jaw while she whispered weakly, "Promise me you'll survive this." The memory vanished violently. Lyra staggered hard. Vaelor caught her instantly. Strong arms wrapped around her before she could hit the floor. The second he touched her, another memory struck. Vaelor, sitting beside her bed for days while she recovered from some forgotten battle. His head resting near her hand while exhaustion dragged at his face. Then his quiet voice, "I don't know how to exist in a world without you." The memory disappeared, but the emotion stayed. Love so deep it became terrifying. Lyra looked up at him breathlessly. And suddenly, she understood why losing her destroyed him. Vaelor's black eyes searched her face carefully, not asking questions anymore. He had stopped pushing, stopped forcing memories. Now he only watched her like every piece returning mattered more than life itself. The creature beneath the throne room snarled violently. "You waste time." Vaelor didn't even look at it. His forehead rested briefly against Lyra's, and softly, like confession and prayer tangled together, "You came back to me anyway." The throne room trembled violently again. But this time, Lyra barely noticed, because Vaelor still held her like letting go would destroy him. Another memory flickered softly behind her eyes. Not war. Not blood. Just him. Vaelor asleep beside her while morning light spilled across black sheets. One arm wrapped possessively around her waist even in sleep. Peace. Real peace. The memory vanished. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. "You loved me for a very long time." The words escaped quietly. Vaelor's eyes closed briefly, like hearing her finally say it physically hurt him. "Longer than I should have survived." The confession wrapped tightly around her ribs. The creature beneath the mountain growled low. "You should have let him die with you." Vaelor's shadows exploded violently across the throne room. The walls cracked. Silver fire rose higher. And suddenly, Lyra understood something horrifying. He probably wanted to. Another memory crashed through her instantly. Vaelor standing at the edge of a cliff beneath a black sky. Broken. Completely broken. Shadows screaming around him while the world burned below. And Cashin grabbing him hard enough to stop him from stepping forward. The memory vanished violently. Lyra stopped breathing. No. Vaelor saw the realization hit her face instantly. Pain crossed his expression. Real pain. "You tried to die." The throne room fell silent. Vaelor looked away first, which answered everything. Cold grief wrapped violently around Lyra's chest. Because suddenly, she understood why. Cashin looked at him with that strange mixture of loyalty and fear. He hadn't just watched Vaelor destroy kingdoms. He watched him destroy himself too. The creature beneath the throne room laughed darkly. He spent centuries waiting for a ghost. Vaelor's expression turned lethal instantly. But before he could answer, Lyra touched his face. The reaction was immediate. The shadows calmed. The rage eased. Vaelor looked down at her like she had just saved him again. Another memory flickered softly, her fingers against his face while she whispered, "You were still worth saving." The memory disappeared. But this time, Lyra didn't look away from him. And neither of them noticed the silver throne glowing brighter behind her. Awakening fully, the silver throne blazed behind Lyra. Light spread violently across the throne room floor while glowing symbols climbed higher. Along the walls, the entire castle reacted. Every shadow froze. Every creature beneath the mountain roared in panic. Vaelor's attention snapped instantly toward the throne. And for the first time since she met him, he looked shaken. Not by the monster. By her. The creature beneath the broken seal snarled violently. No. Fear flooded its many eyes now. Real fear. Lyra slowly turned toward the throne behind her. Another memory struck instantly. Her sitting on the silver throne, while Vaelor stood beside her with one hand resting possessively against the armrest. Entire armies kneeling below them. Power flowing through the castle like blood through veins. The memory vanished. But this time, she remembered how natural it felt. The throne room trembled harder. The creature beneath the mountain slammed violently against the broken seal again. Desperate now, Vaelor stepped closer to Lyra immediately. His shadows wrapped tightly around her like instinct. Don't force it yet. The warning came rough. Concerned. Lyra looked up at him. You think I can stop it? Vaelor stared at her for several long seconds. Then quietly, I think you can stop me too. The confession hit harder than expected. Because suddenly, she realized that was what frightened him most. Not the creature. Not the end of the world. Himself. Another memory flickered. Vaelor kneeling before her while shadows destroyed a battlefield around them. Her hands against his face. His eyes closed like her touch was the only thing keeping him sane. The memory vanished. And this time, Lyra understood why. The creature beneath the mountain roared again. The broken floor split wider. Huge claws dragged higher through shattered stone. Time was running out. Vaelor turned sharply toward the seal. Darkness exploded around him instantly. The entire throne room shook beneath his power. But before he attacked, Lyra grabbed his hand. The reaction hit immediately. Silver light burst through the room. The shadows calmed. The creature beneath the mountain screamed in pain. Vaelor froze beside her, black eyes lowering slowly toward their joined hands. Shock crossed his face. Then something softer. Something devastating. Another memory slammed into Lyra, her and Vaelor standing together, beneath the mountain while silver. Chains wrapped around the creature below. Both their powers tangled together. Light and darkness. Balance. The memory vanished violently. But this time, Lyra remembered exactly how perfectly they fit together. The throne room exploded with silver light. The second Lyra held Vaelor's hand. The entire castle reacted. Symbols burned brighter across the walls while shadows twisted around them like they recognized the bond waking fully again. The creature beneath the mountain screamed violently. No! Fear flooded its voice now. Real fear. Vaelor slowly looked at Lyra beside him. And suddenly, he looked exactly like the man from her memories. Not the monster kingdoms feared. Just him. The man who loved her too much. Another memory crashed through her instantly. Vaelor pulling her into his arms after sealing the creature centuries ago. Both of them exhausted. Bleeding. Alive. Then his whisper against her hair. We survived. The memory vanished. But this time, Lyra squeezed his hand tighter instead of pulling away. Vaelor's breathing turned uneven. The reaction startled her immediately. Because someone this powerful should not look affected so easily. And yet, one touch from her completely unraveled him. The creature beneath the mountain slammed violently against the broken seal again. Desperate now. Black smoke poured through the throne room floor while silver fractures spread rapidly across the stone. We need to close it, Lyra whispered. Vaelor's black eyes locked onto hers instantly. Conflict flashed across his face. You are not strong enough yet. The words irritated her immediately. I sealed it before. With me. The roughness in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. Another memory flickered. Vaelor standing behind her, while shadows wrapped protectively around both of them beneath the mountain. His mouth beside her ear. I will never let this destroy you again. The memory vanished. Heat rushed sharply beneath her skin. The creature beneath the mountain laughed darkly despite the pain. He says that like he can survive losing you twice. Vaelor's shadows exploded violently across the throne room. The walls cracked hard enough to shake the castle. That Lyra held onto his hand tighter. Immediately, the darkness calmed again. The creature went silent, watching, learning, and suddenly Lyra realized something dangerous. Their powers didn't just work together. They balanced each other. Another memory struck instantly. Vaelor destroying an army while she grabbed his face and forced him back to himself. Then her voice, "You cannot become a monster for me." The memory vanished. Lyra slowly looked up at him. And softly, almost afraid of the answer, "Would you really destroy the world if I died again?" Silence filled the throne room. Vaelor didn't hesitate. Yes, the answer slammed through the throne room. No hesitation. No shame. Just truth. Lyra stared at him breathlessly while silver light burned around them. The creature beneath the mountain laughed softly. "I told you," but Lyra barely heard it, because Vaelor looked completely serious. Not dramatic. Not trying to frighten her. He genuinely meant it. Another memory crashed violently through her mind. Vaelor standing above burning cities while shadows consumed the sky itself. His black eyes empty. Broken. Then Cassion's furious voice. "If she saw you like this, she would hate you." And Vaelor's quiet answer. "She's dead. Nothing matters anymore." The memory vanished instantly. Grief twisted sharply through Lyra's chest. Because suddenly, she understood how alone he had been. Vaelor noticed the shift in her expression immediately. His shadows slowed uneasily around the throne room. "Don't." The word came rough, almost pleading. Lyra frowned slightly. "Don't what?" "Look at me like you pity me." The confession hurt more than it should have. Because beneath all the power, all the terrifying darkness, he still sounded broken. Another violent crack split through the throne room floor. The creature beneath the mountain forced itself higher through the broken seal. Huge black wings scraped violently against shattered stone. Time was running out. But Lyra couldn't stop staring at Vaelor. "You waited for me anyway." Silence filled the room. Then softly, there was never another choice. The creature beneath the mountain roared violently. Huge claws slammed against the throne room floor, while black smoke swallowed half the room. Vaelor finally turned toward it fully. Danger returned instantly. Cold, lethal. The king everyone feared. But Lyra still held his hand. And somehow, that changed everything. The shadows around him no longer looked wild. Controlled now. Balanced. The creature noticed too. Its many eyes narrowed sharply. "You need each other alive." Vaelor's expression darkened. "Yes." The simple answer echoed through the throne room. Another memory flickered behind Lyra's eyes. Her sitting beside Vaelor while he rested with his head in her lap after battle. Her fingers moving through his dark hair while he whispered, "You make me less monstrous." The memory vanished softly this time. Not painful anymore. And suddenly, Lyra realized she remembered loving him just as much as he remembered loving her. The realization hit Lyra hard enough to steal her breath. She loved him. Not just before. Not just in memories. Now, maybe not fully. Maybe not safely. But enough that watching him suffer physically hurt her. The creature beneath the mountain noticed immediately. Its many eyes gleamed darkly. There it is. Vaelor's shadows snapped violently across the throne room. "Stop speaking." The creature laughed harder. "She would choose you again." Another memory slammed through Lyra instantly. Kings shouting around a throne room while Vaelor stood covered in blood beside her. people demanding his execution. Her own voice cutting through the chaos. If he falls, I fall with him. The memory vanished violently. Heat and grief crashed together inside her chest. Vaelor went completely still beside her, because he remembered that moment too. The throne room trembled harder. Huge cracks spread beneath the creature, forcing itself upward through the broken seal. Silver light pulsed violently across the floor around Lyra and Vaelor. Their joined hands glowed brighter now. Power tangled together. Darkness and silver. Balance. The creature suddenly snarled. You were supposed to stay dead. Fear crawled sharply down Lyra's spine. Another memory flashed instantly. Temple priests surrounding her while Sister Miriam whispered, "He can never find you again." The memory vanished. Cold realization slammed into her chest. They hid me from you. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. Centuries of rage flickered through his black eyes. Yes, the single word sounded lethal. Another crack split the throne room floor. The creature roared violently. But suddenly, Lyra barely cared about the monster anymore, because the temple stole lifetimes from them. Another memory crashed through her mind. Vaelor kneeling in front of temple ruins covered in ash. Searching. Desperate. Too late. Then Cassion's voice. They erased her again. The memory vanished. Pain twisted sharply through Lyra's chest. They kept doing this to us. Vaelor slowly looked down at her. The grief in his face almost hurt to see. They feared what we became together. The creature beneath the mountain laughed softly. They were right. Silence filled the throne room. Because deep down, Lyra was beginning to understand that too. Not evil. Not monstrous. Worse, unstoppable. The throne room shook violently again. But this time, Lyra stood her ground beside Vaelor. No fear. Only rage. The memories kept coming faster now. Not random anymore. Connected. A life stolen from both of them piece by piece. Another memory slammed into her instantly. Temple priests dragging her through dark hallways while she screamed Vaelor's name. Silver chains wrapped around her wrists. Magic forcing her memories away one by one. Then Sister Miriam crying quietly while whispering, "I'm sorry." The memory vanished violently. Lyra inhaled sharply. Vaelor turned toward her immediately, concern darkening his expression. But before he could speak, she whispered, "They erased you from me." Silence crashed through the throne room. Even the creature beneath the mountain stopped moving. Vaelor stared at her like the words physically wounded him. Another tremor shook the castle beneath them. Neither moved. Neither looked away. And suddenly, Lyra saw it clearly. The exhaustion inside him. Centuries of searching. Centuries of grief. Centuries of finding her only to lose her again. Another memory flickered. Vaelor holding her in some hidden room while she cried against his chest. His voice rough beside her hair. "They cannot keep taking you from me." The memory vanished softly, but the emotion stayed. Devastating love. Possessive. Protective. Broken. Lyra stepped closer without thinking. Vaelor's breathing turned uneven instantly. The creature beneath the mountain growled low. "You waste time." Huge claws slammed violently against the broken seal again. The throne room cracked harder. Black smoke swallowed half the floor now. Vaelor finally dragged his attention away from Lyra, reluctantly, like it physically hurt him. "We end this now." Darkness exploded around the throne room instantly. The shadows behind Vaelor rose higher than the pillars themselves. Terrifying. Beautiful. The creature beneath the mountain roared in response. Silver fractures spread across its massive body while the broken seal shattered wider beneath it. Lyra felt the silver throne pulse behind her, calling, awakening fully now. Another memory struck instantly. Her sitting on the silver throne while power poured through the castle beneath the mountain. Vaelor kneeling beside her with blood covering his hands. Then her own voice, "If the seal breaks again, we bind it together." The memory vanished. But this time, Lyra remembered exactly what to do. Lyra stepped away from Vaelor. Immediately, his shadows reacted, following her instinctively, across the throne room, floor like they hated distance. Between them, the silver throne behind her blazed brighter. Power surged violently through the castle beneath the mountain. The creature forcing itself through the broken seals suddenly looked uncertain. Interesting. Vaelor noticed too. His black eyes locked onto her instantly. Lyra, the warning in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. But another memory crashed through her before she could answer. Her sitting on the silver throne, while Vaelor stood below her covered in blood and shadows. His hand gripping hers tightly while she whispered, "Trust me." The memory vanished. And suddenly, she knew exactly what came next. Lyra turned toward the silver throne fully. The symbols across the floor ignited brighter beneath her feet. Silver light wrapped around her body like recognition. Like home. The creature beneath the mountain roared violently. No! Fear. Real fear. Vaelor moved toward her immediately. Fast enough that shadows cracked through the floor behind him. "You are not ready." The roughness in his voice made her chest tighten painfully. Not command. Fear, because he remembered what happened last time. Another memory struck instantly. Vaelor screaming her name while silver power consumed the throne room centuries ago. Her body collapsing. His shadows destroying everything afterward. The memory vanished violently. Lyra looked up at him softly. "I remember now." Silence. Vaelor stopped moving. The throne room trembled violently around them. But suddenly, nothing mattered except the look on Vaelor's face. Hope, terror, love so overwhelming it almost looked painful. Lyra slowly lifted her hand toward him. "Last time I did this alone." Vaelor's shadows froze completely. The creature beneath the mountain slammed harder against the seal beneath them. Desperate now. But Vaelor only stared at her. Another memory flickered softly. Her touching his face before the final battle and whispering, "If we survive this, I'm never leaving you again." The memory vanished. This time, she smiled sadly. Maybe that's why it failed. Vaelor crossed the distance between them instantly. One hand gripping her waist. The other cradling her face like she was something precious. "You are not dying again." The words came rough enough to break her heart. And for the first time, Lyra realized he had been terrified from the moment she returned. Heat rushed instantly into Lyra's face. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. A dangerous softness entered his black eyes while his shadows curled lazily around her ankles. Another memory flickered softly. Large windows overlooking snow-covered mountains. Black sheets tangled around both of them while Vaelor slept beside her with one arm locked tightly around her waist like he physically refused to let her leave the bed. Warmth. Safety. Home. The memory faded gently. Lyra inhaled slowly. I remember pieces. Vaelor's expression changed instantly. Not smug. Not teasing. Something softer. Almost vulnerable. Another memory surfaced. Her standing in front of a massive bookshelf inside their room, while Vaelor watched her from bed, completely distracted instead of reading the document in his hands. Then her amused voice, "You're supposed to be ruling," and his answer, "I already chose my favorite thing to stare at." The memory vanished. Heat climbed sharply into Lyra's cheeks again. Vaelor looked entirely too pleased about it. You were unbelievably dramatic, Lyra muttered. Vaelor looked offended again. I suffered beautifully. A laugh escaped her instantly. Another memory flickered. Cashen walking into the throne room while Vaelor lay dramatically across his throne, complaining because Lyra ignored him for 3 hours after an argument. Then Cashen's exhausted voice, "You are the oldest man alive and somehow also the most pathetic." The memory vanished. Lyra covered her mouth, trying not to laugh harder. Vaelor narrowed his eyes immediately. What did Cashen say now? Oh, he hated you sometimes. That's fair. The answer came far too calmly. Lyra blinked. You admit that very easily. Vaelor's hand slid slowly higher along her back. He threatened to lock me in another kingdom once. Another memory surfaced instantly. Cashen dragging Vaelor away from a diplomatic meeting because he kept staring at Lyra across the room instead of listening. The memory vanished. Lyra laughed again. And honestly, Vaelor looked more in love with her every single second she remembered. The ruined throne room no longer felt cold. Not with him holding her like this. Not with laughter replacing centuries of grief little by little. Another softer memory surfaced gently. Her waking in the middle of the night to find Vaelor sitting beside the bed unable to sleep. Then her sleepy whisper, "What's wrong?" And his quiet answer, "I had another dream where I lost you." The memory faded slowly. The warmth inside Lyra's chest ached instantly. Because even before her death, he feared it. Losing her. Lyra looked up at him quietly now. Vaelor noticed the shift immediately. Concern softened his expression. What is it? This time, she stepped closer first, her arms slowly wrapping around his waist. The reaction nearly destroyed him. His shadows stilled completely. And softly, almost like a promise, "I'm here now." Vaelor stopped breathing. The second Lyra wrapped her arms around his waist. The terrifying king who survived centuries of war looked completely undone. His hands slid instantly against her back like instinct. Like holding her close had become part of him long before either of them realized it. Another memory surfaced softly. Her hugging him exactly like this after some brutal battle while he buried his face against her neck and stayed silent for several minutes. Then her quiet whisper, "You can rest now." The memory faded gently. Pain wrapped sharply around Lyra's chest. Because maybe he never really rested after losing her. Vaelor's arms tightened slightly around her now. Careful. Protective. Like even happiness felt fragile to him. Another softer memory flickered. Vaelor asleep beside her while shadows curled protectively around the entire bed. The memory vanished. And suddenly, Lyra realized even his darkness loved her. The ruined throne room remained quiet around them. Silver fire flickered softly against broken pillars while snow began drifting slowly through the shattered windows high above. Peace. Real peace. For the first time since waking in the forest, Lyra finally felt safe. Another memory surfaced gently. Her sitting beside Vaelor on the throne while snow fell outside the castle. Both of them reading quietly. Comfortable silence. Then his low voice without looking up from the book in his hands. "Marry me again." The memory vanished instantly. Lyra froze. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. His black eyes narrowed slightly. What? Heat rushed sharply into her face. Absolutely not. Vaelor's expression slowly changed. Suspicion. Then realization. Then dangerous amusement. Again? Lyra covered her face briefly with one hand. This is humiliating. Vaelor looked devastatingly pleased now. Another memory flashed instantly. Vaelor proposing to her for the third time in 1 month because he disliked the first 2 proposals. Then Cassion's exhausted voice from across the room. If she says no this time, leave the continent. The memory vanished. Lyra laughed weakly against her hand. Vaelor gently pulled her hand away from her face immediately. No, he said softly. Tell me. The warmth in his voice wrapped dangerously around her chest. Another memory surfaced. Vaelor kneeling in a garden filled with black roses while snow fell around both of them. Not dramatic this time. Just honest. Then his quiet words. I loved you before crowns. Before wars. Before immortality. I will love you after all of it too. The memory faded slowly. Lyra's chest hurt, because she remembered saying yes without hesitation. Vaelor watched her carefully. Not teasing anymore. The amusement faded into something softer, more emotional. You remember our wedding? The roughness in his voice nearly destroyed her. Lyra nodded slowly. Another memory flickered gently. Vaelor unable to stop staring at her during the ceremony while entire courts watched in disbelief. Then Cassion muttering under his breath. He looks 1 second away from starting another war over her. The memory vanished. A smile tugged softly at Lyra's mouth. Vaelor looked at her like she was the only thing in existence. And maybe to him, she always had been. Another silence settled between them. Warm this time. Safe, then quietly, like he still couldn't believe he got another chance. I never stopped being your husband. The words wrapped completely around Lyra's chest. I never stopped being your husband. Not past tense. Not memory. Present. Like in Vaelor's mind, she had always still belonged beside him. Another soft memory surfaced instantly. Her waking before sunrise tangled against Vaelor's chest while silver snow drifted outside their windows. Then his sleepy voice against her hair. My wife keeps stealing all the blankets. The memory vanished. Heat spread warmly through Lyra's body. Because gods, she remembered loving that word. Wife. Vaelor watched every emotion crossing her face carefully. Hope and fear tangled behind his black eyes like he still expected this moment to disappear. Another memory flickered gently. Vaelor kissing the inside of her wrist while whispering, You are my favorite promise. The memory faded. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. Because suddenly, she remembered marrying him had never scared her. Losing him did. Snow drifted slowly through the shattered throne room windows above them. The castle remained quiet. Almost peaceful now. Vaelor's arms still rested securely around her waist while shadows curled lazily across the ruined marble floor nearby. Content. The darkness genuinely looked content. Another memory surfaced softly. Her sitting beside Vaelor in front of the fireplace while his shadows braided flowers through her hair because he was too lazy to do it himself. Then her laughter when Cassion walked in and nearly choked seeing it. The memory vanished. Lyra smiled faintly. Vaelor noticed immediately. What? She looked up at him. Your shadows like me too much. Vaelor looked completely serious. They still do. Right on cue. One shadow curled gently around her wrist like agreement. Lyra stared down at it in shock. Vaelor looked unbearably smug. This entire castle is obsessed with me. Vaelor's thumb brushed lazily against her waist. You married the problem. Another laugh escaped her instantly. The sound echoed softly through the ruined throne room. And again, Vaelor looked completely destroyed by hearing it. Another memory surfaced gently. Her laughing exactly like this, while Vaelor stared at her from across a crowded, royal dinner completely distracted. Then Cashan throwing bread at him and muttering, "Stop staring before the diplomats notice." The memory vanished. Lyra looked up at him suspiciously. You really did stare at me constantly. Vaelor didn't even try denying it. You were very distracting. The calm honesty of the answer made heat rush instantly into her face again. Another silence settled between them. Comfortable. Intimate. Then softly, Vaelor brushed his forehead against hers again. Come back to our room with me. Not command. Invitation. And somehow, that felt even more dangerous. Heat rushed instantly through Lyra's chest. Their room. Not the throne room. Not war. Not monsters beneath mountains. Home. Another memory surfaced softly. Vaelor carrying her half asleep through dark hallways because she refused to walk after a banquet. Then her sleepy complaint against his shoulder, I can walk. And his answer, I know. I simply prefer carrying my wife. The memory vanished. Lyra smiled helplessly. Gods, he had always been impossible. Vaelor watched her carefully now. The softer memories clearly affected him almost as much as they affected her. Like every piece returning healed something inside him. Another snowflake drifted slowly through the broken throne room above them. Vaelor brushed it gently from her hair. The touch felt unbearably tender. And suddenly, Lyra realized she wanted this. Not just memories. Not just surviving. Him. A future with him. Vaelor's black eyes searched hers quietly. Waiting. Still waiting. Like after centuries of loss, he no longer knew how to assume happiness would stay. Another memory flickered gently. Her dragging Vaelor away from royal meetings because he worked too much while he pretended to resist. Then his amused voice, You realize you are kidnapping a king. And her answer, You'll survive. The memory faded softly. Lyra stepped closer until barely any distance remained between them. I want to see it. Something fragile crossed Vaelor's face instantly. Hope. Real hope. Our room. Lyra nodded slowly. Vaelor looked completely wrecked by the answer. Another silence settled between them. Then his hand slid carefully into hers. Like this still mattered. Like every touch still mattered. And quietly, almost reverently, Welcome home, my queen. Shadows curled softly around them. Not violent. Warm. The ruined throne room disappeared slowly as darkness carried them through the castle once more. This time Lyra noticed everything differently. The halls remembered her. Silver lights awakened as they passed. Shadows moved lazily across the walls like living things recognizing her return. Another memory surfaced softly. Her running barefoot through these same hallways while Vaelor chased after her pretending to be annoyed. Then his laugh when she hid behind Cashan to avoid some royal dinner. The memory vanished. Warmth spread through her chest again. And then the shadows faded. Lyra's breath caught instantly. Their room waited beyond enormous black doors touched with silver markings. Warm firelight glowed softly inside. Large windows overlooked snow-covered mountains beneath the night sky. Black sheets. Silver candles. Books scattered everywhere. Home. And judging by the look on Vaelor's face, he had never changed a single thing after losing her. Lyra stopped breathing. Nothing changed. Not really. The room looked exactly like the memories. Like Vaelor froze time itself after losing her. Books still rested carelessly across black couches near the fireplace. Silver candles flickered softly beside enormous windows overlooking the mountains. A dark coat still hung over the chair beside the bed. And on the bedside table, her favorite book. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. Another memory surfaced instantly. Her curled beneath blankets reading while Vaelor rested with his head in her lap pretending not to listen while she read aloud to him. Then his lazy voice, "You skipped 3 pages." The memory vanished softly. Emotion wrapped tightly around her ribs. Because he remembered everything. Vaelor stood quietly beside her, watching, not speaking, like he was terrified the room itself might overwhelm her. Another memory flickered gently. Her dancing barefoot through the room while music played softly somewhere downstairs. Vaelor watching from the bed, completely distracted instead of preparing for a council meeting. Then his amused voice, "You are impossible to rule beside." And her answer, "Yet here you are." The memory faded. Lyra smiled faintly. Vaelor's expression softened instantly at the sight. "You remember this place?" Not question. Wonder. Lyra slowly walked farther inside the room. Her fingers brushed across the bookshelf beside the fireplace. Another memory surfaced. Vaelor pinning her gently against these exact shelves while she laughed breathlessly because Cashin was about to walk in. The memory vanished violently. Heat exploded through her body. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he did. A dangerous shadow of amusement crossed his face. Lyra pointed at him immediately. "Don't." Vaelor looked entirely too innocent. "I said nothing." "That's worse." His low laugh wrapped warmly around her chest again. Gods, she missed that sound even before fully remembering it. Another softer memory surfaced. Her waking in the middle of the night to find Vaelor sitting on the floor beside the bed because nightmares kept him awake after battle. Then her sleepy whisper, "Come back to bed." The memory faded slowly. Lyra turned toward him quietly. And suddenly, she realized something else. He hadn't just loved her. He trusted her. Enough to show weakness nobody else ever saw. Vaelor's expression shifted slightly the second he noticed her staring again. "What is it?" Lyra stepped closer slowly. "You only ever softened for me, didn't you?" Silence filled the room. Then softly, "Yes." The answer wrapped painfully around Lyra's chest. Yes, no hesitation. No pretending otherwise. Vaelor looked at her like vulnerability only existed in her presence. Another memory surfaced softly. Her sitting beside him after some brutal council meeting while he rested silently against her shoulder. Exhausted. Then her quiet whisper, "You don't have to carry everything alone." The memory faded slowly. Lyra stepped even closer toward him now. The firelight flickered softly across his face while snow drifted outside the massive windows behind him. Beautiful. Gods, he was beautiful. Not because of the power, not because of the shadows, because beneath all the darkness, Vaelor loved with his entire soul. Another memory flickered gently. Vaelor asleep beside her with one hand still wrapped tightly around her wrist like even unconsciousness couldn't make him let her go. The memory vanished. Warmth spread painfully through her chest. Vaelor's black eyes followed every small change in her expression carefully. Still learning her all over again. Still watching her like something precious returned from death. Another silence settled between them. Soft, intimate. The kind that only exists between people who already know each other completely. Another memory surfaced. Her standing at the windows watching snowfall, while Vaelor walked up behind her wrapping shadows and warmth around both of them. Then his quiet voice near her ear. "If eternity exists anywhere, I hope it looks like this." The memory faded gently. Emotion tightened painfully around Lyra's ribs. Because after everything, he never wanted kingdoms. He wanted peace beside her. Vaelor stepped closer until barely any space remained between them. His hand brushed slowly against her cheek. Careful. Reverent. You're quiet. Lyra looked up at him softly. I'm realizing how much you loved me. Something inside Vaelor visibly cracked at the words. His forehead rested gently against hers again. The reaction looked almost instinctive now. Like touching her this way grounded him. Another softer memory flickered. Vaelor standing behind her while she braided his dark hair badly just to annoy him. Then his deadpan voice. If Cashan sees this, I'll have to kill him. The memory vanished. A laugh escaped Lyra quietly. Vaelor's mouth curved instantly at the sound. Gods, he really did live for her happiness. Another memory surfaced slowly. Vaelor kneeling beside the bed after one of her nightmares, while she cried against his chest. His hands gentle in her hair while he whispered, I'm here. I'm here. The memory faded. Lyra's chest ached sharply. Because now she understood something else too. They spent centuries saving each other. Not just once. Always. And suddenly, the castle no longer felt haunted by grief. It finally felt alive again. The fire crackled softly beside them. Snow drifted beyond the tall windows while shadows moved lazily across the walls like the castle itself finally relaxed. Lyra stood wrapped in Vaelor's arms, listening to his heartbeat beneath her cheek. Steady. Warm. Home. Another memory surfaced gently. Her half asleep against his chest, while he worked through endless papers at the desk near the fireplace. Then her sleepy complaint. You're ignoring me for politics again. And his amused answer. I'm literally holding you. The memory faded. A smile tugged softly at Lyra's mouth. Vaelor noticed immediately. What did I do this time? Lyra looked up at him. You used me as emotional support during paperwork. Vaelor looked entirely unapologetic. You were excellent at it. Another laugh escaped her softly. Gods, she missed laughing with him. Another memory flickered gently. Her sitting across Vaelor's lap while he signed documents because he refused to let her leave during meetings. Then Cashan walking in and immediately walking back out muttering, I hate both of you. The memory vanished. Lyra buried her face briefly against Vaelor's chest, laughing harder. Vaelor's hand slid warmly through her hair. Completely content. You remember a suspicious amount of Cashan complaining. He complained constantly. He was dramatic. Lyra slowly looked up at him. The silence afterward lasted exactly 1 second before both of them laughed. And somehow, that felt even more intimate than the kiss. The warmth between them settled deeper now. No fear. No uncertainty. Just familiarity returning piece by piece. Another softer memory surfaced. Vaelor carrying her into this room, after some royal celebration, while she complained about her shoes. Then him kneeling in front of her, pulling the shoes off gently while shadows helped untangle jewelry from her hair. The memory faded slowly. Emotion wrapped painfully around Lyra's chest. Because he loved her in small ways too. Not only dramatic ones. Vaelor noticed the shift in her expression instantly. His thumb brushed softly beneath her jaw. What is it? Lyra looked at him quietly. You took care of me. Something fragile crossed his face immediately. Like the statement mattered more than she realized. Another silence settled between them. Then softly, you were my favorite thing to take care of. Vaelor refused to let go of her. Not while leading her father into their room. Not while shadows quietly repaired cracked shelves and fallen books around them. And definitely not when Lyra stopped beside the enormous bed staring at him suspiciously. You're hovering. Vaelor looked completely calm. I have no idea what you mean. You followed me across the room 3 times. You nearly died today. That was hours ago. For me it was emotionally this morning. Lyra stared at him. Then laughed softly. Gods, he really had spent centuries becoming dramatically overprotective. Vaelor looked entirely unashamed about it too. If you disappear again, I'm haunting the afterlife. That feels unhealthy. It feels romantic. Cashin was right about you. Vaelor narrowed his eyes instantly. I'm banning him from speaking to you. The fire crackled warmly nearby while snow drifted outside the tall windows. For the first time in forever, the room felt lived in again. Lyra slowly pulled off the heavy silver jacket she still wore from earlier and tossed it over a chair. Vaelor's attention immediately followed the movement. Very obviously. Lyra caught the look instantly. Oh my gods. Vaelor blinked once. What? You were staring at me again. I am literally married to you. That is not a defense. It has worked for centuries. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. Vaelor's expression softened instantly hearing it. Like he still couldn't get enough of the sound. Then his gaze dropped briefly toward her bare shoulders again. Less teasing this time. More affected. Lyra suddenly became very aware they were alone. Completely alone. In their bedroom. With Vaelor looking at her like that. The tension shifted instantly. Softer. Heavier. Vaelor stepped closer slowly, giving her enough time to move away if she wanted. She didn't. His hand settled carefully against her waist. Warm. Steady. Familiar. You're tired, he murmured. Lyra looked up at him suspiciously. Was that supposed to sound innocent? A dangerous smile appeared briefly at the corner of his mouth. No. Heat rushed into her face immediately. Vaelor looked entirely too pleased about it. Then his thumb brushed softly along her waist again. Gentler now. I missed this. The honesty in his voice stole every teasing reply from her mind. Because suddenly, he didn't sound like a king. Or a monster. Or something feared by kingdoms. Just a man hopelessly in love with his wife. Lyra's chest tightened painfully at the sound of his voice. I missed this. Not dramatic. Not teasing. Real. Vaelor's hands remained steady against her waist while snow drifted softly beyond the windows behind them. The firelight flickered across his face, making the shadows beneath his dark eyes softer somehow. Tired. He looked tired. Not physically. Emotionally. Centuries of grief still lingered there beneath all the power. Lyra lifted one hand slowly against his cheek. You don't have to look at me like I'll disappear anymore. Something vulnerable crossed his expression instantly. Like he wanted to believe her, but didn't fully know how yet. I'm trying, he admitted quietly. The honesty in those words nearly broke her heart. Vaelor leaned into her touch slightly before catching himself. The tiny movement shattered her completely. Because someone this feared should not look this starved for affection. Another silence settled between them. Soft, warm, the kind that only exists between people already in love. Then Vaelor's gaze dropped briefly toward her mouth. Dangerous mistake. Heat rushed instantly through her chest. You're staring again. I'm married to you, he repeated calmly. Lyra rolled her eyes. That excuse is getting weaker. Vaelor's hand slid slowly along her back, pulling her closer until barely any distance remained between them. No, he murmured softly. It's getting more effective. Her pulse immediately betrayed her. Vaelor noticed. Of course he noticed. A very smug expression appeared on his face. Oh, don't look proud of yourself. I'm always proud of myself. That explains so much. Vaelor laughed quietly beneath his breath before kissing her again. Slow this time. Unhurried. Like he finally allowed himself to enjoy having her here instead of fearing he would lose her again. Lyra melted against him instantly. One of his hands slipped into her hair while the other rested securely at her waist, keeping her close against his chest. Warmth spread through her entire body. Safe. Gods! She felt safe with him. Vaelor pulled back, only slightly resting his forehead against hers again. You should sleep, Lyra narrowed her eyes immediately. That sounded suspiciously responsible. I'm evolving. You're impossible. And yet, he murmured softly against her mouth. You keep kissing me. Lyra looked up at him suspiciously. Are you trying to send me to bed? Vaelor looked entirely serious. You nearly collapsed in the throne room. You also nearly destroyed reality again. That was stressful for me. A laugh escaped her instantly. Vaelor looked deeply satisfied by this outcome. Gods, he really did treat her laughter like treasure. The fire crackled softly nearby while shadows drifted lazily through the room, putting books back onto shelves one by one. Lyra noticed immediately. You're making the shadows clean. Vaelor followed her gaze briefly. They enjoy feeling useful. One shadow proudly placed a book back upside down. Lyra stared at it. The shadow froze, slowly rotated the book the correct way. Vaelor looked offended. Don't embarrass them. I am absolutely embarrassing them. Another shadow dramatically dropped a blanket over Lyra's shoulders. Vaelor looked unbearably pleased. There. Helpful. Lyra laughed softly, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself. The shadows practically preened. This castle is ridiculous. You say that lovingly. Unfortunately, he was right again. Vaelor stepped closer, taking the edge of the blanket between his fingers and adjusting it more securely around her shoulders. The tiny domestic gesture hit embarrassingly hard. Not grand romance. Not life or death devotion. Just him taking care of her without even thinking about it. Lyra suddenly realized how much she missed this version of them. The quiet parts. Vaelor's fingers brushed lightly along her neck before pulling away. Too quickly. Like he still worried about taking too much. That hurt more than it should have. You can touch me, you know. The words slipped out before Lyra fully thought about them. Vaelor went completely still. Black eyes locking onto hers instantly. The room suddenly felt much warmer. You say dangerous things very casually. Lyra's pulse jumped immediately. But she stepped closer anyway. Because after centuries of grief, she was done pretending distance existed between them. Vaelor's hands settled against her waist again, slower this time. Like he was giving her every chance to stop him. She didn't. His expression softened almost painfully because of it. I spent so long convincing myself memories were enough, he admitted quietly. The honesty in his voice wrapped tightly around her chest. And now? Vaelor looked at her like the answer should have been obvious. Now you're here. Gods, that should not have affected her as much as it did. Lyra hated how easily he could ruin her with simple sentences. Now you're here. No dramatic speech. No impossible promises. Just truth. Vaelor's hands remained warm, against her waist, while the firelight flickered softly across the room around them. The shadows had gone strangely quiet now. Almost respectful. Or nosy. Probably nosy. Lyra narrowed her eyes slightly toward the corner of the room. Are they watching us? Vaelor glanced toward the shadows. They are emotionally invested. That is deeply concerning. They've had a difficult few centuries too. A horrified laugh escaped her instantly. Oh my gods, you traumatized the castle. Vaelor looked mildly defensive. In my defense, I was grieving. That is somehow worse. Vaelor laughed quietly again. The sound still startled her a little. Not because it was unfamiliar anymore. Because it was rare. Like he forgot how to do it after losing her. Lyra reached up without thinking, brushing a loose strand of dark hair away from his face. Vaelor immediately leaned into the touch slightly before catching himself. Lyra's chest tightened sharply. You really thought I wouldn't come back? The room fell quiet instantly. Vaelor looked at her for several long seconds before answering. I hoped, he admitted softly. I just stopped believing I deserved it. That one hurt. Because no one who waited centuries for one person should sound that broken. Lyra stepped closer until their chests touched fully again. Vaelor's hands tightened around her waist instinctively. His entire focus locked onto her immediately. "You deserve me," she said quietly. Vaelor actually looked startled. "Good." Another softer silence settled between them. Then slowly, a dangerous expression crossed his face. "You should be careful saying things like that to your husband." Heat rushed instantly into her face. "You become unbearable the second I'm nice to you." "I become hopeful." The teasing disappeared from his voice at the end. And suddenly, Lyra understood something terrifying. Vaelor still wasn't fully convinced this happiness would stay. So she kissed him again. Not because she needed memories back. Not because of destiny. Just because she wanted to. Vaelor melted into the kiss instantly. Like no matter how many times she chose him, it still overwhelmed him every single time. His hands slid firmly against her waist, pulling her closer until there was barely space left between them. The fire crackled softly nearby while snow drifted outside the tall windows. Warm, safe, the castle felt alive around them again. Lyra's fingers slipped into his dark hair and Vaelor made a low sound against her mouth that nearly destroyed her completely. Gods, she missed this too much. Vaelor kissed her slower after that. Less desperate. More intimate. Like he wanted to memorize every second. When he finally pulled back, his forehead rested against hers immediately. "You have no idea what you do to me." The rough honesty in his voice sent heat rushing through her entire body. Lyra smiled softly despite herself. "You say that like it's my fault." Vaelor looked deeply unimpressed. "It is absolutely your fault." "That sounds biased." "I am biased." The answer came so fast she laughed again. Vaelor watched her with that same impossible expression. Like every laugh healed something inside him. Then his gaze slowly drifted toward the bed behind her. And back to her. Dangerous mistake. Heat rushed instantly into Lyra's face. Vaelor noticed immediately. Of course he noticed. A slow smile appeared on his mouth. "Oh?" Lyra pointed at him instantly. "Don't start." "I said nothing." "You looked at the bed." "I am married to you." "That excuse is getting old. It's getting us very far tonight." Lyra covered her face, briefly laughing in disbelief. Vaelor looked unbearably pleased with himself. Then his expression softened again as he gently pulled her hands away from her face. "You're exhausted," he murmured quietly. This time the concern outweighed the teasing. Lyra sighed dramatically. "You are ruining the tension. I'm trying to keep my wife conscious." "That's annoyingly thoughtful." Vaelor brushed his nose lightly against hers. "Get some sleep with me." The words shouldn't have sounded as intimate as they did. But suddenly, the room felt smaller, warmer. Lyra's pulse jumped traitorously beneath her ribs. Vaelor noticed immediately. "Always." A smug expression threatened to return. "Don't." "I didn't even say anything." "You were about to." "I was about to say you're adorable when flustered." Lyra groaned softly. "This is a nightmare." Vaelor looked entirely too satisfied with himself. Lyra narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You enjoy this far too much. You're beautiful when you're flustered." "I refuse to apologize." Heat rushed straight into her face again. "Absolutely impossible." Vaelor's thumb brushed softly along her waist while his black eyes stayed locked on hers with dangerous focus. Not teasing anymore. Something warmer. More intimate. The fire crackled quietly nearby while snow drifted outside the windows behind them. The entire world suddenly felt very far away. Lyra swallowed hard. "You're staring again." Vaelor stepped closer until she could feel his heartbeat against her chest. "I waited centuries to look at you whenever I wanted." Before Lyra could recover, Vaelor kissed her again. Slow, deep, completely unfair. One hand slid gently into her hair while the other rested securely against her lower back, pulling her closer against him. Warmth spread through her entire body instantly. The tension between them shifted again. Less teasing now. More. Wanting. Vaelor pulled back only enough to rest his forehead against hers. His breathing uneven. You have no idea how difficult it is to behave around you. Lyra blinked up at him. You? Behave? A low laugh escaped him. Fair point. Then his gaze drifted briefly toward the bed again. Lyra caught it immediately. Oh my gods. Vaelor looked entirely unrepentant this time. You noticed? You are unbelievable. And yet, he murmured softly against her mouth. You married me multiple times apparently. Lyra laughed helplessly before he kissed her again, stealing the sound from her lips. This kiss felt different. Not desperate. Not grief-stricken. Just them. Husband and wife finally finding each other again after centuries apart. Vaelor's hands remained gentle despite the intensity behind every touch. Like even now, even after she chose him again, he still treated her carefully. That realization hit harder than the kiss itself. Lyra's fingers slid softly along the back of his neck. Vaelor immediately pulled her impossibly closer. A low sound escaped him again. Dangerous. Warmth rushed through her entire body. Then quietly against her lips, almost like a confession. I missed holding you at night. Lyra's chest tightened painfully at the confession. Not because of desire. Because of how honest he sounded. Like the thing he missed most after centuries alone wasn't power. Or kingdoms. Or immortality. Just her beside him. Vaelor watched every emotion crossing her face carefully. Still searching for signs she might pull away. Still expecting loss somewhere in the middle of happiness. Lyra's fingers slid softly through his dark hair. You don't have to ask for things from me like they'll disappear. The room fell quiet instantly. Vaelor looked at her for several long seconds. Then quietly, you disappeared before. Lyra stepped even closer until there was absolutely no space left between them. Vaelor's hands tightened instinctively against her waist. Protective. Needy, like touching her grounded him. I'm here now, she whispered softly. Something inside him visibly unraveled at the words. The terrifying king who held kingdoms together, with fear suddenly looked exhausted by centuries of surviving without her. Vaelor leaned down, resting his forehead against hers again. His eyes closed briefly. Relief. Real relief. Then he kissed her slowly. No desperation. No panic. Just warmth. Familiarity. Love that survived lifetimes. The fire crackled quietly beside them while snow drifted against the dark windows. And for once, nothing interrupted them. Vaelor leaned down, brushing a slow kiss against her forehead before settling beside her fully, against the pillows. The movement felt natural, practiced, like they had done this 1,000 times before. Maybe they had. Lyra curled instinctively closer against him beneath the blankets. Vaelor's arm wrapped around her immediately, protective warmth surrounding her from every side. Then silence settled over the room again. Not empty silence. Peaceful. The kind built between two people who already belonged to each other long before this moment. Morning arrived quietly. Real morning this time. Just pale sunlight spilling across dark floors while snow covered the mountains outside. Lyra woke tangled in warm blankets in Vaelor's arms. One glance toward the other side of the bed told her he was already awake, watching her. You're doing it again. Vaelor looked entirely calm. You're alive again. I'm adjusting. That is still creepy. It's romantic. That word has lost all meaning in this castle. A low laugh escaped him before he pressed a brief kiss against her forehead and finally sat up. The movement revealed dark marks beneath his eyes. Not from exhaustion. From centuries of never truly resting. Vaelor reached for the dark coat hanging near the bed while shadows immediately started helping him dress. Lyra watched in fascination. One shadow handed him gloves. Another dramatically brushed imaginary dust from his shoulders. You've trained them. They like structure. One shadow proudly fixed his collar. Vaelor nodded once toward it like a king approving a soldier. Lyra stared in disbelief. You're all insane. The shadow looked offended. Vaelor looked smug. Then suddenly his expression shifted slightly. Less playful. More reluctant. What? He glanced toward the closed bedroom doors. Reality remembered we exist. Lyra frowned. Meaning? Cashin has probably been waiting outside for hours. Right on cue. Someone pounded dramatically against the doors. Are you two alive or emotionally recovering in there? Lyra burst out laughing instantly. Vaelor closed his eyes briefly like he regretted every life decision leading here. Go away. Absolutely not. The Southern Council is panicking. Half the castle guards think the world ended. And someone needs to explain why the mountain screamed all night. Silence. Then Cashin added, and if you're both naked, I will personally throw myself off a cliff. Vaelor looked deeply offended. We were sleeping. Cashin paused. That was somehow worse. Lyra was laughing too hard to breathe now. And honestly, hearing normal chaos outside, the room felt strangely perfect after everything they survived. Vaelor opened the doors looking profoundly unimpressed. Cashin stood outside, already dressed in black military, armor with a stack of papers tucked beneath one arm. He took one look at them, then immediately looked exhausted. Oh good, you're both alive and insufferable. Lyra grinned. You sound emotional. I have been awake since sunrise dealing with terrified nobles. Cashin pushed past Vaelor into the room before stopping abruptly. His eyes narrowed toward the bed, then toward Vaelor, then toward Lyra. A dangerous silence followed. Vaelor sighed. What now? Cashin pointed dramatically. You smiled. Lyra blinked. What? Cashin looked genuinely disturbed now. He hasn't done that before breakfast in at least 4 centuries. Vaelor looked deeply offended by the accusation. That is inaccurate. Cashin stared at him. You threatened a diplomat last week for breathing too loudly. He was suspicious. He was 70. Lyra covered her mouth, trying not to laugh again. Cashin noticed immediately and pointed toward her, like he finally found the reasonable person in the room. See, she understands me. No, Vaelor said calmly. She loves me. That has never stopped her from knowing you're insane. Vaelor actually looked proud hearing that. Cashin looked ready to resign from life entirely. Then his expression shifted slightly more serious. The Southern Territories felt the seal breaking. The room quieted instantly. Reality returning all at once. Vaelor's posture changed subtly. Still calm. Still controlled. But king now instead of husband. We expected that. Cashin nodded once. Rumors already started spreading. Lyra stepped closer. What kind of rumors? Cashin hesitated. That the queen returned. Silence settled heavily through the room. Vaelor's expression remained unreadable. Cashin looked between both of them carefully before continuing. The temple will hear about it soon. That changed everything. Lyra felt the shift immediately. Not fear. Tension. Because somewhere beyond the mountains, people who spent centuries hiding her were about to learn she came back. And this time, Vaelor would never let them take her again. Cashin dropped the stack of papers onto the table, near the fireplace with visible irritation. The good news is the castle guards stopped panicking. That implies terrible news follows, Lyra said carefully. Cashin pointed at her immediately. See? Intelligent. I missed this. Vaelor looked annoyed. You're becoming too comfortable. I survived your grieving era. I fear nothing now. Lyra nearly laughed again. Cashin moved toward the windows, glancing out across the snow-covered mountains. The Southern Lords are requesting confirmation. About the seal? Lyra asked. Cashin's expression turned grim. About you. Silence followed. Outside, the mountains looked peaceful. Too peaceful. Like the world hadn't nearly ended yesterday. Vaelor stepped beside Lyra instinctively. Not possessive this time. Protective. Always protective. They don't need confirmation, he said coldly. Cashin sighed. I know that. Unfortunately, kingdoms become dramatic when legendary dead queens reappear. That feels rude, Lyra muttered. Cashin gave her a tired look. You disappeared for centuries and came back, powerful enough to shake the continent. People are going to overreact. Vaelor crossed his arms. They can try. Cashin ignored him expertly. The temple will move first. That wiped the humor from the room immediately. Lyra frowned slightly. You think they'll come here? Cashin and Vaelor exchanged a look. Neither answered fast enough. Oh, that's a yes. Vaelor turned toward her fully. No one enters this castle without my permission. The calm certainty in his voice should have been comforting. Honestly, it mostly sounded terrifying. Cashin leaned back against the table. The problem isn't an attack. Lyra looked at him. They'll try to control the story first. That made sense. The temple survived centuries because people trusted them. If word spread that Lyra returned, questions would follow. Dangerous questions. Why did the temple hide her? Why erase her memories? Why keep her from Vaelor? Cashin rubbed a hand across his face. We need to decide what the kingdom hears before the temple invents something worse. Vaelor's expression darkened immediately. They do not decide who she is. The room fell silent again. Because suddenly, this wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about what happened next. Lyra crossed her arms slowly. So what exactly are my options here? Cashin looked painfully honest for 1 second. You can hide. Vaelor's expression turned lethal instantly. She will not. Cashin raised both hands immediately. I said it was an option. Not a good one. Lyra walked toward the fireplace thinking quietly. The flames reflected gold across the dark floor while tension settled heavily through the room. She already knew the truth anyway. Hiding never lasted. Not for her. Not for them. Vaelor watched her carefully from across the room. Not interrupting. Not pushing. Just waiting for her choice. Finally, Lyra looked back at them. What happens if I show myself publicly? Cashin exhaled slowly. The kingdom will split. Well, that sounded concerning. Cashin continued before anyone could interrupt. Some people will see hope. Others will see danger. And the temple will absolutely panic. Vaelor looked entirely unconcerned about that last part. Good for him. Lyra, unfortunately, still possessed normal levels of anxiety. Cashin pointed toward her thoughtfully. You returning changes power across the entire continent. Vaelor moved beside her again. And? Cashin stared at him in disbelief. You cannot answer every political problem with threatening people. Vaelor looked genuinely confused. That is literally how politics works. Lyra laughed under her breath before either of them could continue arguing. Both men looked toward her immediately. Apparently she could stop disasters simply by existing. She stepped between them, shaking her head. We're not starting another war 3 hours after sealing an ancient nightmare beneath a mountain. Cashin looked relieved. Vaelor looked unconvinced. That feels optimistic. It feels responsible. Those are usually opposing concepts. Cashin nodded solemnly. Unfortunately true. Lyra rolled her eyes so hard it physically hurt. Then a thought hit her suddenly. You said Southern Lords requested confirmation. Cashin's expression shifted immediately. Yes. Lyra slowly looked toward Vaelor. And if we ignore them? Vaelor answered without hesitation. They'll come here themselves. Silence followed. Because somehow, that sounded exactly like the beginning of a much bigger problem. Cashin pushed away from the table with a tired sigh. They won't wait long either. The second nobles smell uncertainty. They start traveling. That sounds threatening, Lyra muttered. It is threatening. Vaelor looked completely unbothered. If they arrive respectfully, they leave alive. Cashin stared at him. You are the reason diplomats drink. I am the reason diplomats behave. Lyra pressed a hand against her forehead. How did either of you survive this long? Cashin answered immediately. I ask myself that every day. Vaelor looked mildly offended by the question. Then his attention shifted back toward Lyra almost automatically. You don't need to deal with them today. The concern in his voice softened the command. Less king. More husband. Lyra leaned lightly against the edge of the table thinking. Outside the windows, snow continued falling over the mountains while castle. Guards moved through the courtyards below. Normal movement. Normal life. Strange after everything. What are people saying about me exactly? Cashin and Vaelor exchanged another look. That was never reassuring. Cashin finally answered carefully. That the queen returned with the mountain waiting behind her. Well, that sounded dramatic enough to start a religion. Lyra folded her arms. And the less dramatic version? There isn't one. Vaelor looked entirely too pleased by that. Cashin noticed immediately. Do not encourage the terrifying rumors. She shook the continent yesterday, Vaelor replied calmly. The rumors are accurate. A knock interrupted them before Lyra could answer. One of the guards stepped carefully inside the room, visibly nervous. His eyes landed on Lyra, then widened slightly. Interesting. Apparently the rumors traveled fast. The guard immediately lowered his head respectfully. My king. Vaelor's posture shifted at once. Cold control sliding back into place. What is it? The eastern tower received visitors. Cashin frowned. That was fast. The guard swallowed hard. They brought temple banners. Silence hit the room instantly. Every trace of warmth disappeared. Vaelor's expression changed so sharply the air itself felt colder. Not rage yet. Something worse. Controlled fury. Lyra saw the exact moment his shadows darkened along the floor beside him. The temple found her already. Cashin swore quietly under his breath. That's earlier than expected. The guard still stood frozen near the doorway, clearly trying very hard not to look directly at Lyra. Smart man. Vaelor stepped forward slowly. Every movement controlled. Precise. Dangerous. How many? 6 temple envoys, my king. Envoys. Not soldiers. That meant politics first. Threats later. Vaelor's voice turned colder. What do they want? The guard hesitated. Then carefully, they requested an audience with the queen. Silence slammed through the room. Lyra felt the shift instantly. Not fear. Rage. Because after centuries of hiding her, the temple suddenly wanted to speak to her. Vaelor laughed once. The sound carried absolutely no humor. No. The shadows along the floor twisted violently toward the doorway. The guard visibly paled. Cashin stepped in before the situation became a massacre. They expected resistance. They can continue expecting it from outside the gates. Lyra crossed her arms slowly. What exactly are they hoping for here? Cashin's expression hardened. To control the narrative before you speak publicly. Vaelor's jaw tightened instantly. They already controlled enough of her life. That shut the room quiet again. Because none of them could deny it. The temple erased her memories. Separated them. Turned her existence into a secret. And now they arrived pretending diplomacy still existed between them. Lyra looked toward the windows overlooking the snowy courtyard below. Somewhere beyond the walls, temple envoys waited carrying symbols from the same people, who stole centuries from her. Strangely, she didn't feel afraid anymore. Only tired of running. They're going to keep coming. Cashin nodded once. Yes. Vaelor immediately stepped closer beside her. Then they'll keep leaving disappointed. Lyra glanced sideways at him. You are one threatening sentence away from starting an international incident. I can be quieter if needed. That was not the concern. Cashin looked exhausted already. This is going to become a disaster. Vaelor's expression remained calm. It already became one the moment they touched her. And honestly, Lyra was starting to agree. The guard still waited nervously near the doorway, clearly hoping someone else would solve this problem for him. Cashin rubbed a hand across his face. What exactly did the envoys say? The guard straightened immediately. They claimed the temple wishes to restore peace between old allies. Vaelor stared at him in complete silence. The poor man looked seconds away from passing out. Finally, Vaelor spoke. Interesting. Cashin winced instantly. Lyra frowned. That word means something bad when he says it, doesn't it? It usually means bodies later. Vaelor turned toward the windows overlooking the snowy mountains. His expression had gone unreadable again. Dangerously unreadable. The temple erased her life, hid her from me for centuries. And now they send diplomats. Cashin crossed his arms carefully. They're trying to survive. They should try farther away from my castle. Lyra stepped beside him before his temper spiraled somewhere catastrophic. You're angry. Vaelor looked down at her immediately. Not cold anymore. Just honest. I'm furious. The simplicity of the answer hit harder than shouting would have, because he almost never admitted emotions directly unless they involved her. Cashin watched both of them carefully, then sighed. You know what the worst part is? Neither answered. Cashin pointed at Vaelor. He's actually calmer now. Lyra blinked. This is calm? Cashin looked genuinely horrified. Before you came back, he once threatened an entire council because someone implied your memory should fade naturally. Vaelor looked offended. That was disrespectful. You shattered their table. They were upsetting me. Lyra stared at him for a long second. Then slowly, you were deeply unstable. Vaelor considered that. Only emotionally. Cashin nearly walked directly into the fireplace from exhaustion. The tension in the room cracked just enough for Lyra to laugh again. Vaelor's attention immediately shifted toward her. And somehow, that tiny detail affected her more than all the grand decorations combined. Another knock interrupted them. Different guard entered quickly this time, looking even more nervous than the first. My kingly envoys requested shelter inside the outer halls until the storm passes. Cashin muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, of course they did. Snow had started falling harder outside now. The mountains beyond the windows disappeared beneath pale grey clouds. Vaelor didn't even blink. No. The guard hesitated carefully. They claim refusing sanctuary would insult the temple publicly. Vaelor's expression remained perfectly calm. Good. Lyra bit the inside of her cheek, trying not to smile. Cashin noticed immediately. Please don't encourage him. I didn't say anything. You looked emotionally supportive. The guard looked trapped between fear of the temple and fear of Vaelor. Unfortunately for him, only one of those fears could level a kingdom. Cashin finally sighed. Let them into the outer halls before they freeze and turn into martyrs. We do not need religious politics added to this disaster. Vaelor looked entirely unconvinced. They already brought religious politics. Yes, but preferably without dead priests covered in snow outside the gates. That earned Cashin a long stare. Then Vaelor exhaled sharply through his nose. Outer halls only. The guard nearly looked relieved enough to cry. And if they wander farther, Vaelor added calmly, remove them. The guard nodded so fast it looked painful before disappearing immediately. The second the doors closed, Cashin pointed directly at Vaelor. You cannot threaten every diplomatic conversation. I absolutely can. That is not how alliances work. Vaelor crossed his arms. Strange. It's worked very well for me. Lyra walked toward the windows, before the argument evolved into another international incident. Below, guards moved through the snowy courtyards guiding cloaked temple envoys toward the outer sections of the castle. Even from this distance, she recognized the silver banners. A strange heaviness settled in her chest. Not fear. Memory. Years stolen by people carrying those same symbols. Vaelor appeared beside her quietly. His hand brushed lightly against the small of her back. Grounding. You do not have to see them. Lyra looked out across the falling snow for a moment before answering. No. Then she turned toward him fully. But I think they should see me. The room went quiet. Cashin looked toward Lyra carefully. Vaelor immediately frowned. No. Lyra crossed her arms. You didn't even let me finish. I heard enough. Cashin muttered under his breath. This is why negotiations hate him. Vaelor ignored him completely. You are not standing in front of temple envoys 2 days after nearly dying. Lyra stared at him. First of all, rude. You collapsed in my arms yesterday. That feels unnecessarily specific. It was traumatic for me. Cashin made a tired sound somewhere near the fireplace. I genuinely cannot survive another century of this relationship. Lyra stepped closer to Vaelor, lowering her voice slightly. They spent centuries deciding who I was allowed to be. His expression hardened immediately. Exactly the wrong sentence to use on him. They no longer decide anything. I know. That softened him slightly. Only slightly. Lyra reached for his hand before he could continue arguing. The tension in his shoulders eased almost instantly beneath her touch. Apparently she really could stop disasters with minimal effort. Cashin noticed too. You know, he said thoughtfully, watching you calm him down in real time is deeply unsettling. Vaelor looked unimpressed. She calms the shadows too. That does not make the statement less concerning. Snow hammered harder against the windows now. The storm outside thickened enough to blur the mountains completely from view. Lyra glanced toward the courtyard below again. Temple banners moved through the snow beneath the castle walls. Waiting. Watching. For her. A strange calm settled over her instead of fear. Maybe because for the first time, she wasn't alone anymore. Vaelor stepped behind her quietly, one hand resting against her waist. Solid, warm. There is nothing they can say that matters more than what you choose. The low certainty in his voice wrapped around her chest. Cashin looked between them, then grimaced dramatically. You two are becoming emotionally powerful again. I preferred the apocalypse. Lyra laughed softly before turning back toward him. What happens if I meet them? Cashin answered first this time. They'll test you. Vaelor's jaw tightened immediately. They'll try to see whether you remember enough to become dangerous. And if I do? Neither man answered right away, which honestly answered enough. Cashin finally sighed. The temple built half its influence around controlling stories about the past. Vaelor's voice turned cold beside her. And Lyra returning destroys those stories. Silence settled heavily through the room. Because this wasn't just personal anymore. Her existence threatened centuries of carefully controlled lies. And somewhere downstairs, the people responsible were waiting inside her castle. A heavy silence lingered after that. The fire cracked softly beside them while snow buried the castle deeper beneath. White outside. Lyra leaned one shoulder against the window frame thinking. They expect me to hide. Vaelor answered immediately. Yes. Cashin looked far less certain. They expect confusion, weakness, uncertainty. Lyra slowly nodded, which meant the last thing they expected was her walking directly into the room herself. Vaelor noticed the exact moment the idea formed. Absolutely not. The expression crossed his face before she even spoke. You're making that look again. Lyra blinked innocently. I don't know what you mean. Cashin pointed toward her instantly. That is the exact same face you used before setting a council chamber on fire. She looked offended. That happened one time. Vaelor muttered. It happened 3. Lyra ignored both of them. If the temple wants to measure how dangerous I am, she said calmly, maybe we should let them. Vaelor stared at her. Dangerously quiet now. Cashin looked between them like he already regretted existing. You are both going to age me into dust. Vaelor stepped closer, lowering his voice. You do not owe them your presence. Lyra held his gaze. This isn't for them. The storm outside rattled against the tall windows while silence stretched between them. Then softly, for him alone, I'm done letting other people decide whether I should be feared. Something shifted in Vaelor's expression instantly. Not anger. Pride. Pure, devastating pride. Cashin looked between them with growing concern. Oh no. Lyra frowned. What now? That expression on his face. Vaelor remained perfectly still beside her, which somehow looked worse. Cashin pointed dramatically. That is the exact face he gets before supporting terrible ideas. Vaelor looked mildly offended. I support her ideas constantly. That is the problem. Lyra bit back a smile. Outside, snowstorm winds rattled against the castle walls while temple banners shifted below in the courtyard. Waiting. Vaelor's attention returned fully to her. You want them to see you standing beside me. Not a question. Understanding? Lyra nodded once. Yes. Something dangerously satisfied flickered through his black eyes. Cashin immediately looked exhausted again. I hate when you two silently communicate. We're married. Vaelor replied calmly. That has never comforted me. Lyra laughed softly before walking toward the fireplace. Warmth spread through the room while her thoughts slowly settled into place. The truth was simple. The temple spent centuries controlling fear, using secrets, using her. She was tired of being hidden. Vaelor watched her carefully from across the room, not stopping her now, not arguing anymore, which honestly meant he already decided to support whatever chaos happened next. Dangerous man. Cashin noticed too. You folded fast. Vaelor looked completely unbothered. She made a compelling argument. She looked at you for 6 seconds. That was the compelling part. Lyra turned back toward them, shaking her head. You were both impossible. Cashin pointed toward Vaelor immediately. No, I am surviving him. Vaelor ignored that entirely. If you do this, he said quietly to Lyra, they will understand you remember more than they hoped. The room settled again. He wasn't warning her away from it anymore, just making sure she understood the consequences. Lyra held his gaze steadily. Good. Something dark and proud crossed his expression at the answer. Gods, he really did love when she scared people. Cashin noticed it too. Oh, that is deeply concerning. Vaelor finally smiled slightly. You should have seen her before. Lyra narrowed her eyes. That sounds threatening. It was inspiring. A sharp knock interrupted them again. Cashin groaned immediately. If that's another political disaster, I'm resigning. A servant carefully stepped inside. My king, she said nervously. The envoys are requesting an answer. Vaelor's expression flattened instantly. Tell them. Lyra stepped forward before he could finish. I'll meet them. The servant froze. Cashin closed his eyes briefly, like he physically felt a headache forming. Vaelor looked at Lyra slowly. Very slowly. You are enjoying frightening people. That sounds like projection. It sounds accurate. Unfortunately, he looked far too pleased by it. Cashin rubbed both hands down his face dramatically. Fine. If we're doing this, we're doing it properly. Lyra blinked. What does that mean? Cashin pointed toward her clothes. It means you cannot walk into a political confrontation looking like you just survived emotional healing. Vaelor looked immediately defensive. She looks beautiful. Cashin stared at him. That is not remotely the point. It should be. Lyra laughed under her breath while Cashin moved toward the wardrobe, already muttering to himself about diplomacy disasters and cursed royal marriages. Vaelor quietly leaned closer beside her. You really want to do this? The teasing disappeared from his voice completely. Only concern remained. Lyra looked up at him steadily. I spent too long being afraid of them. Something in his expression softened at that. Then he reached up, brushing his knuckles lightly along her cheek. Then they should be afraid of you instead. An hour later, the castle felt different. Alive. Guards lined the hallways in dark armor. Servants moved quickly through corridors, whispering rumors under their breath. The queen returned. Lyra could practically feel the words following her through the castle. Cashin walked ahead of them through the enormous corridor toward the outer audience halls. This conversation stays controlled, he warned without turning around. No threats. No murders. No terrifying magical displays. Vaelor looked insulted. You remove all joy from diplomacy. That sentence alone proves my point. Lyra hid a smile while they continued forward. Then the massive doors ahead slowly opened. Temple envoys waited beyond them, dressed in silver robes, beneath the high vaulted ceilings. And the exact second Lyra stepped into the room, every single one of them went pale. Silence slammed through the audience hall. 6 temple envoys stood, frozen beneath silver banners, while snowstorm light filtered through the enormous windows behind them. None of them expected her to walk in beside Vaelor. That much was obvious. One older priest recovered first. Barely. Your Majesty. His voice almost cracked on the title. Lyra stopped near the center of the hall. Vaelor remained at her side close enough that shadows curled quietly across the floor around his boots. Not hidden. A warning. Cashin positioned, himself slightly behind them, already looking, exhausted by everyone involved. The priest's eyes flickered toward Vaelor briefly, then immediately away again. Smart. We came seeking peaceful dialogue, the older envoy continued carefully. Vaelor looked profoundly unconvinced. Lyra beat him to speaking first. That's surprising, considering your order spent centuries hiding me. Every envoy in the room stiffened. Good. No point pretending ignorance anymore. The priest folded his hands calmly, despite the tension thickening through the hall. The temple acted to preserve balance. Vaelor laughed quietly beside her. The sound carried absolutely no amusement. You erased her life. Cashin immediately stepped in before the conversation became a massacre. What my king means, he said smoothly, is that tensions remain understandably complicated. Lyra nearly admired the effort. The priest's gaze returned toward her. You remember more than expected. There it was. The real reason they came. Lyra held his stare steadily. I remember enough. The answer unsettled them more than anger would have. She saw it immediately. Small shifts. Tighter shoulders. Nervous glances. Because suddenly, the temple no longer knew how dangerous she might become. Vaelor looked almost pleased by that realization. Dangerous man. The older priest exhaled slowly. Your return changes fragile political structures across the continent. That sounds like a problem for the continent. Vaelor replied calmly. Cashin closed his eyes briefly. One envoy glanced toward Vaelor's shadows moving across the marble floor. Fear flashed openly across his face. Lyra noticed something then. None of them were actually looking at Vaelor directly for long. Like they already knew exactly what he became after losing her. And they were terrified he might become it again. The priest straightened slightly. The temple wishes to avoid conflict. Vaelor's expression remained unreadable. A fascinating goal considering your history. The envoy hesitated. Careful now. We did what we believed necessary. That finally cracked something in Lyra. Not rage. Cold clarity. Necessary. Like stealing lifetimes from her had been strategy instead of cruelty. She stepped forward before Vaelor could answer. And if I decide your order no longer gets to decide what's necessary? Silence crashed through the hall. Every envoy went still. Vaelor slowly turned toward her. Gods! The look in his eyes nearly burned through her completely. Pride. Pure, devastating pride. Cashin noticed immediately and muttered, Oh, we're all doomed. The envoys clearly hadn't expected resistance from her. That was their first mistake. The older priest studied Lyra carefully now. Not like a lost queen. Like a threat assessment. We never wished harm upon you. Vaelor actually scoffed beside her. A terrible sound. Lyra folded her arms slowly. You erased my memories. To protect the realm. There it is again, she said quietly. That excuse. The hall grew colder. Not from weather. From Vaelor. His shadows spread farther across the marble beneath their feet. Slow, controlled, but unmistakably dangerous. Cashin noticed immediately. Everyone, he said calmly, let's avoid making the immortal Shadow King homicidal before lunch. One younger envoy swallowed nervously. The Queen's return could destabilize alliances. Vaelor finally looked directly at him. The poor man immediately regretted speaking. Then perhaps your alliances were weak. Silence followed. Brutal silence. Lyra almost felt bad for the envoy. Almost. The older priest stepped in quickly before panic spread further. The temple wishes cooperation. Lyra tilted her head slightly. Cooperation implies trust. That landed exactly where she wanted. Because trust was the one thing none of them had left. The priest's composure slipped for the first time. Only slightly. But enough. Good. Vaelor's fingers brushed lightly against the small of her back. Tiny touch. Steadying. Supportive. And somehow that quiet gesture felt more powerful than all the threats in the room combined. The storm outside intensified, rattling against the high windows. No one spoke for several long seconds. Then the priest looked toward Lyra again carefully. What is it you want from us, Your Majesty? Interesting question. Not, what does the king want? Not, what will happen now? Lyra realized then. The temple understood something important. Vaelor was dangerous. But together, they were unpredictable. She stepped slightly closer to the center of the hall. The silver details woven into her dark clothes caught the firelight while shadows moved quietly around the edges of the room behind Vaelor. I want the truth, she said evenly. The envoys stiffened instantly. Publicly, that hit harder than any threat could have. Because exposing lies was far more dangerous than war. The room fell completely silent. Even Cashin stopped moving. The older priest's expression tightened carefully. Publicly, he repeated slowly. Lyra held his gaze. Yes, Vaelor said nothing beside her, which somehow felt far more dangerous than if he had spoken. Because for the first time since entering the hall, he looked calm. Completely calm. Cashin noticed too and immediately looked concerned again. That expression usually means he's supporting violence internally. I'm supporting my wife, Vaelor replied smoothly. That was not reassuring. The priest exhaled slowly through his nose. Your Majesty, the realm is fragile. Revealing certain truths could create unrest. Lyra almost smiled. There it was again. Fear disguised as responsibility. How convenient for the people who benefited from the lies. Several envoys shifted uncomfortably. Good. They should. The younger priest spoke carefully this time. The temple protected humanity from dangerous knowledge. Vaelor finally moved. Just one step forward. The shadows along the hall darkened instantly. And how exactly, he asked softly, did stealing her life protect anyone? The envoy immediately went pale. Cashin muttered, There it is. The older priest raised a calming hand toward the others before panic spread. No one here wishes conflict. Vaelor's voice remained terrifyingly even. You arrived at my castle after imprisoning her existence for centuries. Conflict arrived with you. The tension in the hall thickened hard enough to feel. Lyra stepped slightly closer to Vaelor before things escalated further. Not stopping him. Grounding him. His attention flicked toward her instantly. The shadows eased back along the marble floor. The envoys noticed that too. And suddenly, Fear changed shape in their eyes. Not fear of Vaelor alone. Fear of what happened when she stood beside him willingly. The priest lowered his voice carefully. If the kingdom learns the full truth, faith in the temple may collapse. Lyra tilted her head slightly. That sounds like a consequence of your actions. Silence. Sharp silence. Cashin actually looked impressed for half a second. Vaelor looked something far worse. Proud. The dangerous kind. One envoy glanced nervously toward the doors behind them, probably reconsidering every decision that led him into this castle. Smart instinct. The storm outside thundered against the high windows while firelight flickered across silver, robes and dark shadows. Then Lyra spoke again. Calm, steady. You don't get to hide behind peace anymore. And this time, none of the envoys had an answer. The older priest studied Lyra for a long moment. Carefully now, like he was trying to understand what exactly she had become after returning. You sound very different from before. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. Lyra answered before he could. Before, I trusted the wrong people. That landed hard. One envoy visibly looked away. Guilt. So at least some of them knew exactly how cruel the temple's choices had been. Cashin stepped forward, slightly sensing the room balancing on the edge of disaster. The kingdom will eventually hear something, he said evenly. The only question is whether the temple wishes to survive the transition peacefully. The older priest's jaw tightened. You speak as though the temple is weak. Vaelor finally smiled. Cold, beautiful, terrifying. You came here during a snowstorm asking permission to speak to my wife. Draw your own conclusions. Absolute silence followed. The younger envoys suddenly looked deeply interested in the floor. Smart choice. Lyra almost sighed. Vaelor somehow turned every conversation into psychological warfare without even trying. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose. You see? This is why diplomacy becomes exhausting. I was perfectly polite. You threaten their entire institution emotionally. That still counts. Lyra pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh at the horrified expressions across the hall. Then the older priest looked toward her again. Serious now. If the truth spreads publicly, there will be consequences. Vaelor answered immediately. There already are. The room stilled. Because beneath the calm words, everyone heard the meaning. The temple already lost control the moment Lyra walked back into the world. The storm outside began easing slightly. Snow still drifted beyond the tall windows, but the violent wind had weakened. The envoys noticed too. Time was running out. Soon they would leave this castle. Soon the rest of the continent would hear whispers about what happened here. The older priest slowly bowed his head toward Lyra. We will bring your request before the High Temple. Request. Interesting word choice. Not demand. Not negotiation. Request. Because somehow, despite all their power, they already understood the balance had changed. Lyra nodded once. Good. Vaelor remained beside her, silent and steady. A king standing next to the woman entire kingdoms once tried to erase. And for the first time since entering the hall, the envoys looked genuinely uncertain about who held power anymore. The meeting ended without another threat. Honestly, that alone felt impressive. The envoys gathered their silver, robes and carefully controlled expressions before retreating toward the massive doors. Not one of them turned their back fully on Vaelor while leaving. Also smart. Cashin waited until the doors finally shut behind them before exhaling dramatically. Well, that could have become significantly bloodier. Vaelor looked mildly disappointed. You say that every meeting, because every meeting with you contains the possibility of war. Lyra laughed softly under her breath while tension finally eased from the hall. The silence afterward felt strange. Lighter somehow. Because for the first time, the temple left without controlling the conversation. Cashin moved toward the long table near the center of the hall grabbing one of the untouched glasses of wine, abandoned there earlier. I need stronger alcohol for political disasters. Vaelor glanced toward him. You say that like this is over. Cashin froze halfway through drinking, then slowly lowered the glass. You know, sometimes I truly hate your instincts. Lyra frowned slightly. What does that mean? Cashin pointed toward Vaelor. He only gets this calm when he's already anticipating the next catastrophe. Vaelor folded his arms. The temple adapted too quickly. That sobered the room instantly. Lyra looked toward the closed doors thoughtfully. You think they expected me to remember more? No, Vaelor said quietly. I think they expected you to hate me. Silence settled heavily around them. Because suddenly, that possibility made horrible sense. Cashin leaned against the table thoughtfully. If you came back confused, isolated, and afraid of him, the temple could have controlled everything. Vaelor's expression darkened. They underestimated her. The certainty in his voice wrapped warmly around Lyra's chest despite the conversation. Cashin noticed immediately. Oh, good. We're becoming emotionally united against organized religion. That sounds healthy, Lyra muttered. It sounds expensive, Cashin corrected. A small smile pulled briefly at Vaelor's mouth before fading again. His attention shifted back toward the windows, overlooking the snowy courtyards below. Thinking, planning, dangerous habit. Lyra stepped beside him quietly. What are you worried about? Vaelor looked at her for a moment before answering honestly. The High Temple won't respond with envoys next time. Cashin nodded grimly. He's right. The warmth lingering from earlier dimmed slightly. Not gone. Just interrupted by reality again. Lyra crossed her arms slowly. Then we prepare. Both men looked toward her immediately. Apparently confidence from her still startled them. Vaelor's gaze softened first. Cashin's expression turned more analytical. You really are coming back quickly. Lyra glanced toward the snowy mountains outside. No, she said quietly. I think I'm finally done letting people decide who I'm supposed to be. And beside her, Vaelor looked like he could have burned kingdoms just hearing that. By evening, the entire castle knew. Servants whispered through hallways. Guards straightened the second Lyra passed them. And somewhere deep below the mountain, the old magic in the castle felt awake again. Not restless. Alert, Cashin called it. The kingdom collectively losing its mind. Vaelor called it, finally correcting itself. Lyra decided both descriptions were probably accurate. She stood beside one of the massive balcony windows overlooking the snowy courtyards below, while servants rushed across the grounds carrying supplies before nightfall. Behind her, Vaelor sat sprawled across a dark couch pretending to read reports. Pretending very badly. You've reread the same page 4 times. I'm concentrating. You're staring at me through the reflection in the window. A pause. Then calmly, you noticed. Lyra turned toward him slowly. You are incapable of acting normal for more than 10 minutes. Vaelor finally lowered the papers with absolutely no shame. You returned from the dead. I think I deserve adjustment time. That excuse is becoming suspiciously versatile. It's an excellent excuse. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. Vaelor's expression softened at the sound immediately. Every single time. Gods, he really did react to her happiness like sunlight after a storm. Then someone knocked sharply against the doors. Cashin entered without waiting. You're both famous now. Vaelor looked annoyed already. We were already famous. No, Cashin corrected. Now you're legendary and politically inconvenient. Cashin dropped several sealed letters onto the table beside Vaelor. Nobles are arriving by morning. Lyra blinked. That fast? Cashin pointed toward the windows dramatically. The dead queen returned. The mountains screamed. And the temple left looking terrified. Half the continent is panicking. Vaelor looked entirely unbothered. Let them panic farther away. Cashin ignored him expertly. The Western dukes want reassurance. The Southern houses want alliances. And 3 kingdoms suddenly remembered they were always loyal to the crown. Lyra frowned slightly. That sounds fake. It is fake. Vaelor finally stood, moving toward the table. His expression sharpened as he scanned the letters. King again. Cold controls settling back into place. And somehow, watching the shift no longer unsettled Lyra, because now she knew what existed underneath it. Cashin leaned over the table beside him. The Northern Territories are the real problem. Vaelor barely glanced up. They always are. That is because you threatened their king during a peace treaty. He was irritating. Lyra walked closer, trying not to smile. What did he do? Cashin answered immediately. He suggested remarriage after everyone thought you were dead. Vaelor looked genuinely offended all over again. He said I needed a calmer queen. Lyra covered her mouth. Oh no. Oh yes, Cashin muttered. 3 chandeliers exploded. Vaelor folded one letter calmly. He survived. That is apparently your standard for diplomacy. Another servant entered carefully, carrying a silver tray with tea and fresh food before setting it down near the fireplace. The second she glanced toward Lyra, she nearly dropped the cups. Poor woman. Lyra offered her a softer smile, trying to ease the panic. It somehow made the servant even more emotional. My queen, she whispered quietly before hurrying from the room like she might faint. Silence followed for 1 second. Then Cashin pointed toward Lyra. That. Lyra blinked. What? You're doing the terrifying royal presence thing again. Vaelor looked entirely too pleased. She always did that naturally. I smiled at her. Yes, exactly. That made absolutely no sense. Vaelor moved toward the fireplace, picking up one of the marl teacups before handing it to Lyra first without thinking. Tiny gesture. Automatic. But Cashin noticed immediately. Of course he did. There's something deeply offensive about watching the most feared man alive act domesticated. Vaelor looked calm. She likes tea. You once threatened execution over tea quality. The tea was terrible. Lyra laughed into the cup before taking a sip. Warm. Comforting. For a moment the room almost felt normal, despite the political chaos waiting outside the castle walls. Then Cashin unfolded another letter. His expression flattened instantly. Well, never mind. We're back to disaster. Vaelor sighed. Which kingdom now? Cashin slowly looked up. The High Temple requested a formal audience. And just like that, the warmth in the room vanished again. Cashin dropped the letter onto the table like it personally offended him. Their timing is unbelievable. Vaelor didn't even touch the paper. What do they want now? Cashin skimmed the seal again. A formal meeting between the High Temple and the Crown, regarding the restoration of balance. Lyra nearly rolled her eyes. They really love that phrase. They use it whenever they're lying, Vaelor replied coldly. The fire crackled softly while tension settled through the room again. Outside, night had fully fallen across the mountains. The storm eased into slow drifting snow. Too peaceful for the conversation happening inside. Cashin moved toward the window. They're scared. Vaelor looked unimpressed. They should be. No, Cashin corrected quietly. Properly scared. That shifted the mood slightly. Lyra frowned. What's the difference? Cashin glanced back toward them. The temple spent centuries controlling information, controlling history, controlling fear. He pointed lightly toward her. You walking back into the world ruins all 3. Silence followed. Because he was right. The temple didn't fear only Vaelor anymore. They feared losing control. And powerful institutions rarely reacted calmly to that. Vaelor finally picked up the letter. His expression darkened more with every line. Lyra leaned lightly against the table beside him. What does it say? That the High Temple wishes to welcome you home. A dead silence filled the room. Then Cashin barked out a laugh. Oh, that's insulting. Vaelor looked one sentence away from setting the paper on fire. They hid her for centuries, and now suddenly she's sacred again, Cashin muttered. Lyra folded her arms slowly. The anger surprised her with how calm it felt. Not explosive. Sharp, controlled. They don't get to claim me now. Vaelor's gaze shifted toward her instantly. Warmth flickered beneath all the fury in his eyes. Approval. Support. Absolute certainty. Cashin watched both of them carefully before speaking again. They'll push for a public appearance. Vaelor answered immediately. No. Lyra turned toward him. You answered too fast. Because the answer is no. Cashin sighed dramatically. And here we return to the ancient, marital tradition of both of you. Ignoring political survival instincts, Vaelor looked calm. She almost died yesterday. I noticed, Cashin replied dryly. The mountain screaming was memorable. Lyra stepped closer to the fire, thinking quietly. A public appearance. That would spread through the continent in hours. The Queen alive. Standing beside Vaelor again. No hiding. No temple control. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, it felt inevitable. The next morning the castle exploded into chaos. Nobles arrived before sunrise. Carriages crowded the snowy courtyards. Below, while guards struggled to keep order at the gates. Rumors spread faster than fire. The Queen returned. The mountain woke. The temple panicked. And somehow, Lyra ended up trapped in a war room with Cashin. 3 arguing advisors, and Vaelor looking seconds away from threatening everyone. The Western houses demand confirmation, one advisor insisted. They can read. Vaelor replied coldly. Another advisor swallowed carefully. The kingdom needs stability, my king. The kingdom has stability, Cashin muttered under his breath. The kingdom has emotional issues. Lyra hid a smile. Then the doors opened again. A guard stepped inside looking nervous. My king, the nobles are requesting to see the Queen. Of course they were. The room immediately went tense. Vaelor's expression flattened. No, Lyra sighed. Vaelor, no. Cashin leaned back in his chair, already exhausted. This marriage is going to kill all of us. Lyra walked toward Vaelor before the advisors collectively passed out from fear. They're going to keep pushing until they see me. I know. Then let them. His jaw tightened. You don't owe them anything. The quiet seriousness in his voice almost softened her immediately. Almost. Lyra reached for his hand beneath the table where nobody else could see. His fingers closed around hers instantly, grounding himself. Then she looked back toward the advisors. Arrange a public audience. The room froze. One advisor nearly dropped his papers. Cashin slowly covered his face with both hands. Vaelor stared at her. You decided that very quickly. You said the continent already thinks I'm terrifying. A dangerous spark appeared in his eyes. And? Lyra squeezed his hand once. Maybe they should. By afternoon, the entire throne hall was full. Nobles lined both sides of the enormous chamber, dressed in dark silks and jeweled armor, while servants whispered nervously near the walls. Nobody spoke too loudly. Not with Vaelor sitting on the black throne watching the room like he was, deciding which kingdom annoyed him most. Lyra stood beside him instead of below the throne. That alone caused problems. She could feel it immediately. Shock, unease, fear. Cashin stood near the stairs looking profoundly tired already. One noble from the Western territories finally stepped forward, bowing carefully. Your Majesties. Vaelor didn't answer. The poor man visibly reconsidered his life choices. Lyra almost felt bad for him. Almost. We came seeking reassurance, the noble continued carefully. The kingdom fears instability after recent events. Vaelor leaned back slightly against the throne. The kingdom fears rumors. The noble hesitated. With respect, my king. The mountain awakening terrified people. Another lord added nervously. And the queen's return raises many questions. The hall went silent. Vaelor's shadows darkened along the steps beneath the throne instantly. Cashin quietly muttered, "And here we go." Lyra stepped forward before Vaelor emotionally destroyed someone. "You want answers?" Every eye in the hall locked onto her. The room felt impossibly still. Lyra lifted her chin slightly. The temple hid the truth for centuries. They erased histories, controlled information, and separated this kingdom through fear. Several nobles looked genuinely shaken. Let them hear it. The queen died protecting this realm, one older lord said carefully. Lyra held his gaze. No. Silence. Then calmly, "I was taken from it." That hit harder than shouting ever could. Whispers immediately spread through the hall. Vaelor watched her beside the throne without interrupting once. Not controlling the room. Trusting her with it. And somehow, that changed everything more than any threat ever had. One younger noble swallowed hard. "Then the temple lied to all of us." Vaelor finally spoke. Yes, the single word rolled through the hall like thunder. And suddenly, the balance of power across the continent began shifting in real time. The throne hall erupted into whispers. Not quiet whispers either. Real panic. Several nobles started arguing, immediately while others stared at Lyra like they were seeing history rewrite itself in front of them. The temple would never. They hid the queen. For centuries? Cashin looked like he needed stronger alcohol already. Vaelor remained completely still beside the throne. Watching. Waiting. Like a predator observing the exact moment fear changed direction. Not toward the crown anymore. Toward the temple. An older duchess stepped forward slowly. Unlike the others, she looked directly at Lyra without fear. "If this is true," she said carefully, "then the realm deserves proof." The room quieted again. Lyra could feel Vaelor's attention shift instantly beside her. Protective instinct waking up all over again. But before he spoke, she answered herself. "You'll have it." That startled everyone, including Vaelor. Cashin actually blinked. One noble frowned cautiously. "What exactly does that mean?" Lyra stepped farther down the throne steps. Closer to them. Closer to the center of the room. No more secrets. The hall went silent again. Then she looked directly toward the Western lords. The High Temple requested a formal audience yesterday. Several nobles stiffened immediately. They came here because they already know the truth can't stay buried anymore. Vaelor's gaze stayed locked on her the entire time. Not interrupting. Not taking control. Just letting her own the room. Because this wasn't a frightened woman hiding behind the Shadow King. This was someone standing beside him willingly. A younger lord swallowed hard. "If the temple answers publicly, they will," Lyra said evenly. "And if they refuse?" Another noble asked. This time, Vaelor stood. The entire hall immediately fell silent. His voice stayed calm. "They won't enjoy the alternative." Cashin closed his eyes briefly. "Diplomacy," he muttered, "is truly dead." The audience ended in controlled chaos. Nobles flooded the halls immediately afterward, whispering about the temple, the queen, and the possibility of open conflict. Servants practically ran through the castle carrying messages. By sunset, half the continent probably knew something had changed. Cashin walked beside Lyra through the corridors while guards cleared space ahead of them. "You handled that better than expected." "That sounds insulting." "It was complimentary by my standards." Behind them, Vaelor followed silently, which somehow felt more intimidating than if he had spoken. Every noble they passed immediately lowered their eyes. Lyra finally glanced back at him. "You're scaring people again." Vaelor looked unconcerned. They were staring at you. Cashin groaned. There it is. We've returned to territorial behavior. I was always territorial. Yes, Cashin replied tiredly. That has been the problem for several centuries. Before Vaelor could answer, another guard hurried toward them, visibly out of breath. My king. Vaelor's posture sharpened instantly. What happened? The High Temple sent another message. Cashin sighed so deeply it looked painful. Of course they did. The guard swallowed hard. They're demanding the Queen return with them for formal restoration rites. The hallway went deadly quiet. Vaelor didn't move. Didn't blink. But shadows spread slowly across the floor beneath his boots. Cold. Violent. The guard immediately stepped back. Lyra felt the exact moment the castle itself reacted too. Magic shifting through the walls. Responding to him. Cashin looked toward the ceiling briefly. He muttered. The homicidal atmosphere is back. Vaelor's voice came out terrifyingly calm. They requested what? The guard looked ready to faint. The temple claims the Queen belongs under sacred protection until her restoration is complete. A horrible silence followed. Then Vaelor laughed quietly. Not amused. Not human-sounding either. Lyra immediately stepped toward him before the hallway became a crime scene. His gaze snapped to her at once. The shadows slowed. Barely. They think, he said softly, that after everything, I would let them take you again. Even the guards looked frightened now. Honestly, fair reaction. No, Lyra said immediately. The word cut through the corridor before Vaelor could. Every shadow stilled. His eyes locked onto her. The guards looked relieved someone interrupted the incoming apocalypse. Cashin looked cautiously hopeful. Lyra stepped closer to Vaelor until the cold magic surrounding the hallway eased slightly around her. Then she took the message from the trembling guard herself. Formal restoration rites. Sacred protection. The wording alone made her angry. They still think I belong to them, she said quietly. Vaelor's jaw tightened hard enough to hurt. You never did. The certainty in his voice settled something deep inside her chest. Cashin took the letter, next scanning it quickly. Oh, this gets worse. That's an impressive achievement, Lyra muttered. Cashin looked up grimly. The High Temple is inviting other kingdoms to witness the rites. Silence. Then Lyra understood immediately. Public control. If the temple could place her beside them publicly, they could reshape the story again. Not kidnap Queen. Not stolen life. Sacred return under temple guidance. Vaelor understood too. The air around him turned colder. They want ownership. Cashin nodded once. And legitimacy. Several guards quietly moved farther down the hallway. Smart. Lyra folded the letter slowly. Then looked directly at Vaelor. We're not letting them control this. His expression softened for the first time since hearing the message. Only slightly. But enough. Tell me your plan, he said. Not, stay out of it. Not, I'll handle it. Tell me your plan. Lyra looked between him and Cashin. If the temple wants a public event. A slow smile touched her mouth. Then we give them one. Cashin immediately looked concerned. Vaelor looked interested, which was honestly much worse. Cashin crossed his arms slowly. I already dislike that expression. Lyra ignored him. The temple wants witnesses, symbolism, and control. Vaelor leaned lightly against the stone wall, watching her carefully. Yes, then we take that away from them. Cashin frowned. How exactly? Lyra looked toward the massive windows at the end of the corridor, where snow still drifted across the mountains beyond. We hold our own gathering first. Silence. Then Cashin blinked. Oh, Vaelor's eyes darkened with understanding immediately. Dangerous understanding. You want the kingdoms here, he said softly. Lyra nodded once. Before the temple can shape the story, the hallway went quiet again. Not tense this time. Focused. Cashin slowly lowered the letter. That's actually... He paused. Annoyingly smart. Thank you. I hate that both of you become terrifying when emotionally stable. Vaelor looked almost pleased by the compliment. Cashin pushed away from the wall, already thinking ahead. If we do this publicly, every major house will come. Good, Lyra replied. The High Temple will come too. Vaelor smiled slightly. Excellent. Cashin pointed immediately. That reaction is exactly why I worry. That Lyra could already see the shape of it now. A royal gathering. Nobles. Kings. Allies. Enemies. And the temple forced to face her publicly without controlling the room. Not hidden. Not silent. Not powerless. For the first time since returning, the future no longer felt like survival. It felt like taking something back. Vaelor stepped closer beside her. His voice lowered enough that only she heard it. You realize this may become dangerous. Lyra looked up at him calmly. It already is. Something warm flashed across his face. Pride again. That expression on him might actually kill her someday. By nightfall, the castle exploded into preparation. Servants rushed through corridors carrying silver banners and stacks of invitations. Guards doubled around the outer gates. Messengers rode out into the snow toward every major territory before sunrise. And somehow, Lyra ended up trapped in a strategy meeting with Cashin, 6 advisors, and Vaelor openly ignoring politics to stare at her again. Cashin noticed immediately. Can you focus for 1 hour? I am focused. You've agreed to nothing we said. Vaelor didn't even look embarrassed. I trusted your judgment. That is not leadership. That sounds subjective. One advisor looked deeply confused watching the exchange. Lyra almost laughed. Then another advisor cleared his throat nervously. My queen, if the High Temple attends publicly, there is a chance they may accuse the crown directly. The room quieted. Lyra looked toward the map spread across the table. Then slowly, let them. Every person in the room froze except Vaelor, because he was already looking at her like she hung the stars, above the kingdom herself. The invitations spread across the continent in less than 2 days. And with every hour, the tension inside the castle grew sharper. Kings arrived first, then nobles, then ambassadors pretending they just happened to be nearby. Cashin called them desperate vultures in expensive clothing. Vaelor called them annoying. Lyra found both descriptions accurate. By the 3rd night, the castle ballroom glowed with gold light, music, and enough political tension to start 3 wars. Every noble in the room watched her. Not subtly either. The returned queen. The woman the temple tried to bury from history. And beside her, Vaelor stood like something ancient and dangerous draped in black. No throne tonight. No armor. Still the most intimidating person in the room. A southern lord approached carefully holding a glass of wine. My queen. Lyra greeted him politely. The man's gaze flickered briefly toward Vaelor before returning to her immediately. Smart survival instinct. We heard many stories over the years, he admitted quietly. None prepared us for this. For what exactly? Lyra asked. The lord hesitated. Then honestly, for him letting anyone stand beside him again. The ballroom suddenly felt quieter, because people noticed it. The way Vaelor looked at her, the way he stayed near her, the way the shadows calmed when she touched him. Fear changed shape because of it. Not fear of a grieving king anymore. Fear of what he might become now that he had something to lose again. Music drifted through the ballroom, while nobles whispered behind. Jeweled masks and silver cups. Then the massive entrance doors opened. The entire room went still. Temple robes. High-ranking ones. Cashin muttered from somewhere nearby. Oh, fantastic. The cult arrived. The High Temple entered the ballroom smiling politely, and every shadow in the room darkened instantly around Vaelor. Conversation died across the ballroom. Music faltered. Even the nobles nearest the doors stepped back, instinctively as the High Temple entered beneath silver and white banners. 5 officials this time. Older, higher ranking, far more dangerous. And every single one of them immediately saw Lyra standing beside Vaelor. Not separated. Not hidden. Not afraid. The lead priest recovered first, offering a graceful bow. Your Majesties. Vaelor didn't answer. The chandeliers above the ballroom flickered once. Cashin sighed into his wine. Every event becomes a hostage situation eventually. Lyra nearly smiled. The high priest turned toward her carefully. My queen, the realm rejoices at your return. Vaelor finally spoke. No, it panicked. The ballroom stayed painfully silent. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed too loudly. The priest maintained his calm expression with visible effort. The temple seeks unity during uncertain times. That's interesting, Cashin muttered, because usually you seek manipulation. One advisor somewhere near the walls looked seconds from fainting. Lyra stepped forward before Vaelor verbally started a war. What exactly does the High Temple want tonight? Straight to the point. The priest's attention sharpened immediately. To welcome you properly before the kingdoms. There it was. Public ownership again. Only prettier wording. Vaelor's shadows spread slowly across the polished ballroom floor. Several nobles immediately retreated farther away, pretending not to notice. Cowards. Lyra held the priest's gaze steadily. I don't belong to the temple. The room went completely still. The high priest smiled carefully. You misunderstand us, Your Majesty. No, Vaelor replied softly beside her. You misunderstood her. That landed hard. Because suddenly, everyone in the ballroom realized the same thing. The temple expected a confused woman returning from centuries lost. Instead, they found a queen standing willingly beside the most feared ruler alive. And somehow, that was much worse for them. The high priest's smile tightened almost invisibly. A tiny crack. But Lyra saw it. So did Vaelor. And judging by the sudden tension spreading through the ballroom, everyone else noticed too. The priest folded his hands calmly inside his silver robes. The temple has always served the realm. Cashin nearly choked on his wine. That is an aggressively creative interpretation of history. Several nobles immediately looked down, trying not to react. Cowards. The high priest ignored him with professional determination. Our concern remains stability. Vaelor stepped forward slowly. The movement alone shifted the entire atmosphere in the room. Nobles moved back. Servants froze. Even the musicians stopped pretending to play naturally. You speak of stability, Vaelor said quietly. After stealing centuries from her, the priest's composure slipped for half a second. Enough. One of the younger temple officials glanced toward Lyra carefully. My queen, the High Temple only acted to preserve balance between powers that could destroy kingdoms. There it was again. Balance. The word was starting to sound rotten. Lyra tilted her head slightly. And who gave you the right to decide that? Silence. The official opened his mouth, then stopped. Because there wasn't a good answer. The ballroom watched everything. Every noble. Every ruler. Every whispered rumor becoming reality in front of them. The high priest changed strategy quickly. You were loved by the temple once. Vaelor laughed softly beside her. That sound alone made 2 nearby lords visibly nervous. Lyra's expression stayed calm. You loved the version of me you could control. That hit harder than anything else tonight. Whispers spread immediately across the ballroom. The high priest finally lost the smooth calm around his eyes. Not anger. Worry. Good. Then Lyra stepped fully beside Vaelor. close enough that shadows curled lazily around the hem of her dark clothes without touching her, comfortable with her, obedient around her. The room noticed that too. And suddenly, fear shifted again. Because the terrifying part wasn't only that the queen returned. It was that the Shadow King looked calmer with her beside him. Stronger. Like together, they became something the temple could no longer predict. The ballroom had gone dead silent now. No music. No movement. No pretending this was still a polite political gathering. Everyone watched the temple lose control in real time. The high priest studied Lyra carefully. Not like a symbol anymore. Like a problem. You speak with remarkable certainty, for someone whose memories only recently returned. Subtle. But there. A challenge. The implication that maybe she was unstable. Confused. Manipulated. Vaelor's expression turned lethal instantly. Unfortunately for the temple, Lyra answered first. My memories returning changed nothing important. The priest stayed very still. Lyra lifted her chin slightly. I already knew who protected me. That one landed brutally. Several nobles exchanged glances immediately, because the entire ballroom understood exactly what she meant. The temple hid her. Vaelor searched centuries for her. One side controlled. The other mourned. And suddenly, the story looked very different from the legends people grew up hearing. The younger officials behind the high priest looked increasingly nervous. Good. They should be. Cashin slowly appeared beside one of the ballroom pillars sipping wine like this. Wasn't becoming historical disaster. You know, he said casually, this might be the worst public relations catastrophe I've seen in 200 years. One noble muttered. Only two? Cashin pointed toward him approvingly. You understand me? The high priest ignored the interruption. The temple never wished harm upon the crown. Vaelor's shadows lashed once across the marble floor, sharp enough to crack stone. Several nobles flinched. Careful, Cashin warned quietly. He's reaching the emotionally violent stage. Vaelor didn't even look at him. You erased her life, and yet, the priest replied carefully, she still returned to you. Wrong sentence. The temperature in the ballroom dropped instantly. Not metaphorically. Actual frost crept slowly across the edges of nearby windows. Cashin closed his eyes briefly. Oh, incredible choice. Truly terrible. Lyra stepped forward before the room became a battlefield. Vaelor's attention snapped toward her immediately. The frost stopped spreading. Barely. She touched his arm lightly. Tiny movement. Enough. The shadows settled again across the floor around them. The entire ballroom noticed. Lyra looked back toward the high priest calmly. You speak as though love surviving your cruelty excuses it. The priest finally lost the careful composure entirely. Only for a second. But it was enough. Because now the ballroom could see it clearly. The temple wasn't controlling this conversation anymore. Lyra was. The high priest realized it too. The room was slipping away from him. Nobles weren't watching the temple anymore. They were watching Lyra, watching Vaelor, watching the impossible way the Shadow King calmed the second she touched him. Fear turned into something else entirely. Loyalty, curiosity, hope, dangerous things. The priest straightened slowly, trying to recover control. The realm requires order. Lyra answered immediately. No, the realm requires truth. Whispers spread again across the ballroom. A Western duchess lowered her wine glass carefully. One southern lord actually nodded. The high temple noticed. And for the first time that night, real concern appeared across the officials' faces. The high priest shifted his attention toward the nobles instead. Strategic mistake. If the temple falls, he warned carefully, the continent risks instability beyond imagination. Cashin sighed dramatically. You people really do love threatening. civilization whenever accountability appears. Several nobles tried hiding smiles behind wine glasses. The priest ignored him. Old protections exist for a reason. Vaelor finally moved again, slowly descending the ballroom steps toward the center of the room. The crowd parted instantly. Nobody wanted to stand in his path. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. His voice stayed calm enough to make it worse. You mistake fear for order. Silence. Heavy silence. The high priest held his ground with visible effort. And you mistake devotion for weakness. Wrong move. Very wrong move. The shadows in the ballroom exploded outward. Not attacking. Not yet. But every candle dimmed instantly, while darkness spread across the marble floor beneath, Vaelor's feet like living smoke. Several nobles stumbled backward. One ambassador nearly dropped his drink. The high temple officials froze completely. Lyra stepped forward beside Vaelor before the atmosphere became catastrophic. His gaze shifted toward her immediately. The shadows slowed. Again, always for her. The entire ballroom watched it happen. Every single person here would remember this moment forever. The returned queen standing beside the monster kingdoms feared, and the monster only listening to her. Lyra looked directly at the high priest. You should leave. Not shouted. Not emotional. Worse, final. The priest stared at her for several long seconds. Then finally, he bowed. Not deeply. Not respectfully. But enough to admit defeat tonight. We will speak again, Your Majesty. Vaelor's expression remained ice-cold. That was your first mistake. The temple officials left the ballroom surrounded by silence. No noble stopped them. No ruler defended them. That alone said enough. The second the massive doors shut behind the delegation, the entire room exhaled. Noise exploded instantly afterward. Whispers. Questions. Panic. Cashin walked toward Lyra and Vaelor, already looking exhausted beyond human limits. Well, he announced, religious collapse appears officially underway. Vaelor looked completely unbothered. They'll survive. That is unfortunately not the part I'm worried about. Several nobles approached cautiously now. Not toward the temple's side of the ballroom. Toward Lyra. Toward the crown. Toward them. And suddenly, the balance of power across the continent no longer looked the same at all. The nobles approached carefully. Not because they feared Lyra, because they feared standing too close to Vaelor while he still looked one sentence away from destroying a religion. A northern duchess stopped first, bowing respectfully toward Lyra. My queen. This time, the title sounded genuine. Not ceremonial. Not cautious. Real. Lyra noticed the shift immediately. So did Cashin. Oh, he muttered quietly. That's politically significant. Vaelor looked mildly annoyed. Must you narrate everything? Yes. None of you communicate normally. More nobles followed after that. Questions turned into conversations. Conversations turned into alliances. Fast. Too fast. The temple lost ground the second they walked into this ballroom expecting obedience. Now every lord in the room smelled weakness. And nobles loved weakness when it belonged to someone else. A Western ruler lowered his voice carefully near Lyra. If the high temple moves openly against the crown. Vaelor answered before she could. They won't survive the attempt. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose. We are trying diplomacy. That was diplomacy. No, Cashin replied tiredly. That was a beautifully phrased threat. Music slowly returned to the ballroom after that. Uneasy at first, then louder as tension shifted into something almost celebratory. Not peace. Momentum. People were choosing sides already, and many of them were choosing the crown. Lyra stood near the balcony doors, needing air for a moment, while snow drifted softly beyond the glass. The ballroom glowed behind her with gold light and political disaster. Vaelor appeared beside her seconds later. You disappeared. I walked 12 steps away. That still counts. Lyra laughed quietly, looking out across the dark mountains. For a moment neither spoke. Then Vaelor's voice lowered. You were incredible tonight. The honesty in it caught her off guard. She looked up at him. You really enjoy watching me terrify powerful people. I enjoy watching you become yourself again. Before Lyra could answer, a scream echoed somewhere deeper inside the castle. The ballroom froze instantly. Music stopped. Conversations died. Every guard in the room reached for weapons at the same time. Vaelor's entire expression changed in 1 second. King, predator, monster. The ballroom doors slammed open. A bloodied guard stumbled inside, struggling to breathe. My king! He collapsed to one knee. To the eastern tower. The room went deathly silent. Then the guard forced out the words. The temple didn't come alone. The ballroom exploded into motion. Guards rushed toward the doors. Nobles backed away in panic. Several advisors immediately started shouting over each other. Vaelor moved first. Not quickly. Worse, calmly. The shadows across the ballroom floor snapped toward the eastern side of the castle like living blades. Cashin grabbed the wounded guard before he collapsed fully. How many? He demanded. The guard struggled for breath. Temple soldiers. Inside the lower corridors. Silence hit the room again. Then Vaelor smiled. Cold, lethal. Oh, Cashin muttered. That's the dangerous smile. Lyra stepped toward the guard. How did they get inside? One of the noble houses opened the eastern gates. The ballroom erupted again. Traitors. Of course. Politics never stayed entertaining for long before becoming murder. Vaelor's gaze slowly lifted toward the nobles gathered around the room. Every person there immediately looked terrified to breathe wrong. One southern lord visibly paled. Interesting reaction. Cashin noticed too. His expression sharpened instantly. Well, he said quietly, that looks suspicious. The lord stepped backward immediately. I had nothing to do with this. Vaelor started walking toward him. The entire ballroom moved out of his path. Vaelor. Lyra's voice stopped him halfway across the floor. Every shadow in the room froze with him. The noble looked moments from fainting. Vaelor turned toward her slowly. Still furious. Still dangerous. But listening. Always listening. Lyra walked toward him instead. If someone betrayed the castle, she said evenly, we deal with it after we stop the attack. The ballroom stayed silent. Waiting. Vaelor looked at her for several long seconds. Then finally, he nodded once. The relieved exhale from half the room was almost embarrassing. Cashin pointed dramatically toward the nobles. Notice how she prevented mass murder. That's leadership. Another distant scream echoed through the castle. Closer this time. The ballroom tension vanished, instantly replaced by survival instinct. Vaelor's expression hardened again. Cashin, already moving. On it, guards flooded through the doors while nobles scrambled away from the center of the room. Lyra reached for the dagger hidden beneath her formal clothes automatically. Vaelor noticed immediately. His eyes darkened. You were staying here? Absolutely not. Lyra stared at him. People are literally attacking your castle, and they will regret it. That is not the point. Another crash echoed somewhere below the ballroom, followed by shouting. Vaelor stepped closer, lowering his voice. You almost died yesterday. Lyra held his gaze. And today someone brought a war into our home. For 1 second, something fierce flashed between them. Not argument. Understanding. Then Vaelor reached for her hand once. Stay beside me, he said quietly. Not command. Promise. And together, they walked toward the chaos. The lower corridors were already burning. Smoke rolled through the eastern halls while guards fought. Temple soldiers beneath shattered, chandeliers and broken stained glass. The second Vaelor entered. The entire atmosphere changed. Shadows tore through the corridor walls like living storms. Temple soldiers froze. Some out of fear. Some because darkness literally wrapped around their weapons and crushed them. Lyra had seen his power before. This felt different. Controlled rage. The kind built over centuries. Cashen appeared beside them, sword already drawn. They breached the archives and lower tower. Vaelor's expression darkened further. They came for records. Of course they did. Destroy the truth before it spread. One temple soldier lunged from the smoke toward Lyra. He never reached her. A shadow snapped around his throat, slamming him violently into the wall before he even got close. The entire corridor went still for half a second. Vaelor didn't even look at the man. His attention stayed entirely on Lyra. Are you hurt? The soldier slid unconscious to the floor behind him. Lyra blinked once. No? Good. Then he kept walking like near murder was a normal marital interaction. The castle shook again somewhere deeper below. Another explosion. Cashen swore. They planted charges. Guards rushed past them carrying wounded soldiers while smoke thickened through the corridors. Lyra grabbed one injured guard before he collapsed. Where? The lower archive rooms. He breathed painfully. They're trying to burn everything. Vaelor's jaw tightened instantly. Because those archives contained centuries of hidden records. Temple records. History. Proof. And suddenly this attack made perfect sense. They came prepared, Cashen muttered. No, Vaelor replied coldly. They came desperate. Another group of temple soldiers appeared through the smoke ahead. This time they hesitated, seeing Lyra standing beside Vaelor. Bad choice. Vaelor's shadows exploded forward. Fast, violent, merciless. Weapons shattered instantly. The marble floor cracked beneath screaming darkness while guards surged past, finishing the fight before it truly began. Lyra stared for half a second. You've definitely killed people for touching my books before. Vaelor looked genuinely offended. Those books were rare. Cashen nearly laughed despite the chaos. Then another crash thundered below them. Closer. The floor trembled hard enough to knock dust from the ceiling. Cashen's expression changed immediately. That came from beneath the archive tower. Vaelor turned toward the lower staircase, already moving. And suddenly, Lyra felt it. A pulse beneath the castle. Magic. Wrong magic. Ancient. The same feeling from beneath the mountain. Someone down there wasn't just burning records anymore. They were trying to break something open. Vaelor felt it too. The second the pulse moved through the castle, every shadow around him sharpened violently. Not fear. Recognition. Cashen's face lost all color. Oh no. Lyra looked toward the lower staircase. What is that? Vaelor's answer came immediately. Temple blood magic. The corridor went cold. Even the guards nearby reacted. One older soldier swore quietly under his breath. Cashen dragged a hand through his hair, already moving toward the stairs. If they're using blood rites beneath the archive tower, they're not trying to destroy records anymore. They're trying to access the sealed chambers. Vaelor finished. Lyra frowned. What chambers? Nobody answered fast enough, which meant the answer was terrible. Another pulse shook the castle, this time stronger. The walls groaned around them while dust scattered from the ceiling. Far below, something screamed. Not human. Every guard in the corridor froze. Lyra felt ice crawl down her spine instantly. Vaelor turned toward her sharply. You stay behind me. That sentence is becoming repetitive. This situation keeps justifying it. Cashen pointed toward the staircase. Can we continue the marital tension later? Ancient horrors first. The lower levels of the castle were chaos. Smoke filled the narrow stone corridors while guards fought scattered temple soldiers between collapsing shelves and burning records. Somewhere ahead, chanting echoed through the dark. Temple chanting. Rhythmic. Violent. Wrong. Vaelor moved faster. The shadows around him tore open locked doors and crushed barricades without slowing. Guards immediately followed. Nobody questioned him. Nobody would be stupid enough. Another scream echoed below them. Closer now. Then suddenly, the chanting stopped. Silence crashed through the corridor. Cashin swore immediately. That's worse. The castle trembled again. This time the floor beneath them cracked. Black light burst upward through the stone staircase ahead. Ancient symbols burned across the walls. Lyra stopped breathing. She recognized those symbols. Not from memory. From the throne room beneath the mountain. Vaelor saw her expression instantly. They found another seal, and somewhere below them, something started waking up. The lower chamber doors exploded inward. Ancient stone cracked apart beneath Vaelor's shadows while smoke and black light flooded the corridor. Then everyone stopped. Because the chamber beneath the archive tower wasn't empty. It was enormous. Circular. Covered wall to wall in glowing symbols burned directly into black stone. And chained in the center, something moved. Not fully awake. Not fully alive either. But definitely aware. Lyra felt the exact same sick pull she felt beneath the mountain. Another seal. Smaller than the first one. But connected. Temple soldiers surrounded the chamber, floor below chanting around her, blood-marked altar. The second they saw Vaelor, panic hit instantly. Good instinct. Cashin stared down into the chamber in disbelief. They built a ritual site beneath the castle? Vaelor's expression turned murderous. They hid it after the first war. One priest near the altar raised a shaking hand. My king, you don't understand. Vaelor jumped from the staircase before the sentence finished. The shadows hit the chamber floor first. Violent darkness tore through the ritual circle, shattering symbols and throwing temple soldiers across the stone walls. Screams echoed instantly. Guards rushed down after him. Chaos exploded through the chamber. Lyra followed seconds later, dagger already in hand. One temple soldier lunged toward her from the smoke. She sidestepped automatically, driving the dagger into his shoulder before kicking him backward into broken stone. The movement felt disturbingly natural. Vaelor noticed from across the chamber. And despite everything happening, he looked proud. The chained creature in the center suddenly moved harder against the seals. The entire chamber shook. Black cracks spread across the floor beneath the altar. Cashin swore loudly. They're feeding the seal with blood magic. Lyra looked toward the symbols burning across the stone. No, she realized instantly. They're weakening it. The priest near the altar looked desperate now. You don't understand what's beneath this castle. Vaelor crossed the chamber in one terrifying movement, grabbing the man by the throat. Then explained quickly. The creature beneath the chains screamed again. This time, the sound carried words. Ancient. Broken. Hungry. Lyra's blood ran cold. Because she understood them. And the creature knew her name. The chamber froze. Even the fighting slowed for one impossible second. The chained creature lifted its head, slowly toward Lyra through the darkness. Its many eyes glowed beneath cracked silver restraints. And again, it spoke her name. Not loudly. Worse, like recognition. Like memory. Every instinct in Lyra screamed wrong. Vaelor felt it too. His grip tightened around the priest's throat hard enough to crack stone behind him. How does it know her? The priest looked terrified now. Not of the creature. Of the answer. The chains around the creature rattled violently. Black energy pulsed through the chamber. Floor, while shattered symbols, flickered around the broken ritual circle. Cashin moved toward Lyra immediately. Do not go near that thing. Excellent advice. Unfortunately, the creature's gaze stayed locked entirely on her. Not Vaelor. Not the guards. Her. The priest finally forced out words through panic. The seals were never made to keep it trapped. Silence. Vaelor's expression went deathly calm. Explain. The priest looked toward Lyra again. They were made to keep it asleep until the queen returned. Every sound in the chamber vanished. Even the creature stopped struggling. Waiting. Lyra felt the realization hit the room in waves. Cashin looked horrified. The guards looked confused. Vaelor looked ready to kill someone. Slowly. Painfully. What? Vaelor said softly. Does that mean? The priest swallowed hard. The creature beneath the mountain wasn't the only one bound to her blood. Another violent pulse shook the chamber. The creature's chains glowed brighter. Hungry. Watching Lyra like it recognized something ancient inside her. Memories flickered through her mind too fast to fully catch. Silver temples. Blood rituals. Her own hands glowing above broken seals. Then one clear image. Herself standing in this exact chamber centuries ago. Not trapped. Choosing. Lyra staggered slightly. Vaelor reached her, instantly abandoning the priest without hesitation. His hands caught her face immediately. Lyra. The creature smiled behind the chains. And suddenly, everyone realized the temple hadn't been hiding her from Vaelor. They had been hiding her from whatever waited beneath the castle. The chamber felt suddenly too small. Too hot. Too alive. Vaelor still held Lyra's face between his hands, while the creature watched them from behind glowing chains. Not struggling anymore. Waiting. The realization spreading through the room was worse than fear. The temple hadn't hidden Lyra because she was weak. They hid her because she was connected to whatever these things were. Cashin broke the silence first. That is an aggressively horrifying sentence. Nobody disagreed. The priest slowly backed away from Vaelor. We had no choice. Vaelor turned toward him. The chamber temperature dropped instantly. You always had a choice. The priest shook his head desperately. You don't understand what she is. Wrong answer. The shadows exploded. The priest slammed violently against the stone wall hard enough to crack it. Guards immediately backed away. Even Cashin looked concerned now. Vaelor walked to the priest slowly. Every step felt lethal. You will speak carefully, he said softly. About my wife. The priest was shaking. Actually shaking. Lyra stepped forward before Vaelor fully lost control. Wait. His attention snapped toward her immediately. The shadows paused. Barely. Lyra looked toward the priest. What am I connected to? The priest hesitated too long. The creature answered instead. The gates. Its voice echoed through the chamber like broken stone grinding together. Hungry. Wrong. Every guard in the room visibly recoiled. Cashin whispered, I officially hate this place. The chains around the creature pulsed again. Silver light flashed violently through the chamber walls. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. Because suddenly, more memories hit. Not soft ones. Not warm ones. Blood across temple floors. Screaming. Massive gates beneath the mountain splitting open while creatures clawed through darkness. And her standing in front of them holding silver fire in her hands. Closing them. One by one. She gasped sharply. Vaelor caught her before she fell. Lyra. The creature smiled wider behind the chains. She remembers. The priest looked horrified. No, she shouldn't. Vaelor turned toward him slowly. You knew this would happen. The priest's silence answered enough. Cashin stepped closer, sword still drawn. Someone explain what the gates are before. I lose patience with religion permanently. The creature laughed softly. A terrible sound. Doorways. Lyra's blood ran cold. The creature's eyes remained fixed entirely on her. You closed us away long ago, little queen. Another memory slammed into her mind. Massive black gates beneath mountains. Beneath oceans. Beneath kingdoms. Locked. Sealed. Sleeping. And her blood tied to every single one. The room tilted. Vaelor held her tighter instantly. Then the creature spoke again. And this time, its voice carried something almost like delight. You are the key that keeps them sleeping. Silence crashed through the chamber. Because suddenly, everyone understood the truth. If Lyra died, the seals across the world might break. Nobody moved. Nobody even breathed properly. The chamber remained filled with smoke, broken stone, and the sound of chains slowly dragging across black marble while the creature watched. Lyra, like it, had waited centuries for this moment. Cashin finally spoke first. No. The single word echoed sharply through the silence. The priest looked sick. Vaelor looked murderous. And Lyra felt like the floor beneath her vanished completely. The creature tilted its head slightly. You understand now. Vaelor's arm tightened around her instantly. You will stop speaking. The shadows around the chamber twisted violently again. This time the creature only laughed. You can kill priests, King of Shadows. You can kill armies. Its glowing eyes locked onto Lyra again. But if she dies, the gates open. Another pulse shook the chamber. Far away, deep beneath the earth, something answered. Lyra felt it. Not one seal. Many, sleeping things shifting in darkness beneath kingdoms and oceans. Waiting. The memories crashed harder now. Ancient wars. Entire cities destroyed. Vaelor standing beside her, covered in blood while black gates burned behind them. And her, using her own life force to close them. Again, until the temple took her away. Not to imprison her. To preserve the seals. Cashin stared toward the creature in horror. The entire world depends on one person staying alive. The priest answered quietly this time. Yes. Vaelor went terrifyingly still. No shadows moving. No anger visible. Worse, because Lyra finally understood something horrifying. He was calculating. Every risk. Every threat. Every possible future where she could be harmed. And realizing the entire world now depended on protecting her too. The creature watched him with amusement. You finally understand why they feared losing her. Vaelor's gaze shifted toward it slowly. Cold enough to freeze the chamber. No, he said quietly. I understand why they feared me finding out. The priest visibly paled. Because he was right. The temple didn't separate them only to protect the world. They separated them because Vaelor with this knowledge would become unstoppable. Suddenly, another explosion thundered somewhere above the chamber. The castle shook violently. A guard stumbled into the room out of breath. My king, the temple soldiers are retreating. Cashin frowned immediately. Retreating? The guard nodded quickly. They're abandoning the eastern towers and pulling back beyond the gates. The chamber went silent again. Then Lyra understood first. They got what they wanted. The creature behind the chains smiled wider. The temple never came here expecting victory. They came to wake the chamber. To force the truth out. To make Vaelor understand exactly how dangerous losing her would be. And now, panic spread through the room for a completely different reason. Because somewhere beyond the castle walls, the High Temple already knew the seals were weakening again. The realization hit everyone at once. This attack was never about killing Vaelor. Never about taking the castle. It was about forcing the truth into the open. Cashin swore quietly. They used their own soldiers as a distraction. The priest looked away. Which confirmed enough. Vaelor's expression became unreadable again. That terrified Lyra more than the anger. Because silence meant strategy. Strategy meant retaliation. The creature behind the chains shifted slowly. They are afraid. Vaelor didn't even glance toward it. They should be. Another tremor moved through the chamber. Smaller this time, but enough to make cracks spread farther across the glowing seals beneath the floor. Lyra stared at them. They're weakening already. The priest nodded reluctantly. The gates respond to instability. Cashin looked exhausted beyond human limits. So the world is ending emotionally and magically. Potentially, the priest admitted. That is not comforting. Vaelor finally turned toward the chained creature again. Can the seals be repaired? The creature smiled. Sharp teeth glinted through the dark. Yes. Silence. Then softly. By her. Every instinct inside Vaelor turned violent again instantly. No. The answer came so fast the chamber itself seemed to react. The creature laughed quietly. You always were possessive. Vaelor took one step toward the chains. The shadows around the room twisted hard enough to crack stone pillars. She is not sacrificing herself again. Again, the word echoed through the chamber. Lyra's stomach dropped. Because suddenly, another memory surfaced fully. Not fragmented this time. Complete. Vaelor holding her after the final gate closed centuries ago while silver light burned through her veins. His voice breaking as he realized what sealing the gates was doing to her. And the temple priests pulling him away, while she screamed for him not to. Let them take her. The memory hit like a blade through her chest. Oh gods! Vaelor saw the recognition in her eyes instantly. And for the first time since she returned, real fear crossed his face. Lyra. She stepped backward slightly. Not away from him. From the memory. The creature watched everything with horrible satisfaction. The gates always demanded balance. Cashin moved closer carefully. What exactly does repairing the seals involve? Nobody answered immediately. Which was enough. Vaelor's shadows darkened across the chamber floor again. Not wild this time. Protective. Terrified. The priest finally spoke quietly. The queen's power stabilizes the gates. Cashin frowned. And the cost? Silence. Then Lyra remembered herself. Silver light pouring from her hands. Pain. Too much pain. Dying slowly every time a gate closed. Vaelor knew she remembered before she even spoke. Because his entire expression shattered. And suddenly, the worst truth of all settled over the chamber. The temple hadn't only hidden Lyra from the world. They had hidden the fact that eventually, the gates would demand her again. The chamber felt suffocating now. Too many truths. Too many memories. Too much fear. Vaelor still watched Lyra like the world beneath his feet was breaking apart. Maybe it was. Cashin lipped between them carefully. There has to be another way. The chained creature laughed softly. There never was. Wrong thing to say. The shadows in the chamber slammed violently against the chains, hard enough to shake the entire room. The creature hissed sharply. Vaelor stepped forward slowly. Every guard backed away instinctively. You will stop speaking as though her suffering is inevitable. The creature smiled despite the shadows crushing around it. But it is. Lyra forced herself to breathe steadily. Panic wouldn't help. Fear wouldn't help. She looked toward the damaged seals glowing across the floor. Then toward the priest. How long before the gates weaken completely? The priest hesitated. Cashin pointed his sword slightly. That was your warning pause. The priest swallowed hard. We don't know. Bad answer. Months? Lyra pressed. Possibly. Years. The silence this time said enough. Not years. Vaelor closed his eyes briefly. The expression lasted less than a second. But Lyra saw it. He was already imagining losing her again. No. Vaelor's voice cut through the chamber sharply. Everyone looked toward him. He opened his eyes slowly. Cold fury settled there now. Controlled. Terrifying. We are not accepting this as fate. The creature tilted its head. You cannot fight balance forever. Vaelor stepped closer to Lyra instead. Every shadow in the chamber pulled back toward him, immediately surrounding her instead of attacking. Protecting. I fought death itself to find her again, he said quietly. I will burn every temple on this continent before I let the world take her from me. Silence crashed through the room. The guards looked terrified. Cashin looked exhausted. The priest looked like he finally understood why the temple separated them. And Lyra's chest ached so badly she could barely breathe. Another tremor shook the chamber. Dust scattered from the ceiling while the weakened seals flashed dangerously beneath the floor. Cashin snapped back into focus first. Emotional devastation later. We still have a magical disaster underneath the castle. Fair point. Lyra looked toward the broken symbols. If this gate fully opens? The priest answered immediately this time. The kingdom falls first. Wonderful. Cashin rubbed his face. I miss simpler problems. Political betrayal was easier. Vaelor turned toward the damaged seals. His expression sharpened again. Thinking. Calculating. Then finally, there may be another option. The chamber went still. Even the creature's smile faded slightly. That alone made Lyra's pulse jump. Because whatever idea Vaelor just had, something ancient beneath the castle did not like it at all. Vaelor finally looked toward Lyra. Centuries ago you carried the burden alone because the temple separated. Years before we understood the bond. Completely. Memories flickered through her mind again. Not pain this time. Vaelor beside her during the first sealings. Their magic intertwined. Silver and shadow woven together. Not consuming her. Balancing her. The realization hit hard. The temple removed you from the process, Lyra whispered. The priest looked away immediately. Cashin stared in disbelief. You're telling me the entire world almost ended because emotionally constipated religious fanatics interrupted magical soulmates? The chamber stayed silent. Then one guard quietly muttered, That does sound accurate. Cashin pointed at him. Thank you. The creature pulled violently against the chains again. No. The word echoed through the chamber with sudden fury. No. Not impossible. Not dangerous. No. Vaelor noticed it too. A slow smile appeared across his face. And honestly, that expression terrified everyone in the room more than the creature did. You're afraid, Vaelor realized softly. The chained thing hissed violently. The balance will fail. Or, Vaelor replied calmly, the temple simply never allowed another solution to exist. The priest stepped forward desperately. We couldn't risk uncertainty, and instead, Vaelor cut in coldly. You sacrificed her repeatedly. The priest fell silent. Lyra looked toward the damaged seal beneath the chamber floor. The silver symbols flickered weaker now. Unstable. Waiting. Then she looked back toward Vaelor. You really think this could work? His entire expression softened when he looked at her. Not king. Not monster. Just him. I think, he said quietly, that I would rather tear apart fate itself than lose you again. Cashin immediately ruined the moment. Well, emotionally devastating. Beautiful. Horrible timing. Another crack split across the chamber floor. The creature smiled again. You are running out of time. Vaelor's gaze never left Lyra. Then let's make the world regret underestimating us both. The chamber erupted into movement. Guards cleared the lower levels while Cashin barked orders through the smoke-filled corridors above. Temple prisoners were dragged from the ruins. The wounded carried upward. The eastern tower sealed completely. And beneath the castle, Lyra and Vaelor stood inside a chamber older than the kingdom itself, staring at a broken gate tied to her blood. Normal evening, apparently. Cashin returned 20 minutes later, already looking exhausted enough to die dramatically. The good news is we stopped the temple soldiers. And the bad news? Lyra asked. Cassian pointed toward the glowing cracks beneath the floor. The castle now sits on top of magical apocalypse. Vaelor ignored him entirely. His focus stayed on the ancient symbols carved across the chamber walls. Reading. Remembering. Lyra watched him carefully. You remember this place? He nodded once. We sealed the first gate together here. The words settled heavily through the room. Together. Not alone like the temple claimed. The priest nearby looked increasingly uncomfortable, every time another lie unraveled. Vaelor crouched near the fractured symbols, running shadow-dark fingers across the damaged seal. Silver light reacted instantly beneath his touch. Then black shadows threaded through it naturally. Balanced. The chamber itself seemed to respond. The creature behind the chains suddenly pulled back. Actually pulled back. Cassian noticed first. Oh, that feels promising. Lyra slowly moved beside Vaelor kneeling near the seal. The second her hand touched the glowing symbols, silver light burst across the floor. Not violent. Familiar. Vaelor's shadows intertwined with it automatically. The chamber shook hard. The creature hissed violently. No, definitely a good sign. Memories hit Lyra sharply. Not fragmented anymore. Her and Vaelor standing here centuries ago, with their powers joined together while the gates sealed, beneath them without draining her life away. The temple priests watching in fear. Not because the ritual failed. Because it worked too well. Because together, they became something beyond the temple's control. Lyra gasped softly as the memory settled fully. Vaelor looked toward her immediately. You remember, the temple lied about everything. The priest tried speaking. We were trying to prevent, control. Cassian interrupted flatly. You were trying to prevent losing control. Silence. Because nobody could deny it anymore. The creature slammed against the chains again as silver and shadow spread wider through the damaged seal. The cracks beneath the chamber floor slowly began sealing themselves shut. Not fully, but enough. Hope flickered across the room for the first time since entering the chamber. Then the creature smiled. And suddenly, every instinct inside Lyra screamed warning. Too late. The chains shattered. The sound of the chains breaking shook the entire chamber. Guards stumbled backward. The floor cracked wider. Black light exploded outward like a shockwave. And the creature stood. Tall, wrong, ancient beyond understanding. Its silver restraints shattered across the floor while darkness poured from its body like smoke. Cassian looked horrified. Well, he said faintly, that feels extremely bad. The creature's many eyes locked onto Lyra immediately. Not attacking. Recognizing. Vaelor stepped in front of her instantly. Every shadow in the chamber erupted around him. The creature smiled. You would stand between her and fate again. Vaelor's voice came out ice cold. I would destroy fate for her. Then the chamber exploded. Shadows slammed into the creature hard, enough to collapse entire pillars while silver fire burst across the floor beneath. Lyra's hands instinctively. The creature roared. Not weak. Not trapped anymore. Free. Guards rushed forward. Temple priests screamed. Stone shattered across the chamber walls. Chaos swallowed everything. The creature struck back violently. Darkness tore through the chamber, sending guards crashing into broken columns while ancient symbols flickered wildly beneath the floor. Cassian dragged one wounded soldier out of the way, barely avoiding being crushed by falling stone. Vaelor moved like a storm. Not human anymore. Not restrained. The shadows obeyed him completely, now tearing across the chamber in violent waves while the creature fought back with black fire and shattered light. And somehow, they looked equal. That terrified Lyra most. The creature shouldn't have matched him. Not after centuries sealed away. Which meant It was feeding from the weakening gates already. Vaelor. He looked toward her instantly even while fighting. Lyra pressed both hands against the damaged seal beneath the floor. Silver light exploded outward. The chamber shook violently. The creature screamed. Good. The symbols beneath the floor reacted immediately to her power, but this time shadows wrapped around the silver automatically. Vaelor's magic joining hers across the entire chamber. Balanced. The creature saw it happen. And for the first time, real fear crossed its face. No. The floor beneath it cracked open again. The seal was pulling it back. Working. Together. Silver and shadow burst across the chamber together. Not fighting each other. Not consuming each other. Completing each other. The damaged seal beneath the floor blazed violently, as ancient symbols reignited one by one, around the creature's feet. It screamed. Real fear now. Vaelor reached, Lyra in seconds dropping beside her, while the entire chamber collapsed around them. Stay with me, the shadows wrapped, protectively around both of them, while silver fire poured through, the broken seal beneath their hands. The creature slammed against the reforming barrier. The entire castle shook. It's working. Cashin shouted from somewhere behind fallen stone, barely audible over the screaming magic tearing through the chamber. Lyra could feel the difference immediately. The power flowing through her didn't burn like before. Didn't consume. Because Vaelor's magic carried half the weight automatically. The temple knew this could work. They just never wanted it to. The creature roared again, trying to pull free, while cracks spread wildly beneath the floor. You cannot hold all the gates forever. Vaelor's expression turned vicious. We only need to hold them longer than you. The creature lunged. Too fast. Black claws tore through the chamber, aiming directly for Lyra. Vaelor moved instantly. The shadows exploded upward, catching the strike, before it reached her. But the force hurled him backward hard, enough to crack the far wall. Vaelor. The silver light around the seal flickered violently. The creature smiled, instantly seeing the break. Wrong move. Lyra stood. Power surged through the chamber so sharply every symbol along the walls ignited at once. Silver fire wrapped around her arms while the seal beneath the floor answered her completely. The creature froze. Not because of fear. Recognition. And Lyra finally remembered why. Centuries ago, before kingdoms, before temples, before the wars, she was the first gatekeeper. Not chosen. Created. Born with power tied directly to the seals beneath the world. And Vaelor was never meant to destroy monsters. He was created to stand beside her while she held the gates closed. Balance. Not sacrifice. Partnership. The temple broke it apart out of fear. The memory hit fully. Lyra lifted her gaze toward the creature. You should have stayed sleeping. Silver light exploded outward across the chamber. And this time, the creature looked terrified of her. The entire chamber bowed to her power. Silver fire raced across the walls, through the cracked floor, over shattered pillars, and broken chains while the creature staggered backward for the first time since breaking free. Not because of Vaelor, because of her. The creature's many eyes widened slowly. The first gatekeeper, Lyra stepped forward through the collapsing chamber. Calm, terrifyingly calm. The silver light around her no longer looked unstable. Vaelor pushed himself upright, against the broken wall, watching her with something between awe and fear. Not fear of her. Fear of what the world forced her to become before. The creature lunged again desperately. This time Lyra didn't move. Silver symbols burst upward from the floor instantly, wrapping around its body like chains, made from light itself. The creature screamed. The sound shook the castle above them. Cashin covered one ear, grimacing. That is aggressively unpleasant. Guards. scrambled farther back while cracks spread through the chamber ceiling overhead. Stone began collapsing around them. Vaelor reached Lyra again in seconds. His shadows wrapped around her, automatically shielding, falling debris before it could touch her, always protecting her. The creature fought harder against the silver restraints. You cannot seal every gate forever. Lyra's gaze sharpened. I don't need forever. The creature froze slightly. And beside her, Vaelor suddenly understood first. A dangerous smile appeared slowly across his face. Cashen noticed immediately. Oh no. Lyra looked toward Vaelor. And together, they pushed their magic into the seal beneath the chamber floor at the same time. Silver and shadow exploded through the room in one violent wave. The floor beneath the creature shattered open. Ancient symbols reignited everywhere. The gate began closing. The creature roared violently as darkness dragged it downward toward the reforming seal. No! Vaelor stepped forward beside Lyra, cold fury burning through his expression. You were right about one thing. The creature fought against the chains desperately. Vaelor's shadows tightened harder. We will not survive this world apart anymore. The chamber shook violently. The seal beneath the creature sealed halfway shut. Its claws scraped desperately against broken stone. Then Lyra lifted one glowing hand, and the entire chamber answered her. You never should have touched my kingdom. Silver fire crashed downward. The gate sealed shut completely. The creature vanished beneath the floor screaming. And suddenly, everything went silent. Silence filled the ruined chamber. No screaming. No shaking walls. No monstrous voice beneath the floor. Only dust drifting slowly through silver light while broken stone settled around them. The gate was closed again. This time, properly. Lyra's breathing turned uneven as the power slowly faded from her hands. The glowing symbols across the floor dimmed one by one until only faint silver remained beneath the cracks. Then her knees almost gave out. Vaelor caught her immediately. One arm wrapped tightly around her waist, pulling her against his chest before she could fall. You're hurt. The roughness in his voice cut through the silence sharply. Lyra shook her head weakly. Just tired. Cashen walked through the destroyed chamber, stepping over shattered stone and unconscious temple soldiers. Well, he announced breathlessly, that was emotionally catastrophic. Vaelor ignored him completely. His hands moved carefully over Lyra's arms, her face, her shoulders, checking for injuries like he physically could not stop himself. The panic beneath the calm almost hurt to watch. I'm okay. You collapsed after saying that last time. Fair point. Cashen crouched beside the resealed floor, grimacing at the damaged symbols. The good news is the gate closed. The bad news? Lyra asked. Cashen pointed downward. There are apparently more of these things sleeping beneath the world. Wonderful. Vaelor finally looked toward the priest still pinned against the broken wall by shadows. You knew. The priest looked shattered now. We were trying to prevent panic. No, Vaelor replied coldly. You were trying to control her. The priest's silence answered enough. Lyra slowly pulled away from Vaelor, turning toward the damaged chamber. The truth settled heavily through her chest now. Gatekeeper. Balance. The seals tied to her life. And somehow, she wasn't afraid anymore. Not completely. Because for the first time, she wasn't carrying it alone. Vaelor moved beside her quietly, close enough that shadows still curled protectively around her feet through the dust-covered floor. You remembered everything, not accusation. Concern. Lyra looked up at him. Enough. That answer clearly terrified him anyway. A deep crack suddenly split through the chamber ceiling overhead. Everyone looked up instantly. Cashen swore. We need to leave before the castle buries us alive. Good point. Guards immediately began escorting the wounded toward the staircases while smoke thickened. through the collapsing lower halls. Vaelor reached for Lyra's hand automatically, not letting go this time. Together they moved toward the stairs while the ruined chamber crumbled behind them. But halfway up, Lyra stopped suddenly. A pulse moved through the castle again. Faint, distant. Not from beneath this gate. From somewhere far away beneath the world. Another seal. Vaelor felt it too. His expression darkened immediately. And quietly, like the realization physically exhausted him. There are more waking up. The castle above them had descended into chaos. Smoke filled the eastern halls. Servants rushed through corridors carrying the wounded. Guards dragged surviving. Temple soldiers into chains while nobles panicked somewhere in the upper levels. And through all of it, Vaelor refused to let go of Lyra's hand. Not once. Cashen noticed immediately, while they climbed the final staircase from the ruined lower chambers. You know, he muttered tiredly, normally after preventing magical catastrophe people rest. Vaelor didn't even look at him. She almost collapsed. I am literally walking. Barely. Lyra narrowed her eyes. You are becoming dramatic again. Cashen snorted. Again implies he ever stopped. The moment they reached the upper corridors, everyone froze. Guards. Servants. Nobles. Every person staring at the dust-covered king and queen, emerging from smoke and ruined, stone together. Whispers spread instantly. The eastern tower attack. The shaking castle. The silver light beneath the floors. Rumors were already mutating into legend. One young guard looked at Lyra like she personally dragged the sun back into the sky. That felt concerning. Cashen noticed too. Oh good, you're becoming mythical again. Vaelor looked entirely unbothered. She always was. That should not have affected her as much as it did. Another faint pulse moved through the castle. Small this time. But enough. Lyra stopped walking immediately. So did Vaelor. The connection between them reacted before words did. Cashen saw both their expressions and sighed deeply. There's more. Lyra nodded slowly. Far away. The priest guards were dragging upstairs overheard, and looked sick again. How many gates exist? Lyra demanded. The priest hesitated. Vaelor's shadows tightened around his throat slightly. Answer carefully. 12, the priest whispered. Silence. Cashen blinked once. 12? The priest looked toward Lyra with visible dread. 5 were sealed permanently after the First War. That left 7. 7 remaining gates beneath the world. 7 possible disasters waiting to wake up. The corridor felt colder suddenly. Not from magic. Reality. Vaelor's jaw tightened hard enough to hurt. The temple knew all this time. We were protecting humanity, the priest insisted weakly. You were sacrificing her. Vaelor snapped. The priest fell silent again. Because there was no defense left anymore. Lyra looked toward the dark. Windows at the end of the corridor, where snow still drifted, across the mountains outside. Somewhere beneath kingdoms and oceans, more gates waited. More creatures. More seals weakening. And somehow, this was only the beginning. Vaelor stepped beside her quietly. The anger in him hadn't faded. But now something else existed beneath it too. Fear, not for himself. For her. Then softly, almost like he hated the words. We should leave the castle. Cashen looked stunned. Lyra turned toward him immediately. You would abandon your kingdom? Vaelor held her gaze. I would burn kingdoms before losing you again. The corridor went completely silent. Even the guards stopped moving. Vaelor never said things like that lightly. Not about his kingdom. Not about the throne. Not about responsibility. And definitely not in front of witnesses. Cashen stared at him in disbelief. You cannot be serious. Vaelor's expression didn't change. The gates are waking. Yes, Cashen replied carefully. which feels like a reason to stay and lead your people. My people survive if she survives. The certainty in his voice hit harder than shouting ever could. Lyra's chest tightened painfully. Because he meant it. Entirely. Cashin dragged a hand down his face. You are both becoming impossible to emotionally manage. Manage someone else, Vaelor replied. I would if either of you listened to reason. Lyra stepped closer before the argument spiraled. We're not abandoning the kingdom. Vaelor looked at her immediately. The fear beneath his calm was clearer now. Not hidden anymore. You heard the priest. I did. And if the gates weaken further, then we stop them. Simple answer. Impossible situation. Vaelor's jaw tightened. You almost died before. Lyra reached for his hand again. This time he held on like letting go physically hurt. I almost died alone before, she corrected softly. That one shattered something in him. She saw it instantly. The guilt. The memory. The centuries spent believing he failed her. Vaelor lowered, his head slightly resting his, forehead against hers for one brief second. Right there in the corridor. Nobles nearby immediately pretended not to watch. Cowards. I am not risking you again. You're not, Lyra whispered. We do this together this time. Silence followed. Then Cashin quietly muttered, Well, that was devastatingly romantic. Neither of them answered. Because beneath the emotion, they both knew the truth. Together or not, the gates were waking. Another pulse moved through the world beneath them. Faint, distant, but stronger than before. The priest visibly paled. That should not be happening so quickly. Vaelor's attention snapped toward him sharply. What does that mean? The priest swallowed hard. The gates respond to each other. If one weakens, the others follow. Lyra finished. A horrible silence settled through the corridor. 7 gates. And now all of them were beginning to wake together. Cashin looked toward the dark windows. So the world is ending in groups now. No one laughed. Then suddenly, one of the castle guards sprinted into the corridor out of breath. My king! Vaelor straightened instantly. What now? The guard looked genuinely terrified. A second gate has awakened. The corridor froze. Then the guard forced out the final words. In the Northern Sea. The words hit the corridor like a blade. The Northern Sea? Cashin repeated sharply. The guard nodded, breathing hard. A fishing city sent emergency signals an hour ago. The water near the cliffs. He swallowed. Something beneath it is moving. Lyra felt the pulse again immediately. Far away. Cold. Hungry. Another gate. Already waking. Vaelor's expression turned deadly calm. How long until the city falls? The guard hesitated. We don't know. Cashin started moving instantly. We need maps, ships, every northern commander awake within the hour. Guards scattered immediately. The corridor exploded into motion. Again while nobles nearby tried, pretending they weren't listening, to the possible end of the world. Cowards. Lyra looked toward Vaelor. We don't have time. He knew. That was the worst part. Every second they stayed here, another gate weakened. Another creature woke beneath the world. Vaelor's shadows curled sharply along the bay corridor floor while his thoughts visibly raced ahead already. Strategies. Routes. War. Then his gaze returned to her. You are not going near the sea. Absolutely not. Lyra stared at him. You can't seriously still think I'm staying behind. The last gate nearly collapsed on top of you, and we still sealed it. You almost died. You almost destroyed half the chamber. Cashin pointed between them while walking. Excellent. We're arguing during apocalypse again. The castle war room became chaos within minutes. Maps covered the massive central table. Messengers rushed in and out carrying reports. Military commanders argued over ships and storm routes. And in the middle of it, Vaelor stood at the head of the table, looking like the beginning of a war story. One northern commander pointed toward the coastline map. The sea near Blackwater Cliffs has frozen solid overnight. The room quieted. That should not happen. Another messenger stepped forward, pale as death. Fishing villages are disappearing. Cashin looked up sharply. What do you mean disappearing? No bodies, the messenger whispered. Just empty towns. Silence. Lyra felt ice crawl through her chest. Because somewhere beneath the northern sea, something was awake and feeding already. Vaelor's voice cut through the room sharply. We leave before dawn. Several commanders looked startled. My king, one advisor began carefully. You cannot leave the capital unguarded during political instability. The world is destabilizing, Vaelor interrupted coldly. Politics can survive a few days. No one argued after that. Because the room could feel it now too. The pulses beneath the world growing stronger. Closer. Lyra moved beside the northern map slowly. Blackwater Cliffs. The seal beneath the sea. Another memory flickered suddenly. Not pain this time. A storm. A lighthouse. Silver symbols carved into frozen stone beneath black water. She looked up sharply. I know where the gate is. Every eye in the room turned toward her. Vaelor's expression tightened immediately. And quietly, like he already hated what came next. Then we go together. The castle barely slept that night. By midnight, the courtyards filled with soldiers, preparing for departure while black war. Banners snapped violently through the snowstorm wanes. Ships were already being gathered at the northern ports. Messengers rode through the dark carrying royal orders. Every kingdom on the continent waited nervously for what the crown would do next. And above all of it, rumors spread faster than fire. The gates were waking. The queen had returned. The Shadow King was going to war again. Lyra stood inside the war room studying the northern coastline map while candles flickered across, scattered reports and frozen sea routes. Blackwater Cliffs. The name pulled at her memory harder every second. Vaelor entered quietly behind her, already dressed in dark armor. Not ceremonial armor, or armor. The sight alone sent tension through the room. Because suddenly, he looked less like a king and more like something built for battle. His gaze moved across her face, immediately checking for exhaustion again. You should rest for an hour. Lyra didn't even look up from the map. You should stop pretending I'll listen. That would require optimism. A laugh almost escaped her. Almost. Vaelor stepped beside her, studying the coastline. The cliffs? Lyra nodded slowly. I remember sealing something beneath the water there. His jaw tightened immediately. Every recovered memory now sounded like another way she almost died centuries ago. Vaelor reached for the edge of the table beside her, then stopped, like he wanted to touch her, but was afraid grounding himself would weaken his focus. Lyra closed the distance, first taking his hand before he could retreat into his own thoughts again. The tension in his shoulders eased instantly. He really was holding himself together by force now. Cashin walked in carrying 3 more reports and immediately paused seeing them. Oh good. Emotional stability. No, Vaelor replied flatly. We're preparing for oceanic horror. Right. Forgot. Cashin dropped the reports onto the map table. The northern sea froze another mile inland. Lyra looked up sharply. That fast? Cashin nodded grimly. Whatever's beneath the cliffs is stronger than the castle creature. Vaelor's shadows darkened slightly across the stone floor. We leave now. Cashin blinked. It's the middle of the night, and the gate is waking now. Nobody argued after that. Because somewhere beneath the northern sea, something enormous had already begun rising toward the surface. The journey north began beneath a black frozen sky. Snow hammered against the royal convoy while soldiers rode through mountain passes, carrying lantern light across endless white. No one complained. Not after the reports arriving from the coast. Entire ships missing. Villages abandoned. The sea itself changing. Even the horses felt restless. Like the world knew something beneath it had awakened. Lyra rode beside. Vaelor near the front of the convoy, wrapped in dark furs against the brutal cold. The further north they travelled, the stronger the pull became. Not pain. Recognition. The gate beneath the sea was calling to her. Vaelor noticed every time her expression shifted. Every time she went quiet. You feel it? Lyra nodded once. It's stronger than the castle seal. His jaw tightened immediately. Behind them, Cashen guided his horse through the snow, looking deeply offended by winter itself. I would like the record to show I preferred political disasters. You complained about those too, Lyra reminded him. Yes, Cashen replied bitterly, but at least they didn't involve sea monsters. By dawn, they reached the northern cliffs. And the world looked wrong. The ocean had frozen solid. Not naturally. Black ice stretched across the water for miles, reflecting pale grey skies while enormous cracks pulsed faint silver beneath the surface. The soldiers stopped immediately. Several crossed themselves in fear. One northern commander whispered, "Gods protect us." Vaelor's expression hardened beside Lyra. The gate was close. She could feel it beneath the ice. Awake, hungry, waiting. Then something moved far below the frozen sea. Massive, slow. The ice groaned loudly beneath the cliffs. And suddenly, a distant roar echoed from somewhere beneath the ocean itself. The sound rolled through the frozen coastline like thunder beneath the earth. Not an animal. Not anything natural. Something enormous moved beneath the ice. The soldiers near the cliffs backed away instantly while cracks spread farther across the black frozen sea in glowing silver lines. Lyra felt the gate beneath it pulsing harder now, much stronger than the one beneath the castle. Vaelor stepped closer beside her. Every shadow around him sharpened immediately against the snowstorm winds. Tell me that thing stays beneath the ice. Cashen looked out across the frozen ocean. I suspect the universe hates us too much for that. Another roar shook the cliffs. This time the ice moved. Not cracked. Moved, like something below the ocean was, pressing upward against the frozen surface itself. Several horses panicked instantly. Soldiers shouted. Snow scattered violently through the wind. Then a massive shape passed beneath the ice, huge enough to blot out the pale silver glow beneath the water. The entire convoy froze. One commander whispered, "That's impossible." No, it wasn't. That was the problem. Lyra stepped closer to the cliff edge, ignoring the terrified shouts behind her. The pull beneath the ocean intensified immediately. Memories flickered through her mind again. This gate. This sea. A battle during a blizzard centuries ago, while black water swallowed entire armies. And beneath it, something vast trying to claw its way into the world. Vaelor grabbed her arm before she got too close to the frozen edge. "You're shaking." Only then did she realize she was. Not from cold. Recognition. "It remembers me." The words barely left her mouth before the ice exploded. The frozen sea shattered outward in a violent eruption. Black water crashed into the cliffs while soldiers screamed and stumbled backward through the snow. And then, something rose from beneath the ocean. Massive, covered in silver-black scales, scarred by glowing chains buried deep beneath its skin. Its eyes opened slowly. Ancient hatred, hunger, recognition. The creature looked directly at Lyra and smiled. Cashen stared upward in horror. "Well," he breathed faintly, "that is significantly worse than the castle one." The sea creature pulled higher from the shattered ice, large enough to tower over the cliffs themselves. And somewhere behind Lyra, Vaelor's shadows began swallowing the storm. The creature dragged itself higher from the shattered sea. Water crashed down the cliffs, Beneath it, while broken ice drifted through black waves glowing, faintly silver below. It was enormous, far larger than the creature beneath the castle. Its body twisted through the storm, like something pulled from the bottom of the world itself. And its eyes never left Lyra. Vaelor stepped in front of her immediately. The shadows around him swallowed the falling snow completely. Darkness spread across the cliffs in violent waves while soldiers retreated farther back in panic. The sea creature laughed. Actually laughed. The sound shook the frozen coastline. The gatekeeper returns. Its voice rolled through the storm like crashing mountains. Several soldiers dropped to one knee from fear alone. Cashin stared upward. I miss politics so much. The creature lowered its massive head closer toward the cliffs. Chains still embedded through parts of its scaled body glowed beneath black seawater. Not prison chains. Seal chains. Lyra felt the connection instantly. This thing had been fighting the gate for centuries beneath the ocean. Waiting for weakness. Waiting for her. You should have stayed forgotten beneath the sea, Lyra said coldly. The creature's smile widened. And you should have stayed hidden from the world. The ocean exploded again. Massive black tendrils burst, upward from beneath the water slamming, toward the cliffs. Vaelor moved first. Shadows collided violently against the attack, midair shattering ice and seawater across the storm. The impact cracked the cliff beneath their feet. Soldiers stumbled backward shouting. The creature pushed harder. Strong. Too strong. Vaelor's shadows held but barely. Lyra saw it immediately. This gate had been weakening longer than the castle seal. The thing beneath the sea was already partially free. Vaelor. He looked toward her instantly while holding back a literal ocean monster. How do we close this one? The creature answered before he could. You don't. The black water beneath the cliffs began swirling violently. Silver cracks spread wider beneath the frozen sea, while something massive moved deeper below the surface. More movement. Not one creature. Multiple. Cashin saw it too. Oh, absolutely not. The sea creature laughed again. The gates are opening. Panic spread through the soldiers instantly. Because now everyone understood. This wasn't one disaster. This was the beginning of many. Vaelor's expression darkened sharply. Then Lyra felt it. Another pulse beneath the world. Not the sea gate. Another one. Far away. Waking too. The creature smiled wider, sensing her realization. You are already too late, little gatekeeper. And somewhere beneath the storm, the ocean ice began breaking apart for miles. The frozen sea began collapsing. Miles of black ice shattered apart beneath the storm while massive shapes moved below the surface like shadows beneath glass. Too many shadows. The soldiers saw them too. Fear spread instantly through the northern lines. They're everywhere. Vaelor stepped forward toward the edge of the cliffs while darkness spiraled violently around him. Against the storm. The sea creature watched him carefully now. Not mocking anymore. Measuring. Good. It should be afraid. We close the gate, Lyra said quickly. Cashin looked toward the violently breaking ocean. How? The creature answered first. You cannot hold back the deep forever. Vaelor looked profoundly unimpressed. I wasn't asking you. Then the shadows attacked. The storm itself darkened, as black tendrils tore across the cliffs, slamming into the creature hard enough to split the frozen shoreline apart. The sea roared violently. Water exploded, upward in massive waves while soldiers stumbled backward through snow and shattered ice. Lyra felt the gate beneath it immediately, open wider than the castle seal ever was. That terrified her. The creature crashed against Vaelor's shadows with enough force to shake the cliffs beneath them. Strong. Far too strong. And beneath the ocean, more eyes opened. Cashin visibly paled. I truly need everyone to stop awakening. The sea creature lunged upward again. This time Lyra moved first. Silver light burst through, the storm slicing across the black water, while ancient symbols ignited, beneath the frozen sea itself. The creature screamed. The gate reacted instantly to her power. But the ocean kept breaking apart anyway. Because the seal wasn't only damaged. Something was pulling it open from the other side. Lyra's breath caught sharply. There's another force behind the gate. Vaelor heard the fear in her voice immediately. His attention snapped toward her even while holding back a literal nightmare beneath the ocean. What do you mean? The sea below them suddenly split open. Not cracked. Opened. A massive glowing fracture appeared beneath the storm dark, water reaching endlessly downward, into darkness. And from somewhere impossibly deep, something moved. Not one creature. Something bigger. Older than kingdoms. Older than memory. The sea creature smiled. The sleeper wakes. Every instinct inside Lyra screamed disaster. Because suddenly, she remembered that name too. The name hit Lyra like freezing water through her veins. The sleeper. Not a creature. Not a monster. Something worse. Something beneath all the gates. The storm around the cliffs intensified violently as the sea continued splitting apart below them. Soldiers were retreating now. Not from orders. From instinct. Because the ocean itself no longer looked natural. It looked alive. Vaelor reached Lyra's side again immediately. What do you remember? Too much. Fragments crashed through her mind faster now. Cities drowned beneath black waves. Entire kingdoms erased overnight. Silver gates failing one after another while something massive moved beneath the world itself. And at the center, the sleeper, waiting for all the gates to break. Lyra looked toward the glowing fracture beneath the ocean. It's not trying to escape. Cashin frowned. That feels like an important distinction. The sea creature laughed below them. It does not need to escape. Then the water beneath the cliffs began rising upward. An entire wall of black seawater lifted into the storm. Impossible. The soldiers scattered immediately as the wave towered over the cliffs like a moving mountain. Vaelor's shadows surged upward, colliding against it before it could crash into the army. The impact shattered the coastline. Stone exploded outward. Snow vanished into darkness. The cliff beneath them cracked violently. And beneath the water, more silver fractures spread across the gate. Too fast. Way too fast. Lyra felt the truth settle coldly into her chest. We can't seal this one the same way. Vaelor looked toward her sharply. Why? Because the gate wasn't simply weakened anymore. It was being forced open from below. The sea creature roared triumphantly. The deep remembers. Then something moved beneath the glowing fracture. Not fully visible. Just a shape. Enormous enough to darken the ocean beneath the storm. Every soldier on the cliffs froze. Cashin stared downward in horror. That is not physically reasonable. No, it wasn't. And somehow, Lyra remembered that too. The sleeper was never meant to cross through the gates fully. Only its influence. Its voice. Its creatures. If the gates opened completely, the world itself would begin changing around it. Vaelor saw the realization on her face immediately. And quietly, with real fear beneath the calm. How bad is this? Lyra stared at the impossible shape moving beneath the ocean. Then answered honestly. World-ending bad. Cashin closed his eyes briefly. I knew I should have stayed in politics. The sea creature laughed again, while black waves crashed against the breaking cliffs below. The glowing fracture beneath the ocean widened further. Too fast. If it opened fully, whatever waited beneath the gates would reach the surface. And Lyra suddenly remembered exactly what happened last time. Entire continents drowning. Not metaphorically. actually drowning. The sleeper twisting oceans, storms, and reality itself while gates shattered across the world one after another. And her, standing beside Vaelor at the center of collapsing kingdoms trying to hold everything together before the temple tore them apart. The memory hit so hard she staggered. Vaelor caught her immediately. Lyra, her breathing turned uneven. It happened before. His expression sharpened instantly. What happened? She looked toward the ocean. The world almost ended. Silence. Another violent crack split across the frozen sea. The glowing fracture beneath the water expanded outward for miles now. The soldiers were retreating fully toward higher ground. Good instinct. Because the ocean had stopped behaving like water. It moved like something alive. The sea creature spread its massive body higher through the storm. The sleeper rises with every broken gate. Vaelor's shadows darkened across the cliffs violently. How many gates must fall? The creature smiled. Only 3. The world stopped. Cashin stared downward. We already lost 2. No, 1.5. The castle gate was stable again. Barely. But this one was collapsing fast. Lyra's mind raced. 7 gates remained. 1 unstable beneath the castle. 1 breaking beneath the sea. And 5 more somewhere beneath the world. If another awakened, the sleeper would rise. Vaelor looked toward the glowing fracture beneath the ocean. Then toward Lyra, and suddenly she knew exactly what he was thinking. Absolutely not. You're not sacrificing yourself. His gaze snapped toward her immediately. I wasn't. You had the expression. Cashin lipped between them. There are expressions for suicidal magical decisions now. Yes, Lyra and Vaelor answered together. The sea beneath the cliffs exploded upward again. This time something else emerged through the fracture. Not fully formed. Just claws. Massive black claws, dragging slowly against the edges of the glowing gate beneath the ocean. The soldiers began panicking outright now. Because whatever was below the sea, it was trying to climb into the world itself. Vaelor stepped forward. The storm around him darkened violently. No more waiting. Lyra grabbed his arm instantly. If you attack the fracture directly, you could destabilize the entire gate. And if I don't? Another claw emerged from beneath the ocean, huge enough to crush ships. The sea creature laughed triumphantly. The deep opens. Vaelor's shadows exploded across the storm. And beside him, silver fire ignited through Lyra's hands. Together, they stepped toward the breaking edge of the world. The storm erupted around them. Snow vanished into darkness while silver fire tore across the cliffs in violent waves beside Vaelor's shadows. Below, the sea gate cracked wider. Massive claws dragged farther through the glowing fracture beneath the ocean, while black water churned, like the world itself was bleeding open. The creature beneath the sea roared triumphantly. The sleeper wakes. Vaelor looked profoundly offended by that statement. Then the shadows attacked. Darkness slammed downward across the ocean hard enough to split the storm apart. The sea creature screamed as shadows wrapped around, its body dragging it violently back toward the fracture. But beneath the water, something larger pulled upward. The claws forced higher through the gate. The ocean itself began rising around them. Cashin stumbled backward through the snow. That is significantly too many world-ending entities for one coastline. The silver fire in her hands intensified as memories kept crashing harder through her mind. Not fear this time. Knowledge. The gates were connected, not separately sealed. A network, and the sleeper sat beneath all of them. Vaelor. He looked toward her instantly while literally wrestling an ocean nightmare with shadows. The gates react together. His expression sharpened immediately, meaning if this gate collapsed, the others would weaken faster. The sea creature saw realization hit them both. and smiled. You understand too late. Lyra stepped toward the edge of the cliffs, ignoring the screaming winds. The fracture beneath the ocean pulsed directly beneath her now. Calling. Hungry. Then suddenly, she remembered the final piece. The gates were never designed to stay closed forever. They were designed to be watched, balanced, maintained by two forces together. Light and shadow. Her and Vaelor. Not sacrifice. Not death. Partnership. The temple destroyed that balanced centuries ago, trying to control the power themselves. And the gates slowly weakened ever since. Lyra turned sharply toward Vaelor. We don't need to force it closed. The shadows paused for half a second. What? We stabilize it. Another massive claw burst through the fracture beneath the ocean. The cliffs shook violently. Cashin looked horrified. Now feels like an important time to explain faster. Lyra grabbed Vaelor's hand. The second their powers touched, silver fire and shadows spiraled together through the storm automatically. Balanced. Natural. The sea creature's expression changed instantly. Fear. The gate isn't breaking because it's weak. Lyra realized aloud. It's breaking because the balance between the seals collapsed. Vaelor understood immediately. Together, they turned toward the glowing fracture beneath the ocean. The storm darkened around them. Silver symbols ignited beneath the sea. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. And somewhere beneath the gates, the sleeper finally noticed them both awake together again. The ocean stopped moving. Not calming. Waiting. Silver fire spiraled through. The storm wrapped tightly with Vaelor's shadows while the fracture beneath. The sea pulsed violently beneath the cliffs. And deep below, something vast became aware of them. Both of them. Together. The claws dragging through the gates suddenly paused. The sea creature's expression twisted from triumph into panic. No. Vaelor's voice turned cold beside Lyra. That reaction comforts me. The connection between them surged harder. Not painful. Not draining. Balanced. For the first time since the gates began waking, Lyra felt stable. Oh, the silver symbols beneath. The ocean responded immediately to Vaelor's, shadows threading through them. The fracture slowed. Not closing yet, but slowing. Cashin stared through the storm in disbelief. You're actually stabilizing it. The sea creature roared violently. The balance was broken. Yes, Vaelor replied calmly. And now it's fixed. The thing beneath the ocean moved. The entire sea trembled. Far below the glowing fracture, something enormous shifted in darkness. Not fully awake, but angry now. The sleeper had noticed the gate stabilizing again. Lyra felt its attention slam into her mind instantly. Cold, endless, starving. The storm darkened violently around the cliffs. Cashin swore loudly. Oh, it's looking at us. I hate that. Then the voice came. Not spoken aloud. Inside their heads. Deep enough to shake bones. You cannot hold the gates forever. The soldiers screamed. The horses panicked. Even the ocean itself churned violently beneath the cliffs. Vaelor stepped closer beside Lyra instead of away. Of course he did. His shadows wrapped tighter around her as silver light burned brighter through the storm. We don't need forever, he said coldly into the darkness. The sleeper laughed. The sound rolled beneath the entire ocean. You failed before. That hit hard, because Lyra remembered it now. The last war. The gates collapsing. The temple taking her away while Vaelor fought through entire cities trying to reach her. And eventually, losing her anyway. Vaelor felt the memory hit her immediately. His grip tightened around her hand. The storm around them became violent enough to tear ice from the cliffs. You will not touch her again. The fury in his voice carried through the coastline like thunder. The sleeper's presence pressed harder against the world beneath them. She will break again. No, Lyra whispered. Silver fire exploded across the fracture beneath the ocean. This time the gate reacted instantly. Not to her alone. To both of them. The glowing cracks beneath the sea began sealing slowly, while shadows reinforced every silver symbol across the frozen water. The sea creatures screamed in horror, because the balance was returning. And suddenly, the sleeper realized the temple's greatest mistake. They had separated the only two people capable of stopping it. The fracture beneath the ocean began closing. Slowly, painfully, but closing. Silver symbols reignited beneath the sea one after another, while Vaelor's shadows wrapped through them like black veins holding the entire gate together. The sea creature thrashed violently. No! The cliffs shook hard enough to split stone. Good. Panic suited it. The sleeper's presence slammed harder against the world. The pressure nearly dropped soldiers to their knees again while black waves crashed against the frozen coastline, beneath the storm. You cannot deny me forever. Lyra forced herself to stand steady against the voice tearing through her mind. We already did once. The darkness beneath the ocean churned violently. Wrong answer apparently. The sea creatures screamed as silver chains erupted upward from the fracture, wrapping around its body again. This time reinforced by shadows. Balanced. Unbreakable. Vaelor looked almost viciously satisfied watching it struggle. Then the sleeper changed tactics. The pressure vanished instantly. Too instantly. Cashin looked up sharply. That feels suspicious. Correct. A second later, every remaining gate beneath the world pulsed at once. Lyra gasped sharply. Pain exploded through her chest, while silver symbols flashed across her skin beneath her sleeves. Vaelor caught her immediately. What happened? She could feel them now. All 7 remaining gates. Waking together. The sleeper laughed beneath the ocean. If one gate cannot fall, the others will. The sea fracture began sealing faster now, but somewhere far away beneath the world, other gates were cracking open. Lyra saw flashes instantly. A desert swallowed by black storms. Mountains splitting apart. Something moving beneath forests older than empires. Too many. Cashin saw her expression and immediately looked horrified. How many awakened? Lyra answered weakly. All of them. Silence crashed through the storm. The soldiers nearby visibly paled. Because suddenly, this was no longer one battle. It was a war spreading beneath the entire world. Vaelor's shadows tightened protectively around Lyra, while the final cracks beneath the ocean slowly sealed shut. The sea creature screamed one last time before silver chains dragged it violently beneath the freezing water again. Then, silence. The northern gate stabilized. But the victory felt hollow, because Lyra could still feel the others waking beneath the world. 5 more. Maybe 6. The sleeper's voice echoed one final time through the storm before disappearing. The gates will break. Then the ocean finally went still. Snow drifted slowly across the shattered cliffs. Cashin stared out across the frozen sea. Well, he said faintly, we are catastrophically not done. The return journey south felt different. Not victorious. Not relieved. Heavy. The northern sea remained frozen behind them, while soldiers rode in silence, through endless snow carrying rumors of monsters beneath the ocean, and gates buried under the world. Nobody spoke much anymore, because everyone understood now. The disaster wasn't coming. It had already started. Lyra barely slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she felt the gates, pulsing beneath mountains, beneath forests, beneath ruined cities. Waiting. Vaelor noticed immediately. He always noticed. You're shaking again. Lyra sat near the fire inside the moving war carriage wrapped in dark blankets against the freezing night. I can feel them. His expression tightened instantly. All of them? She nodded slowly. The connection was getting stronger every day. Like the gates were recognizing her again. Or calling her back. Vaelor moved beside her without hesitation. One arm wrapped around her, pulling her gently against his chest while shadows darkened around the carriage walls, blocking the winter wind completely. Protective instinct. Automatic. You need rest. You need a less stressful apocalypse. That would also be ideal. A small laugh escaped her despite everything. Vaelor relaxed slightly, hearing it. After centuries apart, he still reacted to her happiness like survival. The carriage suddenly jolted violently. Outside, horses screamed. Cashin's voice shouted through the storm. Vaelor. Both of them moved instantly. The second they stepped outside, the night felt wrong. Too quiet. The soldiers surrounding the convoy stood frozen, staring toward the dark forest ahead. And deep between the trees, silver eyes glowed back at them. Not human eyes. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. The gates weren't waiting anymore. Something had already escaped. The forest moved. Not with wind. Not with animals. Something far worse. Silver eyes glowed between the trees surrounding the convoy while the snow-covered forest slowly filled with shapes crawling through the dark. Too thin. Too tall. Wrong in ways the human mind immediately rejected. The soldiers raised weapons instantly. Nobody spoke. Because every instinct screamed the same thing. Run. Cashin rode forward through the snow beside the front line, sword already drawn. Please tell me those are ordinary nightmares. No, Lyra answered quietly. The creatures stepped farther into view. Humanoid. Almost. Black veins spread beneath pale skin, while silver cracks glowed across their bodies like broken seals carved directly into flesh. Gate touched. The sleeper's influence was spreading already. Vaelor's shadows darkened violently across the snow. They escaped from another gate. Lyra nodded once. And then one of the creatures smiled. Too wide. Too many teeth. The soldiers visibly recoiled. The creature tilted its head toward Lyra. The gatekeeper walks again. Its voice sounded layered, like multiple voices speaking together beneath the words. Every horse panicked instantly. Several soldiers nearly lost control of the lines. Cashin looked deeply offended by existence itself. Oh good, the monsters talk now. More figures emerge between the trees. Dozens. Maybe more hidden deeper in the forest. The gates were breaking faster than expected. Way faster. Vaelor stepped forward through the snow. The darkness around him swallowed the lantern light completely. You were standing in my path. The creatures smiled wider. Wrong choice. The attack came all at once. The forest exploded into motion, while the creatures rushed through the snow faster than human bodies should move. Vaelor's shadows tore through the front line instantly. Black darkness ripped across the storm, shredding trees and frozen ground, while soldiers clashed against the creatures, flooding from the woods. Chaos swallowed the road. Lyra ignited silver fire through both hands automatically. The nearest creature screamed the second the light touched it. That meant they could still die. One lunged toward her through the snow. She sidestepped instantly, driving silver fire straight through its chest. The creature collapsed, twitching violently before dissolving into black ash. Then another appeared behind it. And another. Too many. The forest itself seemed alive now. Silver eyes everywhere. Movement everywhere. Cashin cut through one creature beside the convoy before shouting over the storm. They're herding us. Vaelor saw it too immediately. The attacks weren't random. The creatures kept pushing the convoy toward the mountains beside the road. Toward something. Lyra felt the pulse before she saw it. Another gate. Close. Too close. Hidden somewhere beneath the mountains surrounding the forest. The sleeper wasn't only waking gates anymore. It was hunting her. The mountain exploded. Not metaphorically. The entire snowy cliffside beside the road shattered apart in a violent eruption of black stone and silver light while creatures poured from the forest screaming through the storm. Soldiers were thrown from horses. Trees snapped in half. The convoy split instantly. And beneath the collapsing mountain, a gate opened. Lyra felt it before she saw it. The pulse slammed through, her chest hard enough to steal her breath while silver symbols burned painfully across her skin beneath her sleeves. Too close. This gate wasn't waking. It was already open. Cashin stared toward the collapsing mountainside in horror. I would like one peaceful evening before death. The ground split wider. A massive staircase buried beneath centuries of stone slowly revealed itself, descending into darkness below the mountain. Ancient symbols glowed across black stone walls. And from somewhere deep underground, chanting echoed upward. Vaelor's expression darkened instantly. Temple, of course. The creatures attacking the convoy were never the real threat. This was. The sleeper wasn't only breaking gates anymore. Someone was helping it. Lyra's stomach dropped. The high temple. Or at least part of it. Cashin swore violently. They opened another gate themselves? The chanting below grew louder. Faster. Desperate. Then screams echoed upward through the mountain beneath them. Human screams. Something down there had already gone wrong. Vaelor cut through another creature with shadows before turning sharply toward Lyra. You stay with the convoy. Absolutely not. The temple opened a gate beneath a mountain full of people, and I am handling it. You are not handling cultists and monsters alone. Another violent tremor split the mountain wider. The staircase beneath the earth cracked open fully now, descending deep below the snow-covered cliffs. Black smoke poured upward from the darkness. Cashin lipped between them. I hate both of you equally. Then he drew his sword again. But unfortunately she's right. More creatures rush from the forest. Too many for the remaining soldiers to hold forever. But beneath the mountain, the chanting suddenly stopped. Silence followed. Then something began climbing the staircase slowly. Not running. Walking. The shape emerged through smoke and silver light piece by piece. Human, mostly. Temple robes torn apart. Silver symbols burned directly into pale skin. Eyes glowing completely black. One of the high priests. Or what used to be one. The thing smiled seeing Lyra. And behind it, hundreds of silver eyes opened in the darkness beneath the mountain. The thing wearing the priest's face stepped out of the mountain smoke slowly. Not human anymore. Its body twitched unnaturally, beneath torn temple, robes while silver symbols burned across, its skin like living wounds. And its black eyes locked directly onto Lyra. The sleeper calls for its gatekeeper. The voice echoed layered and broken through the storm. Behind it, the darkness beneath the mountain moved. Hundreds of silver eyes watching from the depths below. The convoy soldiers visibly panicked. Vaelor stepped in front of Lyra instantly. The storm around him darkened so violently the snow itself disappeared into shadow. You touched another gate. The creature smiled wider. The temple finally understood. Cashin looked horrified. That sentence somehow made religion worse. The priest creature lifted one pale hand toward the mountain behind it. The gates were never prisons. Lyra's pulse spiked immediately. Because she remembered that too. Doorways. Balance points. Connections between worlds. And the sleeper wanted them open. The creatures surrounding the convoy suddenly stopped attacking. Not retreating. Waiting. Like soldiers awaiting command. The priest creature looked toward Lyra almost gently. You are tired of carrying this alone. Vaelor's shadows exploded across. The snow hard enough to tear open the myrrh. mountainside beside them. You will not speak for her. The thing barely reacted. Instead, it looked at Vaelor with something close to pity. You still think love will save her? Silence. Cold, sharp, deadly. Because beneath the words, there was truth. Love alone wouldn't stop the gates. Wouldn't stop the sleeper. Wouldn't stop the world from breaking apart. But Vaelor still stepped closer anyway. Still chose her anyway. Every single time. Lyra moved beside him. Silver fire ignited through, the storm wrapping together with shadows around them naturally now. Balanced. Oh, the priest creature finally looked uncertain seeing it. Lyra lifted her gaze toward the mountain, staircase descending into darkness beneath the world. Then toward the creatures waiting around the convoy. Then finally, toward the thing wearing temple robes. You said the temple finally understood. The creature smiled slowly. Yes, Lyra's expression hardened. Then they understood too late. Silver fire exploded across the mountainside. Vaelor's shadows crashed through it like black lightning. And together, they charged toward the open gate beneath the mountain, while the storm itself shattered around them. The mountain shook beneath them as they descended. Silver fire lit the staircase in violent flashes while Vaelor's shadows tore through creatures rushing upward from the depths below. The priest creature screamed something behind them. Too late. Lyra could already feel the gate beneath the mountain. Wide open. Far worse than the sea fracture. This wasn't a weakening seal anymore. This was an invitation. The staircase spiraled endlessly, downward through black stone carved with glowing symbols older than kingdoms. And everywhere, temple bodies. Not killed. Changed. Silver cracks spread beneath their skin, while black veins pulsed through empty eyes. Cashin cut through one rushing toward them before grimacing. I officially resign from existence. Another roar echoed from somewhere far below. The entire staircase trembled violently. Vaelor grabbed Lyra's hand tighter instantly. Close, not command. Need, fear. She squeezed his hand back once. I'm here. The chamber beneath the mountain finally opened before them. Massive. Circular. And at the center, the gate stood fully exposed. Not a crack. Not a fracture. An actual doorway. Black light poured upward from beneath the world while silver chains snapped one by one around its edges. Too late. They were too late. Lyra stopped breathing. Because beyond the gate, something moved. Not fully visible. Just an eye. One enormous silver-black eye opening slowly in the darkness beneath reality itself. The sleeper. Every instinct inside her screamed run. The pressure alone nearly dropped soldiers to their knees behind them. Cashin physically staggered. Oh, that is absolutely the worst thing I've ever seen. The eye turned toward Lyra, and the entire chamber pulsed. The gates across the world answered it instantly. She felt every single one. Awake, calling. The sleeper's voice rolled through the chamber without sound. Open the way. The priest creature entered the chamber behind them, laughing softly. The balance is broken already. Vaelor turned slowly. The shadows around the chamber exploded, violently enough to rip entire pillars apart. You mistake broken for lost. Then Lyra understood. Not memory. Not instinct. Truth. The gates responded to balance. And the sleeper needed division to rise. Fear. Isolation. Separation. Exactly what the temple created for centuries. But now, she and Vaelor stood together again. The balance had returned. The sleeper realized it too late. Lyra stepped toward the open gate. Silver fire erupted across the chamber floor, while Vaelor's shadows wrapped through every glowing symbol automatically. The eye beyond the gate widened. For the first time, it looked uncertain. Lyra lifted her hand toward the darkness beneath the world. You should have left us separated. Silver and shadow crashed together across the gate. The entire mountain exploded with light. And somewhere beneath reality, the sleeper screamed. The world went white. Silver fire and shadows erupted through the mountain in one violent wave, powerful enough to split the storm apart above the cliffs. The gate screamed. Not the creatures, not the priests. The gate itself. The black doorway beneath the chamber twisted violently as symbols reignited across the walls faster than the sleeper could force them apart. For the first time, the balance fought back. The eye beyond the gate widened in fury. The pressure crashing through the chamber became unbearable. Soldiers collapsed. Stone cracked. Blood ran from several priests' noses instantly. Cassian physically grabbed a pillar to stay standing. Vaelor stepped closer beside Lyra instead of away. His shadows wrapped tighter around the silver fire pouring from her hands until the two powers became impossible to separate anymore. Not light, not darkness. One force. The priest creature screamed. No! The gate belongs to the sleeper. Lyra's gaze sharpened instantly. No gate belongs to it. The chamber shook violently. The eye beyond the doorway narrowed. And suddenly, the sleeper pushed back. The black doorway expanded, outward hard enough to snap several reforming chains apart, while darkness poured upward from beneath reality itself. Too strong. Even balanced, they were barely holding it. Vaelor felt it immediately. The strain. The pressure. The gate resisting them. His shadows darkened violently around the chamber while cracks spread beneath his feet. Lyra, she knew. If they failed here, every remaining gate would collapse. The sleeper would rise. The world would end. Then Lyra remembered something else. Not war. Not gates. Him, Vaelor, kneeling beside her centuries ago, after sealing the final gate they ever closed together. Exhausted. Bleeding. Terrified of losing her. And her promising him, next time we survive it together. The memory hit hard enough to steady her completely. Lyra looked toward him through the storm of silver fire and shadows surrounding them. We finish this together. Something fierce broke across his expression instantly. Not fear anymore. Faith. The sleeper roared beneath the world. The mountain above them began collapsing. Huge fractures split across the chamber ceiling while creatures screamed through the staircases beyond. Cassian looked upward in horror. The mountain is coming down. No time. No second chance. Lyra grabbed Vaelor's hand fully. And together, they pushed everything they were into the gate. Silver fire exploded across the black doorway. Shadows wrapped around every shattered chain. The chamber itself ignited with ancient symbols reborn through balance, finally restored. The sleeper screamed. Not angry this time. Afraid. Because for the first time in centuries, the gatekeepers stood together again. The gate shattered closed. Not gently. Violently. Silver fire and shadows slammed through the chamber in a wave powerful enough to crack the mountain apart from the inside while the black doorway screamed itself out of existence. The eye beyond the gate vanished instantly. The sleeper's roar echoed beneath the world one final time. Furious. Distant. Denied. Then silence hit. The chamber collapsed immediately afterward. Stone rained from the ceiling. Ancient pillars split apart. The staircase above them cracked violently through the mountain. Cassian shouted something about dying underground. Vaelor grabbed Lyra before the floor beneath the gate gave way completely. Shadows wrapped around both of them instantly, shielding them from falling. Stone while soldiers scrambled toward the exits through smoke and collapsing walls. Move! For once, Everyone listened immediately. The climb out became chaos. The mountain groaned around them, while black smoke and silver light exploded through cracks in the stone. Creatures trapped below screamed as the gate sealed behind them permanently. One down, 6 remaining. Cashin shoved 2 wounded guards toward the staircase ahead while muttering threats against religion, destiny, and mountains simultaneously. Halfway up the staircase, the mountain split open. Cold night air burst through collapsing stone, while snow crashed down around them in violent waves. The convoy soldiers outside shouted in panic as the entire mountainside began caving inward. Vaelor pulled Lyra tightly against him, shielding her beneath shadows while they burst from the collapsing entrance seconds before the gate chamber disappeared beneath thousands of tons of stone. The explosion of snow and rock thundered through the valley. Then, silence. They made camp before dawn. No one argued. The soldiers were exhausted. Half the convoy was wounded, and the mountain behind them still groaned, occasionally like something beneath it hated being trapped again. The storm finally weakened near sunrise. Snow drifted softly across the ruined valley while healers moved through the camp tending injuries beside low-burning fires. For the first time in days, the world felt quiet. Not safe, just quiet. Lyra sat near one of the fires, wrapped in heavy blankets, staring toward the destroyed mountain in the distance. 2 gates stabilized, 5 still waking. The weight of it sat heavily in her chest now. Vaelor appeared beside her carrying hot tea. He handed it to her without speaking first before sitting close enough that his shoulder brushed hers beneath the blankets. Protective instincts still running wild. Lyra took a slow sip. You haven't slept. Neither accusation nor question. Vaelor looked toward the mountains. Neither have you. For a while neither spoke. The camp remained quiet around them except for distant soldiers and crackling firewood. Then Vaelor finally said quietly, You scared me. Lyra lowered the cup slowly. Vaelor, when the gate opened. His jaw tightened briefly. I thought I was about to lose you again. No teasing. No cold control. Just truth. The honesty in his voice cut straight through her chest. Lyra set the tea aside before turning fully toward him. You didn't. This time. That one hurt too. Because she understood immediately. The fear never left him after centuries apart. Even now. Even with her beside him. Part of him still expected fate to steal her again. Lyra reached up, touching his face gently. The tension in him eased instantly beneath her hand. Always for her. We survived, she whispered. Vaelor leaned into the touch slightly before catching himself. Then quietly, Promise me something. Her chest tightened. What? His black eyes locked onto hers with terrifying seriousness. If the gates force a choice again. No, absolutely not. Lyra already hated where this sentence was going. Vaelor, I need you to promise you won't sacrifice yourself alone this time. Silence settled softly around them. The campfires. The snow. The exhausted soldiers nearby. Everything faded beneath the weight of those words. Then Lyra moved closer until their foreheads rested together. Only if you promise the same. Vaelor closed his eyes briefly. And for once, he didn't argue. Morning came slowly. Cold pale light spread across the snowy valley, while soldiers packed supplies and prepared the convoy to move again. No victory celebrations. No relief. Just exhausted survival. The world was still breaking beneath them. Cashin stood near the command fires arguing with 3 northern captains over maps when Lyra approached. He looked half dead already. You look terrible. Thank you, he replied flatly. I survived 2 gate disasters in 1 week. One of the captains pointed toward the western routes spread across the table. Reports arrived before dawn. Strange storms near the southern deserts. Entire villages abandoned in the eastern forests. Another gate. Maybe more. Cashin rubbed his face tiredly. The sleeper's influence is spreading faster now, because it realized the balance returned, which meant it was rushing. Vaelor arrived moments later, already dressed for travel again. No exhaustion visible. No weakness. Only the terrifying calm he wore before war. But Lyra noticed the tiny things now. The way his eyes checked her immediately. The way shadows still stayed wrapped loosely around her even in daylight. Like some part of him, physically refused to let the world touch her unprotected anymore. Cashin noticed too. You are becoming emotionally unbearable. Vaelor looked calm. She nearly died. Yes, Cashin replied. And somehow that became everyone else's personality problem. A messenger rode into camp at full speed through the snow before nearly falling from his horse. My king! The camp immediately went tense again. Of course it did. The messenger handed Cashin a sealed letter with shaking hands. Temple markings. Cashin opened it quickly, then went completely silent. Lyra's stomach dropped. What? Cashin looked up slowly. The high temple split. Silence. Vaelor's expression sharpened instantly. What does that mean? Cashin scanned the letter again. Part of the temple wants to help stabilize the gates. And the other part? Lyra asked quietly. Cashin looked toward the ruined mountain in the distance. They want to finish opening them. The return to the capital felt colder than before. Not because of winter. Because now the entire continent knew the truth. The gates were real. The temple lied. And the world stood one disaster away from collapse. The castle erupted into chaos the second they arrived. Messengers flooded the halls. Nobles demanded answers. Temple representatives nearly started fighting each other in the throne room before Cashin threatened to throw them out personally. Honestly, effective leadership. By evening, Lyra stood beside Vaelor in the war chamber facing both temple factions for the first time. One side wore silver robes marked with broken seal symbols. The other looked at them like traitors. The division in the room felt sharp enough to bleed. An older priest stepped forward carefully. We were wrong. Nobody expected the temple to say that out loud. The priest lowered his head toward Lyra. We separated the balance out of fear. Vaelor looked profoundly unimpressed. That realization arrived centuries late. Another priest from the opposing faction stepped forward furiously. You would trust shadow magic over sacred law. Wrong sentence. Very wrong sentence. The shadows in the chamber darkened instantly around Vaelor. But Lyra spoke first. The gate stabilized when we stood together. The room fell silent. Because nobody could argue with results. The silver-robed priest nodded slowly. The balance must be restored fully. And how exactly do we do that? Cashin asked tiredly. The priest looked toward Lyra and Vaelor both. All remaining gates must be stabilized together, not sealed, not sacrificed for, balanced. Together, the opposing temple faction erupted immediately. It's too dangerous. The Shadow King corrupts the gates. The old laws exist for a reason. Vaelor finally stood from the table. The room instantly went silent. Your old laws nearly ended the world. Nobody answered. Because again, they couldn't. Lyra looked around the war chamber slowly. At the divided temple. At the frightened nobles. At the maps marked with waking gates beneath the world. Then finally toward Vaelor beside her. And for the first time since all this began, the future no longer looked impossible. Hard? Absolutely. But not hopeless anymore. The castle changed after that meeting. Not suddenly. But enough. The temple no longer controlled the room. The nobles no longer looked only to fear. And for the first time in centuries, people started believing survival was possible. The following days became a blur of preparation. Messengers traveled constantly between kingdoms. Gate reports arrived every hour. The cooperative temple faction worked beside. Royal scholars deep within the archives rebuilding, lost records about the seals. And somehow, between all the chaos, Lyra finally breathed again. Late one evening, she stood alone on the balcony, outside their chambers watching snow fall across the dark mountains, surrounding the capital. The world still felt fragile. 5 gates remained unstable. The sleeper still waited beneath reality itself. But tonight, the castle was quiet. No screams, no collapsing mountains, no monsters clawing through oceans. A victory. Small, temporary, still a victory. Vaelor stepped onto the balcony behind her moments later. The second the cold wind touched her shoulders, his shadows wrapped around her, automatically blocking it. Lyra smiled faintly without turning around. You do realize, I survived centuries before you started fighting weather personally, and yet the weather continues attempting to touch you. That actually made her laugh softly. Vaelor relaxed immediately hearing it. He moved beside her, leaning against the stone railing while snow drifted around the dark castle towers below. For a while neither spoke. Comfortable silence this time. Not grief. Not fear. Just them. Then Vaelor looked toward the mountains quietly. The gates will wake again eventually. Lyra nodded slowly. I know. And the world will expect us to stop it. US. Not her alone anymore. US. Lyra turned toward him fully then. You said something once. Vaelor's gaze shifted back toward her. When? Centuries ago. A small smile touched her mouth. Right before we sealed the western gate. He looked startled, she remembered. What did I say? Lyra stepped closer until snow caught in the dark strands of his hair between them. You told me if the world insisted on becoming a disaster. Her smile deepened slightly. Then at least we would face it together. Something in his expression broke softly. Not pain. Relief. Like after centuries, he finally stopped waiting for her to disappear again. Then quietly, almost like confession, I meant it then too. Winter slowly loosened its hold on the kingdom. Not completely, but enough that snow no longer buried the castle courtyards every morning. The gates remained unstable beneath the world. The sleeper still existed. And somewhere beyond the mountains, darkness waited patiently. But for now, the balance held. Weeks passed. The divided temple rebuilt under strict royal oversight. The cooperative priests worked beside, scholars restoring forgotten histories about the gatekeepers and the seals. Several kingdoms finally pledged support to the crown openly. And for once, the castle no longer felt haunted by grief. Alive, dangerous still, but alive. Late one evening, Lyra walked through the quieter palace halls toward their chambers after another endless council meeting. Cashin nearly collapsed dramatically against the doorway when he saw her. If one more noble asks whether sea monsters affect trade routes, I'm leaving civilization. You've said that 12 times. And one day I'll mean it. Vaelor appeared moments later from inside the chambers already, looking tired of politics and humanity equally. Cashin pointed toward both of them. You are impossible. The entire continent fears you, and somehow you still behave like this. Vaelor looked calm. Like what? Married. Then he left before either of them could answer. The chambers finally fell quiet after midnight. No meetings. No messengers. No gate reports for at least one blessed hour. Lyra sat near the fireplace, removing silver pins from her hair, while Vaelor read through reports across the room, pretending to focus. She noticed him watching her through the firelight again. You're staring, unappreciating. That sounds suspicious. It's honest. After everything, He still managed to look at her like she was something miraculous. Lyra stood slowly crossing the room toward him. The second she reached him, Vaelor's hands settled, automatically at her waist, pulling her closer, between his knees like instinct. Always instinct. The fire crackled softly through the quiet chambers while shadows curled lazily across the floor around them. No monsters. No war. No collapsing gates. Just this. Finally. And for the first time in centuries, the future didn't feel like survival. It felt possible. Outside the castle windows, snow continued falling softly across the sleeping kingdom, while deep beneath the world, the gates remained quiet. For now. 3 nights later, Lyra woke suddenly. The castle remained dark and quiet around them while moonlight spilled softly across tangled black sheets and silver shadows drifting lazily through the room. For one disoriented second, she thought another gate awakened. Then nausea rolled through her again. Different this time. Not magic. Vaelor woke immediately beside her. His eyes opened sharply, already alert. What's wrong? Lyra sat up, slowly pressing one hand against her stomach, trying to steady herself. I don't know. That answer clearly did not comfort him. Vaelor was out of bed instantly, like preparing to personally murder illness itself. Half the castle nearly died from panic after that. Healers were summoned. Servants rushed through corridors. Cashin appeared wearing boots and deep regret. If this turns out to be another gate problem, I'm retiring. Lyra sat wrapped in blankets beside the fire while an elderly royal healer checked her pulse with increasing confusion. Then slowly, the woman smiled. Oh no. That expression meant something. Cashin noticed first. Why do you look emotional? The healer looked toward Lyra carefully. My queen. Vaelor appeared beside her, instantly tense enough to frighten everyone in the room. Is she hurt? The healer blinked, then laughed softly. No, my king. Silence. The older woman looked between them both. Your wife is with child. The room stopped. Cashin stared blankly for 3 full seconds, then immediately sat down. Lyra looked toward Vaelor slowly. He hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked. Honestly, he looked more shocked than when the gates nearly collapsed. My king? The healer asked cautiously. Still nothing. Then finally, Vaelor looked at Lyra. Not fear. Not panic. Not grief. Wonder. Pure, devastating wonder. Like after centuries of war and loss and impossible survival, the universe finally gave something back. Cashin broke the silence first. Well, he muttered faintly, that child is either saving the world or destroying it emotionally. Nobody answered him, because Vaelor had reached Lyra already. One trembling hand touched her face carefully, like she might disappear if he moved too fast. You're sure? The healer smiled warmly. Very. Lyra laughed softly through sudden tears she didn't realize were forming. And Vaelor, the terrifying Shadow King feared across continents, looked seconds away from crying himself. I spent centuries believing fate only took things from me, he admitted quietly. But somehow, his gaze lowered briefly toward her stomach before returning to her face. It gave you back. Far beneath the world, the gates remained silent, waiting. But above them, inside the ancient castle filled with firelight and surviving hope, the balance finally lived again. Not just through magic, through them. And for the first time in centuries, the future no longer belonged only to fear.